each other. The idea is to bait and bleed. It's the strategy where one side tries to get two of its enemies to fight each other. The idea is to let these enemies wear each other down, using up their resources and weakening their armies. And while they are busy fighting, the side using the bait and bleed strategy stays out of the fight, conserving its own strength. After the bleeding phase, the side that kept his strength can attack the weakened ones. Decapitation. It's the military strategy aimed at removing the leadership of a hostile government or group. This could achieve strategic paralysis, as the enemy doesn't know what to do anymore, but some are skeptical, saying that even though it's a seductive strategy because it promises to solve conflicts quickly and cheaply with little collateral damage, decapitation strikes frequently fail or are not likely to produce the intended consequences. Some even argue that killing the head of an organization might produce disorder in them, leading to politically ineffective, unfocused attacks on civilians, and that sometimes their leaders are the most qualified persons in their organizations for peace negotiators. Shock and awe. Also known as rapid dominance, it's the use of overwhelming power and spectacular displays of force to surprise the enemy and destroy their will to fight, making them surrender. It was initially created as an attempt to develop a post-Cold War military doctrine for the United States, and the doctrine of rapid dominance requires the capability to disrupt means of communication, transportation, food production, water supply, and other aspects of infrastructure. Some consider the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki as examples of shock and awe. Salami slicing. It involves taking a series of small steps to have a larger gain at the end, which would have been difficult or unlawful to perform all at once. It can be useful for governments that don't want to have a casus belli, as it's more probable that those small steps are less noticeable than a big one. These small steps can be taken by camouflaging offense as defense, and it gives the enemy only two choices: either silently suffer or risk an expensive and dangerous war. Bellum se ipsum allet. It means the war will feed itself in Latin, and it's the strategy where an invading army sustains itself using the resources of the territory it is invading. Instead of relying on long supply lines from its own country, the army lives off the land, taking food, supplies, and other resources from the local population. This can prove especially effective if the war is fought far from their homeland, making their supply lines both long and costly. Fabian strategy. It's a military approach where you avoid large, direct battles with your enemy, and instead, you focus on wearing them down over time through smaller, more manageable skirmishes, and by making it difficult for them to get supplies or rest. Militaries use this strategy only if they believe time is on their side, usually because the side employing the strategy is fighting in, or close to, their homeland, and the enemy is far from home, forcing them to have long and costly supply lines. This strategy was first used by Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus in the Second Punic War. Military districts. Dividing one's own territory into military districts, where each part of the military is responsible, has various pros, such as improved local control and training facilities and programs tailored to the specific needs and conditions of the district. They are often more responsible for administrative than operational matters. Attrition warfare. It's a type of military strategy where the goal is to wear down the enemy over time by constantly attacking them and causing them to lose soldiers, equipment, and supplies. Instead of trying to win quickly with a big, decisive battle, the focus is on making the enemy gradually weaker and weaker until they can't keep fighting anymore. In real wars, this means lots of smaller battles and continuous pressure on the enemy, making it harder for them to replace lost soldiers and broken equipment. Sometimes, a side that perceives itself to be at a marked disadvantage may deliberately seek out attrition warfare to neutralize its opponent's advantages over time. When attritional methods have worn down the enemy sufficiently to make other methods feasible, attritional methods are often complemented or even abandoned by other strategies. Although attrition warfare may seem like a logical choice for combatants with more resources or advantages than their opponents, there are also significant disadvantages. Perhaps the most common reason for failure of attrition warfare is related to the time required to fulfill one's war goals, as the geopolitical conditions may change over time. For example, the opponent can gain new allies in the meantime. Additionally, the attrition strategy gives opponents time to adjust tactics and strategy. An example that shows attrition warfare being used ineffectively is World War I, when military commanders on both sides ineffectively relied on attrition warfare, which resulted in casualties without a strategic result. Battle of Annihilation. Battle of Annihilation is a military strategy focused on completely destroying the enemy's ability to fight in one pivotal battle, even the first one. This can be useful when time is not on their side and they need to end the war quickly, and when the element of surprise can prove pivotal to the results of the war. Also, it was famously used by Napoleon, such as in the battles of Austerlitz and Jena. Blockade. It's when one side tries to isolate and cut off an area, usually an entire country or region, from outside resources, supplies, and communication. The goal is to weaken the enemy by preventing them from getting the food, weapons, fuel, and other essentials they need to continue fighting. And it differs from an embargo or sanction, which are legal barriers to trade rather than physical barriers. Also, blockades often result in the starvation of the civilian population, like during the blockade of Germany during World War I. Nowadays, if blockades are made with the main goal of starving civilians and preventing humanitarian aid from reaching them, they can be considered a war crime and potentially a crime against humanity. There are three types of blockades: close, distant, and loose. A close blockade entails placing warships within sight of the blockaded coast or port so they can immediately stop any ship trying to enter or leave. This type of blockade is very effective because it tightly controls the area, but it's also the hardest one to do, since ships need to stay at sea at all times, even with storms and bad weather, usually far from any support, and they are vulnerable to sudden attack from the blockaded side, whose ships may stay safe in harbor until they choose to come out. In a distant blockade, the blockaders stay farther away from the blockaded coast or port, which means that they need more ships on station, but they can usually operate closer to their bases and are at much less risk from enemy raids. It's important to note that distant blockades were basically impossible prior to the 16th century due to the nature of the ships used. A loose blockade has a different goal than the other two. The blockading ships are withdrawn out of sight from the coast, but no farther, to lure the enemy into venturing out but to stay close enough to strike. Ink spot strategy. When a military needs to subdue a large hostile region with a relatively small military force, it uses the ink spot strategy, which consists of establishing a number of small safe areas dispersed over the region and then pushing out from each area, extending its control and making the areas larger until eventually they join up, leaving only pockets of resistance. Clear and hold. It's the counterinsurgency strategy of clearing an area of enemies and then keeping the area clear of insurgents while winning the support of the populace for the government and its policies. Once an area has been cleared, local police authority is re-established rather than military authority and government authority reasserted. This strategy encompasses the use of civil-military operations, which consist of minimizing civil interference and, on the contrary, maximizing civil support for future military actions. Only highly strategic areas are initially chosen for clear and hold operations. But once they are secure, the operation gradually spreads to less strategic areas until the whole desired area is under control. This strategy was most famously known by the US Army during the Vietnam War, and there is still a hot debate on whether it is successful or not. Some of the most critical elements are that the traditional military forces dislike the limited role they play in the clear and hold strategy and may advocate for a more traditional war-making role, and that the strategy takes time, which a government may for various reasons lack. The strategy also requires significant numbers of on-the-ground clearing combat and holding police forces, and it can be successful by only isolating the population from insurgents. Others argue that the initial limited goals of clear and hold operations enable guerrilla forces to regroup militarily, and that the strategy relies too heavily on physical security issues and ignores the role that ideology, nationalism, and other belief systems play in fomenting insurgency in the first place. Maneuver warfare. It's the conceptual opposite of attrition warfare, and it's the strategy that emphasizes movement, initiative, and surprise to achieve a position of advantage while minimizing frontal combats. Its goal is to destroy the enemy's will and ability to fight, and it's mainly used by small militaries, more cohesive, better trained, or more technologically advanced. It's especially used in modern times thanks to the use of mechanized vehicles. Bypassing and cutting off enemy strongpoints often results in the collapse of that strongpoint, even where the physical damage is minimal, like what happened with the Maginot Line. Since tempo and initiative are so critical to the success of maneuver warfare, command structures tend to be more decentralized, with more tactical freedom given to lower-level unit leaders. If you want to discuss this video or suggest an idea for the next one, join my Discord. Link in the description.
Peace, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for that quick lesson for anyone who needed it on how to wage a war. Anyways, so with that said, I don't know how much you guys watched of that video. I believe some of the strategies that are actually talked about in the Quran indirectly, some of them directly, some of them indirectly, is the concept of shock and awe, where God tells us to have enough soldiers and to the horses, and to have enough resources to collect the resources for war, so that the enemy would have some terror from us because of the sheer power that we possess before us going, as God says in, I believe, chapter 8. And then the other one, which I think is the proper strategy in war, is the one that you saw at the end. they call it maneuver tactics, right? So it's your will that's overcoming everyone else, right? And then there's the tactics that they were talking about, like the retreat. There's a few tactics that you could apply, but it's very important for us as believers to actually look into these strategies and what people have done before, because if we raise a community, God willing, if we come together as a community, there are some of us that are going to be required to defend our brothers and sisters, because you could see the other side, how abusive and how crazy and how stupid they could be. Actually, we started a drive for one of the uncles in Bangladesh who was attacked only because of his faith. A group of thugs came, they beat him, they beat his kids, they burnt his house, they burnt his school. They tried to kill him, but they but they but he survived by the grace of God. We did a donation. We sent him some money for him to recover, and then they tried to attack again, but he was capable of saving himself and his people by moving to a different area. But as you can see, the stronger we get, the more we're going to have to be forced to deal with things physically. So I do invest some time in understanding how these things work, because I believe there could be a time, whether it comes or not, we have to be able to strategize against our enemies in a way where we could get back to the peace very quickly as victors. So in the name of God, this is another episode here. This episode here is again for people who want to challenge my position, the Quran alone position. Please, so I am welcoming challengers on the scene, not people who just want to ask me questions and agree in my position. I think this should be more open for the reverts who want to ask more so questions, why Sunnism is not right or why Shiaism is not right. It's open for the atheists, the Christians, the Jews, the Sunnis, the Shias, all these other religions that want to prove why our position is incorrect and why their position is superior. And with that said, how's the audio going? I'm a revert atheist, as if that makes sense. But yeah, I see how like you're like very addicted to having your voice heard among other streams. But enjoy yourself here. If there are 20 yes, this is an amazing verse. If there are 20 steadfast among you, you will defeat 200. And if there's 100 of you, you will defeat 1,000 of who disbelieved. So these are amazing verses to remember, especially that the fact that your will to survive is much better than them. Because when it comes down to the push and the shove and push, most of them turn around and run. And those that don't want to run, they end up being defeated. So it's very amazing when you do have that connection with your Lord. We do have some people in the private chat that want to do, where did Bukhari and go get all these Kufi traditions from? I can't swear. No, there's an order. So actually the first one is you. Hamza, can you turn on your camera? Can you actually, I think I know who you are. So I'm just going to go ahead and add you. Are you ready? Sweet. Cool. All right. Peace.
Hello, hi. At first,
Give me 1 second. Sorry. Give
I'm
me 1
not
second.
Hamza actually. I'm a friend of Hamza. But I have two questions to you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. It's actually the first thing is not a question. It's a statement or something I can say. I'm talking Arabic, so I can understand Arabic. The way that you are explaining Quran, it's kind of wrong because explain English. You are explaining the translation of Arabic to you
English.
trying to explain the Quran that is translated to English, because it's even though when I try to explain it in Arabic, I cannot, because the one word
It's
in Arabic
difficult, right?
have many, yeah, it have many
So,
meanings.
so it's very difficult to understand the Arabic Quran in Arabic, right? So we need
Yeah,
someone to help us understand what the Arabic Quran is saying, right?
no, that's what I'm not saying. What I'm saying that it's not right to try to what's called explain the Quran from
Mm-hmm.
the English translation. If you want to explain
Mm-hmm.
the Quran, explain from the Arabic. That's the first
Okay.
statement that I'm saying.
Okay.
The second thing, that's Surah Al-Hashr, Ayah 7. وما أتاكم الرسول فخذوه وما نهاكم عنه فانتهوا
Mhm.
واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب.
Right. Inna
So
Allah
that's
shadid al-iqab, alhamdulillah. So what's that verse mean?
yes. So this verse basically says
Please
you need to
explain.
take the
No, no,
you need
no. Please. You can't translate it to English because then nobody will understand. So you have to tell it to me in Arabic and then explain it in Arabic because then nobody here will understand what you're saying, right? So
I
why are you
understand.
telling me about? Yeah, you said you clearly said that you cannot deal with the translation because it has to be in Arabic. But now you want to sit here and talk about the Arabic Quran in English. So isn't that a form of
No,
hypocrisy?
I'm talking about the first thing that is translated an ayah to in English. You try
Yeah.
to
For
explain
for
it in
who?
English
No,
for
for
the
who?
audience.
For the audience.
For-
So if the audience
yeah.
is in English speaking, do I have to speak to them in Arabic?
No, you do not have to speak to them in Arabic, but it's
Okay,
wrong to
so
explain a verse in English and try to what's the word? Interpret.
here, buddy, I'll
No.
help you out. ما
Yeah.
أفاء الله على رسوله من أهل القرى فلله وللرسول ولذي القربى واليتامى والمساكين وابن السبيل كي لا يكون دولة بين الأغنياء منكم وما آتاكم الرسول فخذوه وما نهاكم عنه فانتهوا واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب. I don't need the English translation, my friend.
Yeah, I understand that you don't need an
Okay,
English
so
translation.
if I'm going
Okay.
to talk to the English people, I'm going to translate it to the best of my ability. But this is what
Okay.
you did. You know, I'm going to tell you something what you did. You told me,
Mm.
and whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he ends you from, then end. And beware
Yes.
of God, because God is severe in punishment, right? So do you know what you
Yes.
did? I'll show you what you did. I'll show you an example for what you did. I'll go to chapter 27, and I'm going to write here, right? I'm just going to say this. Imburika man fi nar, right? Blessed is he who is at the fire. That's all you did. You just gave me a portion of the. I'm just going to give you this portion. Blessed is he who is at the fire or is in the fire, right? Burika man fi nar. So is that verse now mean that everybody in hell is blessed?
No, but
Why?
I cannot because Burika is not actually blessed. That and that
Burika,
no.
barak.
Yeah, I understand that. In that sentence, it doesn't mean another meaning because
What does it
that
mean then? What does
actually I don't
burika
know. I
mean?
didn't study this, but what I'm saying,
Barakallah fi.
like I will give you one
Okay.
example, which is
Brother,
one
this
word.
is you didn't understand. It's not about one word, it's about the
Yeah,
context, and I understand how it fits differently, but this
yeah.
doesn't make the Quran difficult for us to understand just because there is context behind the words. You're playing something that is very weak, and it's a weak argument. So if I come
No,
here and I go to 107 and I go to you and I go فَوَيْلٌ لِلْمُصَلِّينَ, right? So woe to those who
yeah,
pray, and I just leave it here. So that means anyone
yes,
who's praying, he's woe to him, right?
no. That I'm not.
No, no, but
You
I
take my delivery
listen.
wrong way.
I'm
What I'm
not taking
saying.
delivery the wrong way. I'm answering you, but you need wisdom
Yes.
for you to understand what I told you. You said
Okay.
whatever the prophet gives you, then take it, and whatever he ends you from, but then end it. But you only gave a portion of the verse. The verse is not talking about everything in what you're trying to consider as what the prophet's giving you. The
Okay.
verse there is talking about war bounty. So it's things to do in war. Because the verse goes, وَمَا أَفَاءَ اللَّهُ عَلَى رَسُولِهِ. So whatever God has bestowed upon his messenger, and then he's telling you about who the portions go to, and whatever the messenger gives you, take it, and whatever he refrains you from, stop it. It's got nothing to do with hadith.
So what's the proof on the that we don't need to listen to hadith?
The
Which
proof is the
means also in
Quran.
the
No.
contents. Yeah. Give me from
I
Quran,
don't.
yeah.
I don't have to prove from the Quran that the Quran is telling me not to follow the hadith, because there is no verses telling me to follow the hadith. You have to prove that the Quran is telling me to follow the hadith.
Because many verses say that. A lot of
What's the verse?
verses.
Where's the verses that tell me that I have to go to an external book? God says,
Okay.
وَمَا
Yeah.
فَرَّطْنَا
Okay.
بِالْكِتَابِ مِنْ
Okay.
شَيْءٍ. So we did not leave anything from the book. وَلَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ تَفْصِيلًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ. So the book
Okay.
has clarity for everything. تفصيل. You know what tafsil means? Okay.
Yeah.
God says, إِنَّا ضَرَبْنَا لِلنَّاسِ فِي هَذَا الْقُرْآنِ مِنْ كُلِّ مَثَلٍ. We have struck an example for the humans of every example. تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق فبأي حديث بعد الله وآياته يؤمنون. So these are the verses of God that we gave you in truth. This is Jathia. So in what verses or what hadith after God and his verses do they believe in? So there's actually more evidence to tell me not to follow your
Okay.
hadith.
What's the context in this verse, the last verse you mentioned?
Which one? That these are the verses of God. So do not take any other hadith. What more context do you need at that point?
Okay, so you took my verse and you searched for the context. Why don't
Here,
I search
I'll
for
show you.
it?
I'll show you. Yeah, exactly. Because unfortunately, you're coming here, but you don't know what the Quran actually says. You know what Daddy in the mosque keeps telling you. But if I'm saying these verses, you just don't know where they belong. So here, we'll read it together. I'll put it on the screen.
Okay.
These are the same things we usually do. So, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. آمين. تنزيل الكتاب من الله العزيز الحكيم. So we're talking about the kitab. What's the kitab here in this context?
The Quran.
Okay. إن في السماوات والأرض لآيات للمؤمنين. Okay. Indeed, there are signs in the heavens and the earth for the believers. وفي خلقكم وما يبث من دابة آيات لقوم يوقنون واختلاف الليل والنهار وما أنزل الله من السماء من رزق فأحيا به الأرض بعد موتها وتصريف الرياح آيات لقوم يعقلون تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق فبأي حديث بعد الله وآياته يؤمنون. So if God is talking about the book and he gives you verses from the book and then he tells you these are the verses of God, so what hadith after God and his book do they believe in? So I guess the context here is what? The Quran. So what hadith after the Quran do you believe in?
Okay. So okay, what about
brother,
Surah
listen.
An-Nisa? Yeah, I listen. I
وَأَتَاكُمُ
think
اللَّهُ. Oh no, sorry.
that's
أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول. Is that the one that you want to go to? وَأُولِي الْأَمْرِ مِنْكُمْ. ولا which verse do you want? ما اختلفتم من شيء فردوه إلى لا ولا فلا وربك لا يؤمنون حتى يحاكموك. Which verse would you like?
maybe for Al-Imran, verse 31.
So 331. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I'll explain it before I pull it up. So if I said, right? If I say there's only one God, okay? I'm saying there's only one God. And now there's a bunch of polytheists that are saying there's 15 gods. Who would you follow?
I'm following you.
Okay. So what is God saying here? He's saying this. If قل إن كنتم تحبون الله فاتبعوني يحببكم الله ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم والله غفور رحيم. If you should love God, then follow me. God will love you and forgive your sins, for God is forgiving and merciful. Prophet Muhammad used to say there's one God. The Quraysh were saying there's many gods, or the people around Prophet Muhammad would say there's many gods. So who do you want to follow? The Prophet and what the Prophet is saying, or do you want to follow what multiple gods? And one second. The word follow is used a lot in the Quran. So before we go, what about? Let's go to Surah Ghafir. You know Surah Ghafir?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a guy who was hiding his faith from the people, right? الذي آمن, and he hid his faith from the people, right? And here, Pharaoh said, صح? وقال فرعون, O Haman, build a structure for me that I may reach the causes. ابني لي صرحا لعلي أبلغ الأسباب. Right?
Okay.
أسباب السماوات فأطلع إلى إله موسى وإني لأظنه كاذبا. The causes of the heavens, then I may rise to the deity of Moses, but indeed I think he's a liar. Right? وكذلك زين لفرعون سوء عمله وصد عن السبيل وما كيد فرعون إلا في تباب. Right? And thus it was adorned to Pharaoh the evils of his deed, and he was deviated from the way, and the scheme of Pharaoh was only in ruins. Now the guy said, وقال الذي آمن يا قوم تبعوني أهديكم سبيل الرشاد. And the one who believed said, O my people, follow me, I will lead you to the way of right guidance. And he tells them what the guidance is. O my people, this worldly life is only a provision, but indeed the hereafter is the home of stability. Whoever does a bad deed, then he will only be requited with the like of it. And whoever acts righteous, whether male or female, while being a believer, then will enter the garden. So he's telling them on what to follow. And Pharaoh is saying, no, follow me. I will show you Sabil al-Rashad. So the word follow does not mean now hadith and copycat and put him as a celebrity. You have another question, I feel like.
Actually, I have many questions because can you come back to the same verse, the first verse?
So 352, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Was it 52?
No, the
No.
verse that you just read. The first
from
one.
Surah Ghafir?
Yeah, from Surah Ghafir.
Okay. Okay. So follow me. Okay, here you go. What about it?
No, I just want to read it again. Yeah. So you started from the verse 37, right?
36.
It's 36. وقال فرعون Okay. Okay, it's a good point. Okay.
Brother,
Good
what
though.
you're trying to argue here,
Yeah.
what you're trying to argue here is you're trying to prove to me that the Quran is not enough. You want to prove to me that I need another book and more words for me to
Yeah.
understand the Quran. But God's
Not
saying
only
no.
to understand, to follow many things like how to pray, how to do Hajj, how to do Zakah.
Hajj is in the Quran.
Okay.
Hajj is completely in the Quran.
Okay,
Siyam
what
is
about
completely
Zakah?
in the Quran.
What about
Zakat
Zakah?
is, God is very clear with the zakat. So God is telling you one thing.
How-
God is telling
yeah.
you, He's saying that whatever you get from the war bounty to give 20%, khums, okay? So 20%. But God is not
Okay.
expecting you to give 20% every single time. So the more loyalty, so if God is saying, if someone prays 5 minutes, is he the same as someone who prayed for an hour and a half? Are they equal?
Not. No,
No.
as I think so. Yeah. Okay.
Because someone is putting more effort. Jihad aktar. Jihad aktar.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if someone gives 2%, is he the same as somebody who gave 10%, 15%, 20%? No. The one
No.
who's putting more of his percentage is more loyal to God. So هذا إخلاص
Okay.
لله. So there is no
Okay.
number for zakat. It's how much do you want to be loyal to God. So this is in the very beginning. God says here, and you're an Arabic speaker, so you understand the severity of the word that's being used. ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون. You know what it means to ينفقون? Yeah, it's like almost disperse in like as much as they can. But of course, you have your bills that you have to pay. You have, aside from your bills, you have to make sure that you have money to sustain yourself. So there's wisdom behind it. But the more you give in zakat, the more you give in sadaqah, the better it is.
Yeah. So this is basically talking about zakah or sadaqah.
This is okay. So God is telling you they're both giving in charity. God is telling you who's worthy of zakat and who's worthy of sadaqah. Okay, and technically your zakat is a form of sadaqah, but God tells you when the zakat is due. So a sadaqah can come from the kindness of your heart when someone comes asks you for money, or you see somebody that needs help, or there's a way for you to improve somebody's life. That's the sadaqah, right? But the zakat is when God gives you something. When you're getting paid that day, your sadaqah, which is at that point the zakat, is due immediately.
Okay. Another 2 questions and I will be done. Okay.
2 more questions?
Yeah, 2 more questions. Okay. The first question, what about praying and how the way for prayer and
okay.
Yeah.
So the concept of prayer, what you're doing is you were told in the mosque how the system that they set up is the way that they want to apply the prayer. There isn't one way of praying, okay? God gave you the guidelines of the prayer. They are establishing very similar guidelines in the way that Sunnis and Shias pray, but there's also concepts of shirk in their prayer. Because the prayer, God says that the prayer is for the God. Salah lillah, right?
Yes,
And he says, do
understand.
not call ولا تدعو مع الله أحدا, right? مساجد
Yes.
لله ولا تدعو مع. So when you're saying تحيات لله والصلوات والسلام عليك أيها النبي, so now you're talking directly to the Prophet in your prayer. That's a form of misguidance. Let's put that to the side. But
Okay.
God God didn't mention rak'ats. He didn't mention hand movements in the salah because it's not part of the salah. This is an organization that people made together so that they could pray together. But God is telling you about qiyam. God is telling you about sujood wa ruku'. God is telling you to recite the Quran in your prayer. And God is telling you, do not be loud, do not be low. And God is giving you the time of the prayer. And just like zakat, the more loyal you are to God, the more you want to fulfill the times of prayer. I'm just going to put something on the screen for you very quickly
Okay.
in regards to the prayer. Okay, here we go. Share this tab. Cool. Okay. So this is the tab I want you. Oh, let me just hide this because you guys don't need all this. There it is. So, boom. Okay. Share this tab. Put it on the screen. So these are some of the verses that are talking about the salah. You have the evening prayer, which they call the evening prayer. They call it Maghrib for you. But it's not,
Maghrib.
in the Quran, it's called Isha, but the people call it Maghrib. So this is when God says in the verse, وَأَقِمُوا الصَّلَاةَ طَرَفَيِ النَّهَارِ وَزُلُفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ وَزُلْفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ إِنَّ الْحَسَنَاتِ يَذْهَبْنَ السَّيِّئَاتِ ذَلِكَ ذِكْرًا لِلذَّاكِرِينَ. So God is telling you two ends of the day and one and in the advancements of the night or the parts of the night. Now God takes the verse, right? So he gave you the muhakkam. Now he's going to give you the tafsil to understand what the tarafay an-nahar is. God says here, أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل. So that's one salah. وقرآن الفجر. That's the second salah. So the first salah is the Maghrib, the second salah al-Isha. Now when Ramadan comes, right? Is the night come first or is it the night of Ramadan first or the day of Ramadan first? What comes first, the night or the day?
The day. The night,
No.
sorry. The night.
The night. Okay. So if the night comes first, what's the first prayer? Maghrib.
Fajr.
If the night comes first,
The night is before the Maghrib prayer is before the Fajr. It's
how?
basically in the other day. It's not in the first day of Ramadan. It's the day before the first day in Ramadan.
But the Maghrib prayer.
Yeah,
right?
the Maghrib prayer. It's
That would
after
okay.
Fajr.
So if the
It's basically yeah.
when
Can
does the day start?
Okay.
Night first or the day first? Night first.
The day. Yeah, start from at 1 o'clock as best. That's the normal.
No.
He's
This
asking
midnight
Maghrib.
thing.
Oh, can I interrupt?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the brother is saying in Islam, when does the day start? After Maghrib or after Fajr?
The day start
Yeah, when does the day start? Not
after
as in,
Fajr.
not as in daytime.
The day is
In
when the
Islam.
sun comes.
No, not the day. I mean, like the lunar calendar.
اليوم not نهار not نهار
Yeah.
يوم اليوم
Okay.
يبدأ في الليل أم يبدأ في النهار؟
I don't understand the question actually.
So okay,
Yeah.
in the Islamic view,
Yeah.
they say the night is so it's like the night of Ramadan and then the first day of Ramadan. So the first night of Ramadan and then the first day of Ramadan.
Okay.
And then Ramadan ends with a day. So it starts with the night and ends with the day. So that's why they have Taraweeh the second they say that today is Ramadan, right?
Okay,
So there's no
yeah.
fasting, but so the night is the first and then the daylight is the second. Night, day, night, day. So if night comes first, what would be the first prayer? The Maghrib.
Okay.
And then the second part of the day is the Fajr.
Yeah.
That would be your
okay.
second prayer. What's the one in the middle? Isha, what you call Isha?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so alhamdulillah, we solved this. So we go here. God is saying, وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةِ طَرَفَيِ النَّهَارِ وَزُلْفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ. There's your 3 times. أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل. That's the first prayer. وقرآن الفجر. That's the second prayer. And God says, وَمِنَ اللَّيْلِ فَتَهَجَّدْ بِهِ نَافِلَةً لَكَ عَسَى أَن يَبْعَثَكَ رَبُّكَ مَقَامًا مَحْمُودًا. So between those two prayers, you have a time for prayer as well, which is in the middle of the night. Why? God says, قُمِ اللَّيْلَ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا نِصْفُهُ أَوْ انقُصْ مِنْهُ قَلِيلًا أَوْ زِدْ عَلَيْهِ وَرَتِّلِ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا. Get up at night for a while, half of it, or decrease a little from it, or exceed over it, and annotate the Quran by chanting. Those are the 3 times that God is telling you where your prayer is upon you. Now there's a verse where God clearly says, من قبل صلاة العشاء ومن قبل صلاة الفجر أو من بعد صلاة من بعد صلاة العشاء ومن قبل صلاة الفجر. So he's giving you the 2 names of the prayers. And then there's a verse where he goes, وحافظوا على الصلوات وصلاة الوسطى. So that's the 3 names of the prayers listed in the Quran. And God clearly tells you, wash your face, 5, 6, that's the wudu. Wash your face, your elbows, wipe your head, wipe your feet, or wash your feet, depending on the... And then he's saying, I take it to direct my face to the sacred mosque, the Qibla, where it's going to be accepted from me, to stand in obedience and humility, right? Khushu, qum, bikhushu. And then the chapter in 29, وَاتْلُ مَا أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةِ. So you have to recite what has been revealed to you from the Quran and stand the prayer. And the salah is for the dhikra. And God told you about sujood, ruku', and with tasbih. So these are the times of prayer. There's times of tasbih as well. When God says, وَسَبِّحْ بِحَمْدِ رَبِّكَ قَبْلَ طُلُوعِ الشَّمْسِ وَقَبْلَ غُرُوبِهَا وَمِنْ أَطْرَافِ اللَّيْلِ فَسَبِّحْ. So there's verses about tasbih. See what I'm saying, brother? The Quran has all the answers.
So how many prayers do you pray in a day?
I pray 3 prayers. Okay, I have my 3 prayers as God tells me, and I have times of tasbih. My times of tasbih is around 6, and 3 of them align with the prayers. So I have what you... Okay.
So
there's something important. I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. There's a verse that says, وَلَا تَجْهَرْ بِصَلَاتِكَ وَلَا تُخَافِتْ بِهَا وَابْتَغِ بَيْنَ ذَلِكَ سَبِيلًا. This is in chapter 17, right? Don't be loud in your prayer, and don't be low in your prayer. Find the middle path, right? You guys say there's 5 prayers. You have the Fajr, then you have the Dhuhr, then you have the Asr, then you have the Maghrib, and then you have the Isha, right? So the Fajr, if you're praying in the mosque, does he say it out loud, yes or no?
It will be loud,
Okay. Dhuhr, is it loud or low?
No.
Quiet. It's quiet, right? Okay, we put that one down. Asr, do they say it loud or quiet?
Quiet.
Okay, that one there. Maghrib, do they say it loud or quiet?
Quiet. No, loud, sorry.
Loud. Isha?
Loud.
Okay, so 3 prayers are out loud, as God said, وَلَا تَجْهَرْ بِصَلَاتِكَ وَلَا تُخَافِتْ بِهَا. And then the other ones are quiet. So you're praying 3 times, and then you have 2 other times which are you're doing as tasbih.
So I searched.
So you guys are aligning to the Quran.
Yeah, but basically in Arabic, what I searched, أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس وإلى غسق الليل. So دلوك الشمس means the time it's removed, which actually means the time of Salat Dhuhr, which is 12.
Habibi, be honest. Be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm
God
honest.
says, أقم الصلوات. Yeah, brother. Let's be honest to what the verse is saying. Does it say أقم الصلوات? No, sorry.
No.
أقم الصلوات. صلاة واحدة. أقم صلاة. Here's the verse. It's one verse. It's one salah. It's not salawat. أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس.
Let me read it first, أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل.
That's one prayer.
Yeah. Which is Dhuhr in Arabic meaning.
Duluk al-Shams means the setting of the sun. So you could say that it starts setting from the middle, or but when the sun is setting, that's also called Duluk. Like you guys are forcing this interpretation, which is not correct, and I'll show you what I mean. You don't have to take my word for it.
I don't. I don't say anything, but what I'm saying basically in Arabic with Duluk Shams means the time it's removal, or the time it will be at. I don't know how to explain it, but it's basically the time of Dhuhr.
I
Okay.
understand, because there's some people from the Sunni exegesis that say this, but it's not correct to the verse. The verse is not talking about 3 salahs from Duluk al-Shams ila Ghasaq al-Layl. It's talking about 1 salah. So do you stand praying from noon all the way to Ghasaq al-Layl, the twilight of the night? No. So now it's salawat, not salah. So this is
If I
where you're
talk,
not being
okay,
accurate.
yeah, no, I'm giving one salah. It's aqim salah. It's 1 salah, right? I'm talking about Dhuhr now.
From Dhuhr all the way to Ghasaq al-Layl?
No.
أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل. That's 1 time.
Yeah. Okay. What's the Duluk Shams in your
دلوك الشمس is
explanation?
the setting of the sun.
Setting in the sun. What about Ghasq al-Layl?
غسق
So
الليل is the twilight of the night.
okay, so
Not
you're
full
saying
night,
that's
but
a
it's
Maghrib
onset.
prayer, right?
Maghrib prayer. That's exactly what you guys do for Maghrib prayer. Yeah. دلوك الشمس لغسق الليل.
Okay.
And I'm not the only person who said this, brother. If you look at the Tabari lists all the interpretations people had to this verse. And
Yeah,
Abu
no.
Ja'far himself says, Abu Ja'far, which is Tabari, he says, yes, this is about Maghrib, Isha, and Fajr.
Okay. I will give you the point. The last thing that I want
Brother,
to
listen,
ask about.
I'm not here to get points and all this. I want you to really sit and think. The Christians, they got lost. The Jews, they got lost. Why do you think that 1400 years after the blessed prophet, peace and blessings upon that prophet, that his people will never get lost? Why do you think that we look at the condition of the Middle East? Is this
Yeah.
God helping us and providing us? No. Maybe we're saying a lot of lies about God and following something that isn't from God. So God is punishing us, and people, just like the Christians, if you tell them Jesus is not the Son of God, they don't wake up, they don't get it. They think, no, he is, khalas. But when you go to a Sunni and you say, like, Moses cannot punch the angel of death away. No, it's in Sahih Bukhari, he can. You're lying. Prophet Muhammad's not allowed to marry a 6-year-old. No, he did. It's against the Quran to marry a 6-year-old. He did. Okay, then you're gonna lose like the Christians and the Jews.
Okay.
That's why we have these positions. That's why I'm capable of answering all your questions easily, because the sheikhs and the scholars and the students of knowledge, they have thousands of books, hundreds of books that they have to read all of them. They read it 1 time, 2 times. They keep reading these books, marra, martin, whatever. But when it comes down to the Quran, I've read it so many times. There's not a single question, as God says, there's not a single question where the Quran will not answer it. And I've been answering your questions, صح?
Yes, I told you I have the last 2 questions. You answered 1. I have the last one. To be
Last
sure.
question, inshallah.
Okay,
Yes.
inshallah. Which is لا okay لقد كان لكم في رسولي
لا
أسوة
هي
حسنة.
أسوة لمن
حسنة.
ذكر الله كثيرا.
لا,
Right?
الأحزاب 21. Yeah.
33:21, right? Is it
Yeah.
21? لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن ذكر الله كثيرا لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا. Here it is. So I didn't astaghfirullah, I messed up that one. So yeah. لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا. There has certainly been a good pattern for you in the messenger of God, for whoever is expecting God in the last day and remembers God frequently. Have you ever seen the verse where God says ثم أوحينا إليك نتبع ملة إبراهيم حنيفا وما كان من المشركين? Right? Did you ever see that verse?
Yeah, I saw it. Of course.
That verse is listed many times in the Quran. Follow the inclination, the creed, the thinking of Ibrahim. So Prophet Muhammad, who we follow, Prophet Muhammad himself was told to follow Abraham. Now,
Yes.
the verse that you said, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ إِسْوَةً حَسَنَةً, this was not used 1 time in the Quran. So if you go to verse 60, chapter 60, verse 4, God says, لقد كان لكم أسوة حسنة في إبراهيم والذين معه إذ قالوا لقومهم إن براء منكم ومما تعبدون من دون الله كفرنا بكم وبدا بيننا وبينكم العداوة والبغضاء أبدا حتى تؤمنوا بالله وحده إلا قول إبراهيم لأبيه ليستغفرن لك وما أملك لك من الله من شيء ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير. So here there has been a good pattern for you in Abraham, right? And the verse carries on. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا واغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. And listen to this verse. لقد كان لكم فيهم أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر ومن يتولى فإن الله هو الغني الحميد. There has certainly been a good pattern for you in them, for whoever is expecting God in the last day, and whoever turns away, indeed God is the rich and praiseworthy. So this clearly shows me in the Quran, Muhammad is a good example, and Ibrahim is a good example. And the example is their thinking, that these people associate with God. Well, Allah in chapter 12, God says, وَمَا يُؤْمِنُ أَكْثَرُهُم بِاللَّهِ إِلَّا وَهُم مُشْرِكُونَ. So God is telling us, if we're going to follow Prophet Muhammad and follow Prophet Abraham, we have to realize the shirk that the people are doing and say, hey, we're free of your shirk. We're free of the hadith. We're free of these books that you write. We're free of this nonsense. To us, the book of God is sufficient. Hasbina kitabullah, right? And then the people usually want to attack us. Oh, how can you? And you guys are crazy. You guys are liars. You're a sect. And then the verses get fulfilled. They called my prophet crazy. I'm going to get called crazy. They drove my prophet outside their home. I'm going to get driven out of my home. They called Abraham crazy. I'm going to get called crazy. Prophet Abraham was kicked out of his house. I got kicked out of my house for my faith. So we have good pattern in both of them to remember God in the last day. That's what the verse keeps saying. Any other questions? And I hope I answered it.
Yeah, you answered all the question. Basically, I wasn't ready for this.
So are you ready?
But
are you ready to submit properly? Are you ready to submit to God properly? So for you now to understand that God wants you to not sit here and to think about Prophet Muhammad all day and what Prophet Muhammad said and what his friends said or what his friends did. He wants you to worry about your day of judgment. God's not going to ask you about Abu Bakr. God's not going to ask you about Ali, Uthman, Muawiyah, and Umayyads wal Abbasi. God has, this is none of your concern. For you, how did you make this world a better place? Did you take care of your parents? Did you take care of your children? Did you feed the people who? Did you pray? Did you practice the Quran often? This is what you're going to be asked about. All this other nonsense people want to come. The Prophet said to eat with your left and to wipe your butt with your left, to eat with your right. This is not in the Quran. This is not, I'm not going to be asked about it. Because nowadays we have running water. So there's absolutely no reason for you to find your guidance somewhere else. إذا أنت بدك تدخل في التاريخ, if you want to go into the history, إذا بدك تطلع على تفاصيل, be my guest. But to say that there's laws outside of the Quran, like I have to stone the adulterer, no, that's haram. God never told me so. For me to kill the apostate, no, God never told me so. That there's rida'at al-kabir, like the breastfeeding of an adult, no, there's not. These are not things. So if you're ready to submit that God gave you a book, تفصيلا لكل شيء, right? Then I implore you to really go read the Quran in Arabic as close and apply it to yourself and apply it to your people. And you'll see why we're Quran alone.
Okay, I'll admit that you give me a good point. I'll read this again. I will check. And inshallah, in the future, we will have another discussion.
Assalamu alaikum.
Brother.
Yes.
Brother, thank you. I was with my friend. Actually, I'm having the debate with him tomorrow. But I guess you've answered his questions. Thank you, Brother Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace, brother. Wa alaikum salam. I got your emails, man. Thank you. Because this was easier, I guess, than writing a whole email. All right, man. All right, if you can, please, yes. Alhamdulillah. Woo! That was, see, guys, alhamdulillah. God's message is clear for anyone who's actually pondering about the truth. May God guide him. And yes, alhamdulillah, thank God for that. Actually, you know what? This is a very good time for me to prostrate. I invite you guys to prostrate. That's amazing. Okay. So before we do that, I do have to check on something. There is some people actually, that I need to, I'm having a certain, I don't know how to explain it, but just give me a second. If this works out beautifully, I will be very happy. Because I think we can get it done. They didn't start. I think I'm too early though. Yeah, we could just leave it here. Alhamdulillah. Okay. All right. Next on the list is yeah, this is beautiful. Peace, brother. Salam.
Wait, I'm here? Oh,
You're here. I'm here.
I was
Well,
confused.
good morning.
Salam.
Salam.
All
How you
right.
doing?
So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, more to see your perspective on like Christianity and everything. I wanted to ask you a question because I know I read it through the lens, like sort of the Quranic lens, like the Quran itself is the sign of God, you know, because like the Prophet didn't have like miracles directly, and like let's say like it's richness and non-contradictory and everything, and there's like so many like how do I say this? There's so many like references on itself and like that. And I wanted to ask you sort of a question. Like, do you think the New Testament, like even with the whole corruption and the changing and everything, what do you think of the like all of the cross references from the Old Testament to the New Testament?
So, if I told you that if you wanted something from God, right, who is very just and he's very wise and he's very understanding of what you're going through, and he knows when to deliver something and he knows when to hold back something because he knows. If I told you to go and knock on his door and keep begging him and supplicating to him for something until he opens the door for you, did I say something that's not consistent with the Quran?
Nope.
So it's consistent with the Quran, right?
Mm.
That's in the New Testament. Now, what if I say this? That with the power of faith, you can move mountains. Is that something that's consistent with the Quran?
Yes.
Okay, if someone hits you, give them the other cheek. Forgive them. Is that consistent with the Quran?
Yeah.
So the Quran's confirming these messages that are in the Gospel. All three examples I gave you, these are examples that they claim that Jesus said. Now, I want to paint to you a picture, okay?
Mm.
So let me open Paint so we can do this together. Okay.
All right.
Sorry, guys, this is my next level board. Let me share this. This is gonna be a weird experience for you guys. Stop screen, present screen, share screen, window. There it is. Okay. So can you guys see my window? Cool. Let's just make this a little smaller. So we have, this is 1400 years ago. Okay. 1400 years. Right?
Yeah.
We have the Torah and we have the gospel in one book, correct?
Yeah, of course.
But this gospel has been corrupted. There has additions. So there's some truth, but it has been corrupted, right?
Mm.
God then brings down the beautiful Quran, right? Here we go, Quran. And the Quran is addressing directly the what? These problems. Okay?
Mm.
Okay, but now some Christians and Jews, right? These are my stick men.
Yeah.
Guys, these people, they become Muslims. Okay?
Mm.
These people here, they become Muslims. Right? But what do they have? They have their old Bible. Sah? Because they used to be Christians and Jews, correct?
Yeah,
So
of
they
course.
have, and now they also have the Quran, right?
Hmm.
Now we have unfortunately people. Where's the brushes? Here. We have people here that chose to not be Christians and Jews, right? And they have their old book, right?
Yeah.
Now, after the Quran has revealed, can they change the book again?
Not really.
Because the Muslims have a hold of it. So if they went change the book, the Muslim will go, no, this is the one that was here a week ago. So you can't change it because we already have the actual copy that was around when the Prophet was around. the one that you guys corrupted, we have a copy of it right here. So whatever changes you want to do is not going to fly because we have the book. So the Quran not only did it lock itself, it locked the Bible in the condition that it was in. And then the Quran fixes it.
I get it. But now my question is what about the Dead Sea Scrolls then? Because
what about them?
Because Dead Sea Scrolls, they're like the same exact like replicas that there is today.
Of what? The Bible today, right?
Yeah.
Locked. I'm telling you, brother. And God is fixing it. So I'll give you an example, okay? Here, I'll show you something in the Bible.
Yeah, I get it. Like it's locked in place, and the Quran is like
let me show you something. Yes, so exactly. So I want to give you an example of the correction. So the Jews here. Let me share screen. The screen I want to share is right here. It's Exodus 32. Okay. So when the people saw that Moses was long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, "Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what happened to them." Right? And then Aaron, okay, Nabi Harun. Aaron answered to them, "Take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing and bring them to me." So all the people took off their earrings and brought them to Aaron, right? He took what they handed him and made it into an idol cast in the shape of a cow, fashioning in a tool. Then they said, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you out of Egypt." Okay, so who do they say that built the calf?
Yeah, it's Aaron, but in the Quran it's not the same.
Exactly. So God in the Quran corrects it. What did he say? It was the Samaritan. فَأَخْرَجَ لَهُمُ السَّامِرِي. Right? So this is, I believe, in chapter 20. Right? So this is how God fixed that story. But is the rest of the story pretty similar to what happened in the... So here. And look, it's almost identical, the rest of it. He said, "For indeed, we have trailed your people after you, but the Samaritan has misguided them." So Moses returned to his people infuriated and sorrowful. He said, "Oh, my people, did your Lord not promise you a good promise? Was the agreement? Then look long for you, or do you want the wrath of your Lord to arrive upon you?" Right? And then when he's questioning, he says, they said, "We did not break your appointment by our control, but we carried burdens from the people adornment, so we threw them, and thus did the Samaritan cast." So he produced for them the embodiment of a calf, which had a moo sound. And they said, "What? This is your God and the God of Moses," but he forgot. So you see, it's God is telling them the actual fix of the story that they kind of had.
Yeah, I get it.
But can they go now change their Bibles and try to modify it and say, "No, we never said Aaron," or "It wasn't Aaron, it was the Pharaohs," or no? Why? Because we have copies.
But yeah, I guess I sort of get your argument. But
do I need to go through these? No. But if they come present to me an evidence and say Aaron built the calf, I say, "No, hey, no, you're lying there," because it's not Aaron, it's the Samaritan. Did I need to read their books to know it? Not really. So God told me to believe in their books, but not to follow them. This is what Baba Shuaib keeps telling. So you don't need to believe, you don't need to follow the books that they have, but you need to believe that there is some truth from it from God. And whenever they're presenting that truth, if there's something that sounds awfully bad, then you have a verse to help you. Because God says, وَإِنَّ هَذَا الْقُرْآنِ يَقُصُّ عَلَى بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ أَكْثَرَ الَّذِي هُمْ فِيهِ يَخْتَلِفُونَ. I believe it's like, so this Quran, it dictates to the children of Israel much of what they used to differ in.
All right, I think I get it.
So why did God talk about yellow cow? Because they want a red cow. So it's not a red cow. You know the whole thing they're doing in Jerusalem. It's a it's a yellow cow, not a red cow. One, they're saying that Jesus is not the Messiah. God calls him a Messiah many times. So there's so many ways that the Quran is dealing with their situation.
But okay, my question is, what does it mean to be a Masih in Quran? Because in
Masah.
Masah. But
anointed.
What does it mean specifically?
Anointed. And what someone who has been picked for a certain purpose for the children of Israel. The only people who would understand the word Masih and where it fits in its position is only the children of Israel, because the world has not been promised a Messiah. It does not make sense for the world to have a Messiah. The only people, because of their prophecy, that require a Messiah is the children of Israel, because the children of Israel, they got casted. For them to come back and become a unity, a single group, a Messiah had to come and unite them. Jesus came, united them. That's why it's very difficult to kick the Jews out of Jerusalem, because they might not believe that God's amazing. He's fulfilling two promises at the same time. One, the Jews don't believe that the Messiah came, but the Messiah actually did come. And God did say to the children of Israel that they can't go back to the land as long as the Messiah came. The Messiah did come, so he's allowing them and he's fulfilling the promise without them even realizing it. And the second thing is, God says that the Jews cannot initiate a war for a long time. God will quickly extinguish it, and we see that every time the Jews in the Holy Land tried to initiate a war, it was quickly extinguished. When it was the other side fighting the war and they started the war, then that war went on for quite some time. It's amazing if you actually look at it.
That's certainly interesting, but if it's not, but for me, like when you see like the Jews like being united and everything, like after
They're
the
not.
second temple, yeah, that's the thing though. They got like they rejected the Messiah, and God's wrath was upon them in the New Testament. But like for example, because all of the like references for like the cross references a bit in the Old Testament for Jesus, when you ask Christians, it's a bit like I think it was no, I forgot his name. It was the one that had like dreams and everything. It's like it starts by M.A.
Daniel?
No. Wait, let me pull it fast.
Malachi?
Yeah, Malachi. Oh my lord. All right. Yeah, Malachi and all of the others so many like cross references. Like,
Right.
rather, what would be the purpose then? Like if like Jesus is
These
a
are
mercy to
prophets.
them, huh?
These are prophets. They all have to, as God says that they within the Torah, which they don't have the full Torah, but it's a way for the prophets that submitted to judge to the rabbis and the priests and to the people technically. So they had to use it as the form of law, which kind of the prophets also evolved with it over time. Think about it. Is Moses going to sit there and recite to them how Moses died?
No.
Okay. Is he going to give exact details on how Moses died? Obviously not. So there had to be a progression. That's why you can't. That's why I don't say the book of Moses is the Torah. It's very difficult to make the attachment in the Quran. The Torah is more than just the book of Moses, but the book of Moses is within the Torah because there's many prophets technically that came between Moses and Jesus.
Yeah,
and within it, with them came down the Torah, because the Torah is a way of thinking. So I can take you to a verse in chapter 30, chapter 3. This is about Jesus. Torah. Okay, so the Quran is a way of thinking. Okay, yes, it's a book that you recite, but when you start to embody the Quran, it's a way of approaching the world. Okay, and it's very similar to how angel Gabriel would be addressing or approaching things from what God has taught him. Of course, it's a word from God. It is Tanzilu min Rabbil Alameen, but it's Gabriel's. Gabriel is the one delivering it. I can't get into much details in this stuff. People will get a little confused. But so here, if we look at this verse together, God says, and he will teach him the book, the wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel. This is about Jesus. So Jesus is being taught, one, the book, the wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel. So the Torah was definitely more than just the book of Moses at this point, because it would be the book of Moses and plus all the prophets that came and had to record something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. But
yeah, so he had the thinking of the Torah, which is the law, okay, and he had the thinking of the Injil, okay, which they call the Gospels. God is teaching him the Injil, but they're also books. Why? So that the people who want to follow these ways, there's a way for them to learn it. So God taught Prophet Muhammad, right, the book, the wisdom, and he taught him the Quran. So for us to learn what the book and the wisdom is, we extract it from the Quran, but we also have to embody that way of thinking. So when we say something, my God is wise and might. My God is strong and mighty. My God is kind and merciful. My God is graceful and merciful. So my God is, so these verses that God keeps repeating about himself, these are things that you actually have to embody in your brain and remember them. SubhanAllah.
What do you think of original sin then?
The original sin, that's like the sin
the
of
Christian.
Yeah, that's no, okay. So the Christians paint God as someone who's extremely unforgiving, that he had to bring somebody to bleed and die for that sin to be forgiven. Yet the Jews were obviously forgiven. The Jews are forgiven why Moses was sent, Abraham was sent. Are you saying Abraham was not like Abraham was waiting for Jesus to die for Abraham to be saved on the day of judgment? A'udhu billah. So the concepts of repentance, of forgiveness, and all of this is lost with the Christians, despite how friendly and forgiving they are. They're saying it's not possible for God to forgive the original sin unless somebody dies. But if somebody died, he died for his own sin. He's not going to carry your sin. There's like, you don't take other people's sins by you dying. In fact, if you died, you could take someone else's sins. So it's not. If he died for your sins, that means like what? He's going to hell.
But isn't Jesus and Maryam like sinless in the Quran?
No, we can't. It's not about sinless. It's the devil cannot affect them. But God does not say that they're sinless. You don't. The concept of sin is very simple. So if Jesus was half an hour, when Jesus knew that he had to wake up, but he was half an hour because he was tired, that's technically a very small, tiny sin. There's nobody who's infallible in the Quran.
No,
that concept is not. If he's completely sinless, then he's better than Abraham.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I was thinking like in the Quran,
Right.
it's Abraham that's the best of man, and like if not,
Right.
if Jesus was completely sinless, like and married, then they would be like the best of humanity.
1 second. What did Mary say when she was pregnant with Jesus? I wish I died and I was not part of this. This is showing ingratitude. That's a form of sin, which God obviously can easily forgive, but that's a type of a sin. Is that showing ingratitude while God is giving her an amazing blessing?
Okay. That's really well put.
Alhamdulillah. God gave me this. It's not from me. So these are answers I extract from the Quran. So.
All right. I think
You're good?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for answering all the questions and stuff. Oh, can I ask you one last one? I'm sorry.
Very quickly.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. How, like in the Quran, how merciful is that? For example, Christians will he show mercy like to them, even though, like, say for example, like saints, like they dedicated their lives to God all the time, and that's what they.
And they're doing shirk. Listen, I can't say that they're going to heaven, but I'm going to say what Jesus will say on the day of judgment. Okay, so Jesus is going to know the religion more than me, more than you, and more than the saints, right? Jesus knows the religion, and he knows that shirk is not forgivable, right? So why would Jesus say these words? I'll put them on the screen. He says, God says this. And when God will say, "Oh Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as gods beside God?" He, Jesus, will say, "Glory to be you. It was not for me to have said it. What I have no right. If I had said it, then you would have known it." Right? You know what's in my soul, but I do not know what's in yourself. Indeed, you are the knower of all sins. I, Jesus, told them just what you commanded me, that worship God, my Lord and your Lord, and I was a witness over them as long as I was among them. But when you caused me to die, you became the overseer for them. You are a witness of all things. So he knows some of his people did what? Shirk. Right? So he knows they committed shirk. And he understands how the human brains. So what does Jesus say here? If you punish them, then indeed they are your servants. But if you forgive them, then indeed you are Almighty, the wise. So why is he saying if you forgive them, if there is absolutely zero chance of them being forgiven, which Jesus would know this?
Yeah.
Right? Some people are taking the punishment of their sin of shirk which is not forgivable, they're getting punished on earth for it because they are genuinely good people. They're genuinely thinking about the day of judgment. They're genuinely trying their best, but they could not escape the programming. They could not escape these thoughts that they were attached to. So they would get punished in the world because God says that sin is not forgivable. So they will go through the sin. They will pay for their sins here instead of later. And the rest of them in the hellfire, they can go figure out how many gods there is.
All right. That was all.
Okay.
God bless you.
All right. God bless you too, brother.
Ciao.
Ciao. Peace. Guys, give me 1 second. Guys, 1 second. Sorry. I'm trying to set something up. Cool. Perfect. All right. Okay. So next we have BobLogic. But guys, there might be a chance of me. I have to like pause it for a second. So peace, Bob.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you, brother? You okay?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Yes, as you can see, I'm a Muslim, and I've seen your videos in the past, and I just want us to have a discussion because you seem
Sure.
to be Quran only person, and
Right.
yeah, I want us to have a discussion with that because I disagree with you based on
Okay.
some strong evidence, you know.
Strong evidence. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
So please present.
yeah, so I just want to know exactly because you said can you like give me a bit information why you think is wrong, please, and then I can respond to you, or do you want me to just get straight to you?
Straight at me. If you know my position, then you should be able to present your
Okay.
information.
Yeah, that's fine. So I disagree that we should only follow the Quran because even though the Quran is our superior book, it's number one book for us, we still need the Hadith because Allah says in the Quran, obey Allah and obey the Messenger. You know,
Yeah, so what's obey God?
obey Allah, which means whatever Allah spoken about in the Quran.
In the
I don't-
Quran?
yes,
So
and
God is limited to the Quran, is what you're saying.
no, I haven't finished. I was going to say the other one. Yeah, just bear with me because I haven't finished. So you obey the Quran and the Messenger, which means the Quran is written. Obviously, Allah is the one that revealed it, and of course, not everything that we need to know or we need to practice is in the Quran. So the Prophet ﷺ, he will convey the message and he will tell us how to do the extra things that are not mentioned in the Quran.
Hmm. Okay, so you said a claim that the Quran is obey God, right? So God is limited to just Quran. That's how we can only obey God, right?
No, also
Okay,
also through
okay.
the
Also,
Prophet
what?
ﷺ.
So obey the messengers is also obeying God.
Yes, because God is the one that's telling him.
All right. So let me ask you a question. So obey God is only the words of the Quran, and obey the messenger is only the words of the Hadith.
No, what I meant is when the Quran says obey Allah, it's talking about both the Quran and whatever the Prophet ﷺ tell you, except if he makes a
And
mistake.
obeying the Quran is not obeying the messenger at all. It's only obeying God.
Now, obviously, the Quran was the word
You're
of
not
Allah.
answering the question.
No,
It's the
no.
word from God. Tanzilu min Rabbil Alameen. I understand. But if I obey the Quran, That means I'm not obeying the messenger.
You are doing both, yeah.
Hmm?
You're
So if
obeying. You're basically
so
obeying
if I
them both.
so if I obey the Quran, I obey the messenger. Thank you.
Yes, because
Okay, so it's the argument.
no,
What's
no,
the
it's
argument?
because Allah says in the Quran, obey Allah and the Messenger, and the Quran was revealed to him. So yes, you
Right.
are obeying Allah and the Messenger.
Okay, so if I'm obeying the Quran, I obey the messenger, as you just said. Correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So
Yeah.
so the Quran, okay, so where's your argument?
Yes, my argument is that, yeah. So when you have that, like for instance, yeah, the how to do the Hajj rituals, yeah, the
It's in the
tawaf.
Quran. It's in the Quran.
But how many times? Does it say 7 times?
No, that's you. That's you saying that it's 7 times.
Do you
What happens
believe?
if I do it? What happens if I do it 4 times? Am I now not worthy of the Hajj or the Umrah?
If you do it 4 times,
Mm.
then I would say to you, where's your evidence of getting this from? Because in the Hadith, it
No,
says that.
it's then okay. So you're going back to your doctrine. I'm telling you, I'm a Quran alone person. You
Yeah,
said first you went obey God and obey the messenger.
that's
You
right.
tried
Yeah,
to paint that obeying God is the Quran and obeying the messenger is the Hadith. But then you also say that
both. I
obeying
told you
the Hadith.
both.
Okay, so obeying God. Okay, listen. So there is no distinguishment between obey God and obey the messenger, right?
Yes, because Allah is the one that gives you the information.
Perfect. Now show me a proof where God is telling me to go outside of the Quran for what the messenger said.
Okay. I mean, hang on.
Yeah,
Um,
because
hang on.
as you're doing that, I'll pull up a verse for you. Okay. So do you speak Arabic by any?
I can read it, but not speak it. No.
All right, I see. No worries, that's not a problem. Let me just pull up a verse here.
Okay. Surah 33, verse 36. وَمَا كَانَ لِمُؤْمِنٍ وَلَا مُؤْمِنَاتِ إِذَا قَضَى اللَّهَ.
Allah wa
Yeah.
rasuluhu
What
amra.
else? Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah,
You know what I mean.
yeah,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not
yeah,
that quick at reading like you, but I can read it.
that's fine. I
Yeah.
understand. I want to just before we address that verse, I want to talk about the verse here. Okay. So God is clearly saying, so I swear by what you see and what you do not see. Indeed, it is the word of an honorable messenger. إِنَّهُ لِقَوْلُ رَسُولٍ كَرِيمٍ. So the Quran is coming from the qawl of the Rasul, and God is saying a revelation from the Lord of the worlds. So if I want to know what the Prophet was saying to the world, what would I go look into?
You go to the Hadith, which is like a record, which is the recorded statements of the
God,
Prophet.
God clearly states. So what's in the Hadith? قال رسول الله, right? They say that often. قال الرسول, قال الرسول, right?
Yeah. Before I talk to you with the Hadith, I just want to let you know I don't agree with everything in the Hadith because there's some problematic.
That's
Yeah.
not what I'm trying to. That's not
Okay.
our
Cool.
argument. I believe
All right.
our
Okay.
argument is here. So God says, "Innahu liqawlu rasulin kareem." Indeed, it is the word of an honorable messenger. What is God talking about here? The word of an honorable messenger.
It might be an angel, Jibril.
Okay, but what's the word?
The word of a okay, it means like the speech, yeah.
The word, but what is the word specifically talking about here? So he's talking about a revelation from the Lord of the worlds. So what would the word be here?
The Quran, isn't it?
Yeah, the Quran.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
if
yeah,
God
yeah.
is at okay, so and then there's another verse I want you to
Oh no, okay,
wonder
okay.
about.
So you're reading a different verse than mine.
I
Is
know,
that
but because I'm trying to reach you to a point where your
okay? Yeah, yeah,
argument will
okay.
not make sense. So
Yeah,
I'm going
that's
to show you the weakness of your argument so that you could see what I'm trying to explain to you.
yeah,
So
go
you're
on.
telling me to obey the messenger. So if I go to 46:12, God says here, and before the book of Moses. So what's before it? What's it here? So if God is talking about the book of Moses, what's it?
And before it, that book of Moses was is it the Torah?
No, okay. So here, let's do this. The book of Moses was a guide and mercy, and
Yeah.
this book is a confirming language. So you said the book of Moses, you said that it was the Torah, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Is that a book from God?
Torah. Yes.
Does it have the verbatim word of God?
The one that was given to Musa alayhi salam. Yes.
Yeah. That one.
Yeah.
It's from God, right?
Yes, directly. Yeah.
It's the same thing as the Quran, correct?
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
What did God call that book?
Book of
The
Musa.
book of Moses. So he attributed it back to his messenger. He said the book of Moses. So when he's saying, and this book is a confirming language, what is this book?
Quran.
And who's the book of who then? If the book
you
here is
could-
the book of Moses, this book is the book of who? Allah or the
Yeah.
book of Muhammad?
Yeah, let me finish, bro. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's of course it's saying the book of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, so we're at the final point. So if I want to know what the prophet said and I have to obey the messenger, I have to go to the book of the messenger. The book of the messenger is the Quran. It didn't say here the book of Moses is Talmud or all our traditions or whatever else outside of the Torah. So here, this book is the Quran. It's the book of Muhammad. That's where I see what the messenger wrote.
No, I think look, come on. You know, yeah, the book of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the Quran because it was sent to him directly, which means, yeah, we are also part of it as Muslims. It's our book because we are the one that are following him, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So for us to understand everything what he taught us, it's a must. You have to go to the Hadith. Otherwise, how would you know how to do the things he did, like the 5 daily prayers, the Ramadan, and all these things like that are not mentioned in the Quran? It makes sense to have the Hadith for us to know these things. If not, we will be like lost. So yes, the Quran is number one. Absolutely agree with you. It's number one priority for us. But the Hadith does help a lot in how we live our life because not every single law or teachings are in the Quran.
Okay, but this is where you're making a straw man. No, everything, as God says, you do believe the Quran is from God, right?
Of course, I've said that already. Come on, every Muslim knows
Okay,
that.
so if the Quran is telling you that it's complete and you don't need anything
He does
else,
not exist.
right?
Therefore,
If the
we can
Quran is
identify
telling
that
you
We
Allah-
that everything is
we say
complete
that
and you
Allah
don't need anything
is
else,
equality with
I can't
quality.
hear you, bro. There's
So
something
he
there.
can exist without
Sorry.
his attributes.
I just
Can you
said
hear me
that
now?
Allah is equality with
Yeah,
quality.
but I can
Hello?
see a
And
video
I
there.
had
Is it your
asked you
video?
to give me an
Yes, so
example
the
yeah, I see a
of
video. I put the video on
equality with
purpose,
all
but
quality.
it's
yes, so
muted,
his
isn't it muted?
attributes subsist in
It's not
essence.
muted. I
Right?
can
So
hear
they're
you.
distinct.
That's what we
Can
don't
you
say
do you
that
hear it now?
That's my
the
point. And now
attributes
the
are distinct
attribute-
from themselves,
Yeah.
but not
Yeah.
distinct from
Oh,
the
But
essence.
still,
Alright, okay.
still is there. It's
Okay,
not
okay,
muted.
listen. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the video. I wanna keep the
Oh,
video.
okay, yeah. All right.
So what I was trying to say, I'm trying to multitask. See, oh, sorry. Oh, 1 second. Sorry, my my audio is muted. Just watching the screen. So yeah, so what I was trying to explain is that if the Quran that I believe that it's from God, it's telling me that it's complete, that nothing is missing, and it has all my guidance, and it has for me to do everything that I want to do, then why would I now say that the Quran? Now, why would I have to sit and say that the Quran is not, that it's not complete, and I need to go find my guidance somewhere else?
Because when the Quran says it's complete, yeah, I agree the Quran is complete, but
Right.
you need to get. Let me finish, please. But you need to get other verses which says you have to obey the messenger. So you have to
Mhm.
bring that together to reconcile. How
But
do
wait.
you, no? Come on, bro. I allowed you to speak. Come on.
Go ahead. Go
Come
ahead.
on,
Go ahead.
please,
You're right.
please. I'm not
Sorry.
going to take forever.
I apologize. I'm
All right, thank
apologize.
you. Yeah,
I'm trying to multitask. That's why.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So is this live as well? Are you doing
Theirs
live?
is live. Yeah, you see, I'm waiting in the backstage. So I wanted to
they-
ask them a question, and I'm doing my stream, so they're doing this stream. So I wanted to see if they let me on.
Oh no, I didn't know. Sorry, I didn't realize it's live. But
Yeah, but they
I
can't hear me.
Oh, okay. I can go if you want. If I'm
No. We can no because they're still haven't brought me up. I'm waiting for my turn.
Oh, okay.
So,
Cool.
yeah,
Cool.
sorry.
Yeah. So when the Quran says all things are in details, you have to get the other verse where it says, obey the Allah and the Messenger to bring it together so that they can
But
reconcile. Because all things in details include that one. And that one, yeah, where do you get the teachings from when it comes to 5 daily prayers and like the Hajj and the Sunnah and other stuff? Where do you get it from? From the Hadith. So
right.
I think for you to say that the Hadith is not needed, you don't have any evidence there at all, brother. You know,
No,
so it doesn't make sense.
the Quran is telling you literally that these are the verses of God. So what hadith after God do they believe in? So you're telling me that there is hadith after the verses of God, and these hadith are there to tell me what's missing in the Quran. As you said, the times of the prayer, you said as the ways of Hajj, which is in the Quran, the ways of Siyam is in the Quran, and the prayer is listed in the Quran, just not aligning to what you keep trying to paint out as prayer. You guys do a form of prayer, but it's not the only form of prayer. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, if when the Quran says obey the messenger, now me and you, we've lived 1,400 years after the Prophet ﷺ, so we haven't met him physically. Okay,
right?
So how
but I thought we agreed. We said together that that the Quran is the word of the messenger. So I know what the messenger said because of what the Quran is saying. I don't need anything else. Me and you already. Can you obey God before the Quran? Before the Quran was revealed, were people able to obey God?
Yes, because Allah gave them their book.
Even without a book. Even
Yes.
without a book. Can someone get guided?
Yes,
so you could obey God without having a messenger, right?
Yes. No, I didn't say without messenger. I said without a book, not a messenger. Because for people to be guided, they need a messenger or a prophet. Okay.
Who's the messenger? Who's the messenger of Abraham?
Now, Ibrahim himself, he's a messenger.
So he was always born a messenger? God didn't guide him to become a messenger?
You have to remember, Ibrahim was directly approached by the Malaikas. So Allah sent the Malaikas to directly approach him.
I think you're making a critical error here, brother.
No, I'm not, because he's a messenger. Okay, what does a messenger mean? Somebody who receives risala, a message.
Yeah, but after they've been picked. So when he was looking for God and he's saying that the sun is my Lord, or the stars or the Kawkab is my Lord, was that at that point he was a messenger, or is he looking for his Lord?
No, he was saying that to test the community, to show them worshipping such things. Because if you read the verses further, you can you can tell.
So one second. You're telling me.
Should we go there and demonstrate?
But brother, listen to me.
Yeah.
So if he's saying that first he points at the star, then he points at the moon, then he points at the sun, and then the sun sets. So first the night came, then he saw the stars, then he saw the moon, then he saw the sunrise, then he saw the sunset. This is a day and a half. You're saying his people was next to him for a day and a half?
Yeah.
Or was it he himself?
But if you read it further down the verses, you can see he was telling them, I have disassociated myself from you guys. I'm gonna give you this example. Example. When bro, please, come on, let me finish, please. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give you this example. When Ibrahim alayhi salam went and destroyed the idols in the Quran, he left the biggest one there, and then when they came, and he said to them, ask the big one. Okay, but he's the one that done it.
That's a different story.
Huh?
That's a different story.
I'm showing you the example of the way he was doing the dawah to people. He would do things,
brother,
and then tell them, you see, this one did it, or this one. He's trying to.
I understand. I swear to God, I understand. Listen, there's the time when he was looking for God. And then he freed himself. He said, I'm free of what you guys are doing. And then he set them up to see the message that Abraham got when he was trying to look. Because God clearly says, and we showed Abraham malakutu samawati wal ard, so that he could get guided. So it wasn't him guiding his people. It was him getting guided. When he got guided, he rushed to his people. He said, I'm free of what you guys are associated.
Exactly. That proved my point. We've showed him, guidance, which means, Allah already showed him, that's why he was able to become a messenger. So when he became a messenger, these people, they worship idols, all kind of stuff. These people.
I think it's very safe for you right now to go read the exegesis.
Should we go
It's
to
not
the
about
verse?
reading. I'm explaining the verse to you, but I think you need to read the exegesis because he was not showing an example to his people. He was getting guided when he was looking at the stars, sun, and moon. He wasn't giving an example to his people. His people already worshipped the sun, the moon, and the planet. He was trying to find which one is the strongest among them. And then he realized none of them is that. He told his people, "I'm free of you." And then he went make the example of the things. So you got that story a little backwards, brother.
I mean, I have read the story and I'm familiar with it. I'm pretty sure he was trying to teach them a lesson.
Which
by doing
chapter
that.
is it? Yeah, but go look at the language itself. At this point, he was learning the lesson. It wasn't his people. And when he learned the lesson, then he went taught them a lesson. Because you could see that God says that we showed him Malukutu samawati wal ard, so that he become of the aware. So he started now.
Let's go to the verse. It's Surah
brother,
6.
unfortunately, I have to keep my eyes on this. It's in chapter 6.
Yeah. Surah, I did say that. Surah 6, yeah.
Right.
70 something.
Right.
So let's go there because I think the context is good. Okay. Do you want to read it or shall I read it?
Give me one moment. So chapter 6, which verse?
You can read in English. I think it starts from 78.
No. So this is clearly
No, it starts from
earlier.
76. Yeah, 76. 75.
Right.
Oh no,
So
it gets better. It gets
75, brother. Listen,
No. Let's start.
we're gonna go to
Let's start.
sure.
74.
And when Abraham said to his father, "As a help, do you take idols as God? Indeed, I see you and your people in clear error." So he realized that his people are in clear error, right?
Exactly.
And then we showed Abraham the kingdom of heavens and earth, so that he would be those who are certain. So
Exactly.
he knew they were he knew they were error. And who's he showing? He's showing Abraham. So when the night came on him, he saw a planet. He said, "This is my Lord." He's talking to him. He's talking. He's not talking to his people at this point. He said it, not to his people, to himself. And when it disappeared, he said, "I don't like those who disappear." And then when he saw the moon rising, he said, "This is my Lord." And when it disappeared, he said, "Indeed, my Lord does not guide me. I will be of the misguided." Why is he saying that? Indeed, if my Lord does not guide me, I will be of the misguided. This is all a show for the people? No, this is him being honest. He's looking for guidance.
That's fine. Just continue.
And then when he saw the sun rising, then he said, "This is my Lord, this is bigger." But when it disappeared, he said, "Oh, my people, indeed, I am free of what you associate." So it's after this event, that's when he said, "Oh, my people, indeed, I am free of what you
What about before? What about in verse 75, where it says, "We showed him the wonders of the heaven and the earth, so that he would be showing faith."
Right. So he showed them because now he realized these people are worshiping idols. So he wanted to know the truth. So God showed them the kingdoms of the heavens and earth. So he becomes certain. So he saw the planet, he saw the moon, he saw the sun, and then he was certain that you can't see God. And he was guided. So he went back to his people. He said, "I'm 100% sure that you guys are lost."
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, look, as you can see clearly here, Allah showed him to be sure in faith. But this one here is actually talking about when it comes to like he's pretending to worship the stars to show to his people, yeah, that what the things you do is
listen,
not God,
I can't.
you know.
I need you to go look at the exegesis. He did that with the big idols. But if you look at the exegesis, the Sunnis, big portion of them do not agree with you. And there's only a small portion that's saying what you're saying. But the Arabic is not showing what you're saying.
Yeah,
this is him.
You yourself.
We're going on circle.
Okay, last point, and then I'll go. Yeah, because I need to go anyway. So you yourself admitted he did it with the idols. That itself showed you this is the way he was dealing with the people. You know?
No, when he became sure, he did the dawah by breaking the idol. But it goes back where people capable of obeying God before the Quran. Yes, so you could obey God, and the messenger is the Quran at this point, because the messenger is getting you closer to God. So if you obeyed the messenger, then you have obeyed God. You see what I'm saying? But even if the messenger was not here and the book was not here, people were still capable of obeying God. See,
yes,
that's my point.
I agree with you. People can obey people can obey God without a book, but they must obey a messenger and a prophet for them to
But
have a guidance.
so it's the book of the messenger. We're going in circles.
Yeah. Anyway, I need to go.
All
I
right,
think
brother.
I think it's a good discussion. We can have this sometime. When are you on next? Maybe we can.
Inshallah.
When are you
I
on?
don't know. I don't have certain times. So
Okay. I mean, I'll keep an eye on you. So my name is
sure.
BobLogic. Just remember, my name is BobLogic. So I'll get in
Nice to
touch,
meet you, BobLogic.
inshallah. Yeah. Take care, brother.
Inshallah.
Take care. Salam
Take
alaikum.
care.
Salam
Wa alaikum
alaikum.
salam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I'm trying to jump on here so that we can have a discussion. I was first in line, but they kicked me out. So I was jumping back in, but apparently they called upon me. I couldn't hear them. I'll listen to this.
In the speech of Allah, which is necessary and uncreated, in order for this attribute to be true,
Can you guys hear
Muhammad
it?
must exist.
Yes or no?
Therefore, hold on.
So give me the P and the not P, because you're not giving
I
me the
literally
premises.
put it in
No,
not P.
you
Can you guys hear it?
didn't give me a not P. The not P was you repeating
so-
what you had claimed earlier.
Yeah,
Do you
it's not
understand?
Young Paul,
Yeah,
yes.
so anyways,
Yeah.
so as these people are going, I just wanted to make sure. So if they put me on, I am ready at any moment. If you wanna pull me up, then I will unmute the stream. Cool. All right. So next we have an individual called Abbass. Just so you know, if they do pull me up, I'm going to remove you from the stage and just wait, and then we can carry on. Okay? Because there is an interesting discussion I want to have with them, and I want to prove that they might be saying things that is contrary to the Quran because of how they approach certain matters. But it's going to be a peaceful. You guys are going to see how I try to deal with them, and you're going to see them ganging up and doing their things. But I think it'll be an interesting discussion because these two, Ijaz will probably not say much. Okay, so you see Ijaz, the bottom right guy, he wouldn't sit and try to discuss with me much because he got schooled many times with me. So, but Imran and Abbass, they have a way of approaching the matter in a professional sense, where Imran is going to say things that it's not going to be attached to the topic, but he's trying to show that there's a deficiency in the logic, but he himself will show himself deficient in how he's presenting himself. But the conversation I want to have is with Abbass. That's that. I'm telling you guys. Let's see if they pull me up, inshallah. All right, Abbass, different Abbass. Peace.
Hello?
Hello. Peace.
Yo, peace be with you too. I have a question on the verses you were showing. 5117.
Which one?
Chapter 5, verse 117.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the context, right, Jesus is saying this at the day of judgment, right? Because in chapter
Correct.
5, verse 109, it says, God will gather the messengers during the day, and he will ask them.
Right.
Yeah. So Jesus is saying this during the day of judgment, and he will say, I was a witness. He will be a shahidan during the time when he was among the Christians, the people that follow him. But then ever since God did tawaffa on him,
right,
he has been the
overseer.
Sorry, what?
Overseer.
Overseer, or in Arabic it says araqban, right? Araqba.
رقيبا.
رقيبا, yes. Yeah,
شهيد على ما دمت فلما توفيت أنت الرقيب. Yeah, the observer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, what I don't understand is if Jesus is saying this during the day of judgment, then and ever since God did tawaf on him, and in chapter 3 verse 55 and also in chapter 4 verse 117 to 118, God did tawaf on him when during when people the Jews were trying to crucify him, right? So that was 2,000 years ago. So ever since then, when God did tawaf on him, since the day of judgment, God has been the Araqiban of the Christians. But then, if that's true, then how could he come back?
He's not coming back. and the Quran alone methodology, we don't believe he's coming back. Give me
Oh
one
wait,
second.
you
I just
don't
want to.
believe he's coming back?
No. Give me 1 second.
Oh, I came here because I had a doubt about that. I was reading the Quran. I was like, wait, how can he come back?
Yeah, he's not coming back.
Wait, but
What's he going to come back to?
How can you reject the second coming? Like, don't the Christians believe that even before Islam? Like, it's old teaching.
No, but because the Jews seeped it. The Jews gave them that idea because they denied the Messiah. They wanted another Messiah. They talked about a second coming. And then they just put it into Hadith as well so that people would. It's the Zionist mentality way before.
But why would Muslims adopt it? Why would Muslims adopt it?
The Hadith adopted it the same way the Christians adopted it. It's not part of.
Why would the Hadith adopt it though? I don't understand.
Brother, are you like? Why would they adopt Hadith in the first place? Because shirk and people are modifying it for political reasons.
Yeah, but like it's so widely taught, like he will come back. I don't understand.
Okay, then wait for him. You wait for him, and I'll wait for the hour, as God says.
Okay. Oh, I thought you believed in.
And it's it's very widely taught that Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, but what's the difference between shahidan and raqiban? Raqiba.
Shahidan, I was witness. Raqib is noticing every single thing. So I can witness you, but I can't be always constantly raqib on you on every single tiny detail and action and every thought. So shahid is different than raqib. God is a shahid and a raqib.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Muraqib.
Okay, yeah. And yeah, even if a person tried to use that as like, oh, it doesn't say that only Allah became the shahidan because it doesn't say shahid, but it doesn't matter because
Raqib has shahid in it.
Yeah, exactly. And also the wording, the grammar implies a change anyway. Like ever since you took me, then you, right? It's saying that I'm no longer this.
Exactly. So the amazing part is Jesus was showing respect to God. He said, if I'm a shaheed, if I'm a witness, you're better than that. So you're raqib, which involves the shahada.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I
you can't be a raqib if you can't witness them. Oh, you thought you got me into a trap?
No, I thought you would give me like I don't know, you would diffuse my doubt, but you don't even accept it.
There is no proof anywhere of Jesus coming. What's he coming back and do? To have a magical fight in the sky and everyone becomes Muslim?
But what about the verse
Mahdi?
in 4119? What's your interpretation of that verse?
Which verse?
4119.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with him coming back here.
You don't think so?
Right?
But it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't about that, unless.
So what's the verse again? 41.
Chapter 4, verses 119.
I don't think you got the right verse, bro.
Do I not?
No.
My memory might be.
No, this one's about the devil. But the one that you're trying to look for is like, وَمَا مِنْ أَحَدٍ مِنْ أُمِّ الْكِتَابِ إِلَّا لِيُؤْمِنُ بِهِ, right?
It's the one where
like
they will
not a
believe
like
in him, and they will believe in him before their death.
But that's already occurred. It's not everyone. The verse is not talking about everyone's going to believe in him. From the people of the book, they will believe in him, and that occurred.
Everyone believes in Jesus? What do you mean?
Yeah. What? No. Some of the people of the book will believe in him. And that occurred. It didn't say all of the people of the book will believe in him. They twist the verse because it's a mutashabih verse to make it sound like they all will believe in it. But no, it says from the people of the book will believe.
What verse is it again? I don't even remember. Is it not 4119?
No.
Which one is it then?
I'm trying to find it.
It's the one. It's like a part of the verses where it says وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ مَا صَلَبُوهُ.
Yeah, it's right here. I found it. So it says this here. وَمِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ إِلَّا لِيُؤْمِنَّ بِهِ قَبْلَ مَوْتِهِ, right? This is the one. And وَإِن مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ, right?
Which verse?
This is 159. 159.
Oh, 4159. Yeah, no, 41. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it says here, وَإِن مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ إِلَّا لِيُؤْمِنَّ بِهِ قَبْلَ مَوْتِهِ. وَإِن أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ, then you would have been right. But here the word min, from. So not all. But they tried to translate this as all.
You might be right. Hold on, let me see.
Sometimes I'm sometimes right by God's grace.
Oh my God, my phone is so slow.
No, they're not. All right, guys. All right, brother. Do you have any other questions? Because I think I'm about to go up on their stage. Brother? Oh, man. I'll let you guys hear what they're saying, just so that you...
Square, okay?
So we can...
And so that's its identity. Now, if
But
you then
Abbass...
say...
Yo, hello? Can you hear me?
Is that you,
yeah.
Doctor?
Any other questions? Because I have to jump on their stream.
Most people understand
God
that
knows.
if A
Right
is
now?
equal to
yeah,
and B
soon,
is
inshallah.
equal to
Bye-bye.
C,
Bye-bye.
then
Okay.
A
Yeah.
is equal to C,
Right.
right? A Christian would tell you that A is not equal to C.
Oh, okay.
Because if we say A, Jesus is God. If I do it like this, A, Jesus is God.
I don't know why they go into these details. It
sorry,
doesn't matter. It's not going to change anybody. Can you guys hear them, by the way?
Let me write out one here. A, Jesus is God.
Oh man,
God
Ijaz,
is
please.
the
Your
God is the
your
Father,
Pythagorean,
and
Jesus.
then we have
Oh man, anyways.
Jesus
All right, cool.
is the. I
So
hope I
these
wrote this out
gentlemen,
correctly.
these
Let me
guys
put it
are
up here on the
called
screen.
EFDawah.
Okay.
So you can see they
there
have
we
an
go.
open forum where people can come and talk
So if they
and do their
say
thing.
that
For me, I have to. There was a discussion that they had with my brother Muji, but I wanted to ask them a question so that they would see. I was the first in line, but I got kicked out because I didn't hear them call me. So now, if they pull me up, and I apologize for the people in the back channel, but I think this would be a good opportunity for people to see as well on how they strawman their own positions many times. And the thing that I want to talk to them about is the law of apostasy. But yeah, so now these people are a little bit heavy hitters. So I just want to say something. And guys, listen. So when you are going to talk to these people, notice how they're talking, okay? So don't go in trying to with names.
could I just say it was
yeah.
completely worth it turning up when I wasn't feeling
Let's see.
well.
Oh
'Cause
man.
no, we had a fun interaction. Right,
No,
alhamdulillah.
alhamdulillah. Yeah, and I think you perked up, Ijaz. You've got a new lease of mashallah life perked up there. Agnostic, if you want to just put your camera on, or William.
Wait, when did you change your t-shirt?
So it's not me.
I was too hot in that black sweatshirt.
I didn't see you change it. Did anyone notice this?
No, I didn't change it on the screen, Ijaz. I mean, I don't want to become a distraction. I don't want it to go viral and everyone, make posters of me and put them on walls and stuff.
I don't want to say what I saw before the shoot.
Man, I thought they were going to let me.
Okay, Agnost, we're going to get you on next. Can you just give us a quick wave, and then William will get you on shortly after that. Mohammed, if you want to get on, mate, you have to interact with us because you've not been interacting with us. Mohammed, can you give me a wave? Okay, and give me a thumbs up as well. Okay, Agnos, we're just going to get Mohammed on because he's been waiting longer, and then hopefully we'll get you on very shortly. Mohammed, are you Muslim?
Well, I'm what you guys call Hadith Rejectors, so I'm not a Muslim according to you.
Well, I don't know.
He's the kafir. Yeah, that would make him a kafir.
See, so as long as he didn't say I'm a Muslim, but I did have a question, and it is a respectful question. It's not.
But
okay.
I want to validate what I said just quickly. Just give me. Could you give me 8 seconds to find something?
No problem. Go ahead,
right.
Mohammed. You
Can
want to just?
Yeah, I'll present my position. So I saw your discussion in regard to with, I believe, Brother Muji from Go ahead.
So I said I wanted to evidence what I said in Dr. Safiruk Chowdhury's book, introducing the page 58, he says the mass transmitted report where the number in every transmission stage is such that it precludes the possibility of it being a result of a lie or collusion against the truth. It is grounded in sense perception through each transmission stage and engenders definitive knowledge, meaning certainty or yaqeen. denial of which amounts to disbelief. So you reject mutawatir hadiths, Muhammad?
Well, that's not the discussion that I wanted to have.
No, I'm
Abbas,
asking the question.
But
No,
brother
brother,
Abbas,
it'd be nice to know. It would be nice to know.
yes,
what you actually mean.
I reject hadith as religious guidance in its
Mutawatir
entirety.
hadith.
Brother Muhammad, can I ask you a very, very quick
Just
clarifying
one second.
Yeah, no,
just
if I
quickly.
can just ask you a very, very
I thought it
quick
was an open
clarifying
forum.
question.
Let me present my
it will be,
information.
look, brother, we're going to be very relaxed. Don't worry.
Thank
Very
you.
relaxed.
All right.
But
As
what
long
it
as I
is,
get an
what it-
opportunity.
You absolutely, you will 100%.
Thank you.
But because
Right.
Hadith Rejectors, obviously, there are quite a few of them. We do encounter, we talk to people.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about this from a non-academic stance. But I want to ask your opinion about something, right?
Sure.
So let's say, for argument's sake, you were living at the time of, or very close to the time of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Messenger. Right.
Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? And your father or uncle or whatever was a companion of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Yes.
Okay.
And he told you that this is how I saw the Prophet doing X or Y, whatever it might be. Yes. Would you accept that or would you deny that?
I would accept that the Prophet did that and the Messenger did that. Now that
And you,
does that
and
now?
you would do it, and you would.
It does-
No, I'm saying.
Depends what it is. So if he was eating from an apple tree, does that now mean I have to eat apples?
No, I'm not, brother. I'll ask you a very specific question, and I'm not
Okay.
trying to corner you here. It really
Yep.
is for clarification purposes, so I can understand. I understand where you're coming
Abbas,
from.
I
I'm
understand
saying
your
if
question.
your-
I can answer it. Look, if
so
it was
your
in
father
regards to
was a
something to
companion-
do
your
about the
father had
community.
been a companion. Please
Right.
just hear me out. Your father was a companion, and he said to you, "I saw the Prophet, peace be upon him, wash his hands before he ate, and then he ate with his right hand." Yes.
Yep.
And he said that I always saw the Prophet do this. I'm
Right.
saying, would you then say, "Father, thank you for that information. That's exactly what I'm going to do because this is reliable"? Would you do that? That's what I'm asking.
So am I obeying my father at that point because he commanded me? Yes. Are you going to tell me that the Prophet said it? Sure. I will follow what the Prophet put as an example. But am I going to say that this is a religious duty and a religious guidance for everybody else in the world? No.
No, brother. So you would do it. You would do that. You would do that. You would
if
wash
I
your
had-
hands and you would.
If I
you
had
would eat with your right
had
hand.
direct proof of that,
From your father. From your father.
but again, this is not things that is pertaining to religion. This is just following what my father is telling me to do. If my father
your
told me to
father
go
is
up,
telling you that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said to wash your hands, and he said, "Eat with your right hand." And I always saw the Prophet do this. And he.
if I was
told you
alive,
that-
listen, if I was alive during that time, yes, I would. Very easy,
But-
because I know at that point it was the messenger, and I
But
have trust with my
asked you
father.
a very look.
I said yes.
This is interesting, isn't it? It's very
I
interesting.
said yes.
You're the son. You haven't seen it personally. Your father is telling you that he heard the Prophet say this,
Right.
and he saw the Prophet do this.
So
I
my
said,
father
would you-
witnessed it.
Your father witnessed it. I'm repeating it for the 5th time now. Your father witnessed it, and
Correct.
you, the son, he told you that I heard
Right.
the Prophet say, "Wash your hands and eat with your right hand."
Right.
Would you then follow the teachings of your father that he's just relayed
I would
to you
follow the
about Prophet?
teacher. I will repeat it. I would follow the teachings of my father if he's attributing it to the Prophet, but I would not say that this is a religious duty upon mankind.
Would you think it was a religious duty upon you to do that?
No. I'm here, as God said, the ones that hear the words and follow the best of it. So if someone's coming to me with something that is going to improve my life and it has
Yeah.
concepts of truth that aligns with the Quran, I will follow it. But if my father told me to pray to the Prophet directly in a prayer, I'm
No,
not
I
going
didn't
to obey
say
him.
that. That's a very
but-
different topic you've touched. That's shirk you're talking about now.
But
I'm
that's
not
what you
talking
guys
about-
commit.
I'm not-
Assalamu
no,
alaikum,
no, I'm not-
ayyuhan nabi.
Brother, look. I want to be friendly and I want to have us a
But
nice.
okay, but brother, you
discussion.
you started to talk to me about
no,
things. I came with the open form. I had
No,
a
because
specific conversation because this is
I
a really
wanted-
big topic.
I wanted to know the clarification because I wanted to know whether a Hadith rejector would say, if my father and my uncle,
My
and
father is not my
aunt-
religious guide.
Hold on a second.
Right.
And my uncle and my aunt and all the neighborhood of my children, 15-year-old, 16-year-old children, all of their parents said that they heard the Prophet say that wash your hands before you eat and eat with your right hand. I'm just asking you, would you look at that as a sunnah, as an example of the Prophet, and would you imitate that or would you ignore that? It's a very simple question.
That would be a cultural norm that I would fulfill because this is how the society's expectations at this time. But this is a very what if question for 1400 years ago. 1400 years later, you cannot wholeheartedly tell me that this is what
I'm
the
not
prophet did in the
asking
whole.
you. I'm not,
He's saying no in a technical, in a
That's what I'm-
roundabout way. He's saying no. So can we
No,
just go on to his whatever his
Yeah.
question
Okay.
is going to be?
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
It's not
no,
about
then
saying
please,
no.
guys,
It's about it's deciding
They're
what's
saying,
religious
Mohammed,
guidance and what is just
Mohammed,
nice to
with all due
have.
respect, Mohammed, with all due
Yes.
respect, Brother Abbass is asking you about religious duties, and then you framing it in a way that you're if this is not a religious duty, he's not talking about non-religious duties here. He's very specific in the example he gave. So what the answer to the question he's asking that you've given is no. You'd say no. I do it because my dad's doing it, but I don't believe this has come from. Well, this is what you would say. So that's
No, I don't think
a
it's
no.
religious
That is-
guidance.
yeah, I understand. So that's a no to his answer to this question. That he's
Sure,
asking.
fine. Yeah, I won't follow it
Thank you
because
very
it's the direction from God. God's directions from the Quran. But now,
So I'm
you
going to
guys,
be fair. I'm going to be fair, Muhammad. So please make your point. Say
Thank
what you
you.
need to say.
Brother
Okay?
Ijaz was going to show something. Brother Ijaz, you wanted to show
I think
something.
just before you do
So
that, I want
can I
to
please
let
have
Brother
my
Muhammad.
moment?
I want to let Brother Muhammad just make his point because I did promise him he's going
Okay.
to come in. So
Thank
make
you.
your point.
Thank you. So I saw your discussions in regards to the law of apostasy, and then it's very easy to run to that. You're saying that there is a law of apostasy that you kill whoever's an apostate, and these are putting in people who completely reject the religion, and then they are now worthy of being put to death. But I don't find that there's a reasonable reason why the Quran never put. There's a law of blasphemy. So whoever fights God and his messenger or is spreading hate about the messengers or God, at that point, that's different. That's a law of blasphemy. There's a verse about that. But when it comes down to the law of apostasy, the problem with applying a law of apostasy on a society that's believer, what ends up happening is it becomes a law of censorship. So for me, who still believes in God and the messenger, and I understand the message of the Quran and my guidance that I take from the Quran, to you and I'm apostate, and that's worthy of the law of apostasy being fulfilled upon me. And if someone turns into a Shia or turns into an Ahmadi, to you, all of these people would be considered apostates that are put to death. So this is a law of censorship. One second, I didn't finish, please. So this is a law of censorship. And the problem when you have a law of censorship like this, you have a rise of hypocrisy. So I in my jihad for God, I met somebody who was from Thailand or Malaysia, where it's primarily Muslims, but he was insulting the Prophet, insulting God. And I started to kind of get at him in ways. And I realized that this man was an imam of a mosque in Malaysia, but he's a complete apostate. And he literally wrote online that he used to lead the prayer, but talk whatever he wanted.
Brother Muhammad,
you don't let me finish.
Talking about an imam from Malaysia, and
I was giving an example because you're just.
All I'm saying to you is, brother, just respectfully, I'm just saying to you, because obviously we can't verify that, right?
Yeah, I can bring you the proof, but regardless,
I'm just saying.
let me just finish the point because you guys just interrupted me. And what I would like to say, it's not a lecture. So I'm not giving you a lecture, but it would be nice for you to listen because God says for us to listen. So it's not a question. I'm making you a statement. So there's a rise of hypocrisy. There's a rise of again.
1 second.
This is what you guys keep constantly doing when I'm trying to present my position.
I'm just going to give 1 second. I'm just going to give you an irony that you're presenting with.
What's the irony if I didn't present anything and then now you're going to tell me about the irony? It's not fair.
If you allow me to tell you, I'll tell you. You are asking us to accept your quote about some person, an anecdote.
It's not, forget that. I'm trying to give you an example, but there's plenty. So let me
finish my sentence.
No, this is you now paying attention to something is not what the point is. Go ahead.
That's fine. You're asking us to take your claim about an anecdote about an imam in Malaysia who's doing certain things that are incorrect. This is your claim.
Unlike you, I am actually scared of God, so I don't sit here and just spread lies. If you think that everybody in the world lies, I don't lie. And I don't think you lie. So when you tell me something, I'm going to take your word
Muhammad,
for it.
I've just muted you, and I've muted you for a good
These
reason.
People are weird.
We're not going to call each other liars.
Well, you call me a liar.
We're not going to go into personal insight. No, we're not saying
you
you're
call
lying
me
about
a liar.
this anecdotal information. What we're saying is that it's
not God.
It is not something that we can reasonably respond to in any way because we can't verify it. What we are saying to you is you've made some points here. Please just complete your question. Okay. And then we'll come back to you. So just finish what you're saying, and then we'll come back to you.
So the first point is the law of apostasy is applied as a law of censorship, and then the second way that the problem with the law of apostasy, it makes a rise of hypocrites, where they stay thinking that they're acting like they're part of the religion, so that they don't get killed. So if someone stops going to the mosques the time they're supposed to go to the mosque, or they're not observing their prayers properly, or they're not doing things, people can recognize that they're apostates, and then they would apply it. So it's not just for the people who left. It's about the people you guys are increasing the law of hypocrisy with the law of apostasy. So this is why I don't believe there's a strong evidence for it in the Quran.
Thank you for making that point. Imran, you haven't said very much, so I'd like you to start and then Ijaza after that, please, if that's possible. Thank you. You're muted, Imran.
Can you hear me now?
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
You can hear me now, yeah?
Now he's going to give you
okay. So it's a non-point. It doesn't follow. This doesn't, the idea somehow, because so what's happening here is, I think it's bad because it increases the hypocrisy. Yeah, that's a nice thought to have. Irrelevant to the truth. That's not the function of the law. That's not how it was applied. That's not why it was applied. That's the case. The functions of the, so the example, if you're not praying and you're not in your own, and you're in your own home carrying out things, the law is not something that's applied in private. So no one comes into your home, searches through your underwear drawer and displays them for the world to see, because this is the sort of image that you're saying that somehow you're in a society that controls you left, right and center. No.
Yeah, so that's why there's apostates that go to the mosques in Turkey and then they pray
to prevent the foolishness that the person.
They pray while they tell me they're apostates. It's just that they don't want the society to reject them and kill them.
Are you streaming on your own stream while talking to us?
Yes.
Yeah. So are you going to have a conversation, or you want to have a conversation with your followers first?
With you, I'm hearing you.
Are you? How are you hearing me if you're talking to somebody else?
I'm hearing you.
How are you hearing me if you're talking to somebody else? I can hear. I can see.
Because I can't hear anyone else. I'm hearing you, and I'm just talking about what you're saying.
Who are you talking? Yeah, to who?
To the stream, as you asked. I said,
well, you should be talking to me about what I'm saying, right? Because we're having the conversation.
I'm listening, and I'm letting the stream know what you're saying so people would understand.
They can't. You're streaming, and they can't hear me.
No, they can hear you. But
so then
the point that you were saying that it's a no argument because there is no proof to the reality.
It doesn't apply.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling. So I understand what you're saying.
Doctor, just hold on 1 second. Muhammad, if you pose a question or make a comment, and the doctor is replying, and your people that you're streaming to can't hear the doctor replying, but you're over speaking the doctor and giving more information or evidences or whatever views that you want to give, that becomes unfair. Let your people hear the reply that the doctor is
hearing.
He's
hearing. They're hearing the doctor.
Let your people hear the reply. Let's be open and fair. Come on.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So people who are listening to Mohammed, what you should do is, probably the best thing to do is to come onto this link here. This actually is the stream that's going on now. If you go to EFDawah, there's a live stream at the moment where Mohammed is on.
I'll post it for you.
And you can have a conversation, and you can hear the conversation live without the commentary from Mohammed while I'm talking. He's not even sincere about having a discussion, let alone.
1 second. No, I'm very sincere about having a discussion, but it's at the same time I could see what you're doing. That's why.
If you're talking when the other person is responding to what you're saying, and that's the problem that you're having. You're not even paying attention. At least have the decency to pay attention to what's being said to you. So first of all, your argument is a non-argument. That you're mixing up the function of the reason for the law. You're saying it increases hypocrisy. The person is the person's personal beliefs and what they do is irrelevant. That if they were someone who doesn't believe, why are they still in the position of being an imam? They don't have to do that. It's not required from them. No one's going to come into their home and see if they're checking if they're praying or if they're drinking alcohol or if they're doing whatever they're doing, because that's not how the law works. And you know that that's not how the law works. The function of the law in Islam is always to protect the society. So the society is protected from the mistakes and errors because we don't have a worldview which is limited to you're born and you die and that's it. We know that there's a hereafter, and the consequences of how you live in the world will affect you hereafter. So the way that you are going about this is very strange, because what you're doing is you're denying something that's very. So it's important that Abbass asked this question in the beginning, because he asked you, would you follow the statements of the Prophet, peace be upon him, about how you should live your life? And you said no. You said, I would take it as, yeah, my dad just taught me this because of culture, but I would do whatever I think is right. You would do whatever you think is right. That's fine. We follow the Prophet, peace be upon him, as the Quran requires us to do.
Right, we do.
Because he literally told to be an example. We're told that he's an example for us.
Okay, so can I reply to that? Because you're gish galloping.
I haven't finished talking yet. So we are specifically told that he's an example for us. So when you're rejecting the example, that's interesting. Now you can justify that however you want to do it.
Can I answer that point at least?
but you have a time to talk. Give me a second, and then you go
but
on
you
to.
made so many points. It's fair for
Yeah,
us to
so
have a
keep moving,
discussion. You
keep
said that
moving.
he's an example.
Yeah.
I would like to answer that.
Make a note. So
have-
great. So just make a note. So what I would
Yeah,
suggest
sure.
then is
It's your
when it
platform.
comes to applying the rules, I don't agree with your supposition that causes an increase in hypocrisy. I don't agree with that. Are there people who are hypocrites? Yes, there were even people who were hypocrites at the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, even before the legal rulings came down. This is just a matter of history. So your point does not make any sense to me whatsoever. It's just an anecdote. I know an imam from Malaysia. Okay, well done.
That's
It's
fine.
irrelevant.
And there's many people that approach me. I know you don't want personal stories, but I can also show you proof on how people in Turkey, especially the Syrians and the refugees, that they'll still go do tarawih while they're apostates, just so
you're
that their
giving me
society wouldn't
anecdotes
know.
again.
That's fine.
If you
Proof from the
reject
actual real world is
mutawatir
an
hadith,
addict to
if
you.
you reject
But it's
the mutawatir
but
hadith of the
as
Prophet, peace be upon him,
as
I'm
you
going to
said,
reject
you
any
see now,
statement from you about
that's
something
fine.
you've
That's
heard
fine. That's fine.
recently.
But it's
Thank
funny
you.
now that when I started to speak, now you wanted to interrupt and make your point, but I couldn't make my point. That's
I
fine.
didn't
So
no,
here
I
we go.
didn't
The simple fact is that you just didn't interrupt me now. Anyways, let's put that to the side. God is a sufficient answer.
Are you talking to me?
So when you said to me,
Are you talking to your stream or are you talking to me now?
yeah, but I had me muted so I don't interrupt you, so you could still carry on. We can hear each other. But if you want to have these little petty talks, that's fine. But I don't think that's what we're here for.
If it's going to be unproductive, Mohammed, we might
I'm
as well
trying
part
to make
ways.
it productive, but I feel like you want to run away from the situation that I brought forth. One, it's a law of censorship.
I'm here.
So Ijaz, when I came in, he called me a kafir right away. Does that mean that I'm now worthy of that?
He evidenced you. He evidenced you.
Yeah, so let's pause here.
I
You
don't
asked
no,
me.
your evidence
I'm going
is in
to
regards. One second,
Right.
Ijaz. I'm
Please,
still
no.
talking to Dr. Imran.
Too
So
bad.
when he's making
I'm gonna
his
interrupt. You made a
evidence,
claim
he's making
about me.
evidence from his
Mohammed,
scholars.
hold
right?
your horses,
But Dr.
Mohammed.
Imran, you said that there's an
Hold your horses,
example of the
Mohammed.
Prophet
Hold your
because
horses,
of,
Mohammed.
you see, you just
Mohammed,
don't
relax.
want the people speak. That's fine. If you don't want me to speak, I'll
Hold your
leave.
horses.
It's
Hold
very
your
easy.
horses. Just hear it, just hear
You
it.
guys
But
told me
no,
that I would
one
get to
second,
give.
Dr. Imran, this is very funny.
Abbas,
You're trying to run away
sorry.
from the point that you made when I
I'm
said
not
that I
running
wanted
away
to make
from
the
any
point.
point.
And then
He's
you
actually
talked about
responsible.
Ijaz, and then I answered Ijaz when he said that he called me a
Mohammed,
kafir
calm down.
because I'm talking
Relax.
about the
Mohammed,
censorship
don't
law.
be
But this is
afraid.
what you guys do.
There's no reason to be afraid. Just relax. We'll have a
I'm
conversation.
not afraid except from my God, but it
you
seems like
asked
you're
me-
the one who's scared of me
Just be
answering
calm.
you.
It's okay. Just
You
be calm.
asked-
Just relax.
I'm
I
very
was
calm.
asked
I
a
promise to
question.
God I'm very calm. But you're the one who keeps making
Just
these
be calm
assertions.
and
Let
hear
me
the
let me
conversation,
answer. No. I think
Mohammed,
Ijaz
hear
can
the
wait his
conversation.
turn. I need to explain to you what I wanted to
Mohammed, just
rebuke
be
to you
calm.
before he comes in.
Mohammed,
So he could
be
wait his
calm,
turn like you
relax.
made me
Yeah,
walk.
so yeah, I'm sorry. I just removed him. He's still there. He can smile. I don't like when people overtalk each other and it's just going into ridiculous.
Then let me answer.
But when he came on the stream,
He just doesn't
I
let me
didn't
answer.
simply call him a kafir.
See?
He said that this stream was for non-Muslims
Mhm.
only.
And then
And
what
in
he
order
said?
for him to partake in the stream, he would have to be a non-Muslim. And when it was asked what makes him a non-Muslim, he
I said
said
I'm a
that he
Hadith
denies
rejector. To
hadith.
you, I'm a kafir.
But just because a person denies hadith doesn't automatically make them a non-Muslim. So I asked a very specific question, which is, do you deny mutawatir hadith? At that point, he said yes, he denies them all. And I was going to proceed to read from Dr. Safarib Chowdhury's book, Introducing Hadith Studies, page 58. And I'm going to just read what he says. It's a line or two, and then I'm done. You can proceed with a conversation with him. It says, under mutawatir, the mass transmitted report where the number in every transmission stage is such that it precludes the possibility of it being a result of a lie or collusion against the truth. It is grounded in sense perception through each transmission stage and engenders definitive knowledge, meaning certainty, yaqeen, denial of which amounts to disbelief. So this was not me giving a fatwa or making a determination. I'm simply stating what the scholars have said. I give the reference to the book and the author. So I'm not making a judgment, a hukum upon anyone, but I'm just repeating what the judgment is according to the book.
What
So
was the first word you called me
continue.
when I walked in, Ijaz? It's recorded.
So of course it is. Who cares?
Okay, so who cares? Perfect. Alhamdulillah. So no,
So
before
you
he died,
walked
he
in-
said he's the kafir.
You walked in and the first thing I said was kafir?
And you literally said, yes, he's the kafir.
You walked in and I called
As
you a
soon as I
kafir
came
automatically.
up. Yeah. Before you said, and then you said, I need 8 seconds to find my proof.
Suppose when you
Okay,
came
cool.
on,
But can I
when you
actually
came on,
carry on with the
I'm asking you the
conversation?
question.
Please.
Let's have the conversation. Have it with me. When you came on, the first thing that we did was to
All right, Imran.
determine
So
whether
for
or
you to
not you can
determine, you sat
participate.
and you quoted a scholar for me to understand what a
Right.
Muslim.
So in order to make a
He cooks me
determination, I
again.
had to question you.
He
It's
kicks me
false to say
again.
that you came on and I just blurted that out. And that's not the
You
truth.
guys, I'm
and
going to
that's
show you after the
disrespectful
stream.
and
He called me a
dishonest.
kafir
The
as soon
brothers,
as
you
I
can
came in.
continue on a conversation with him, but he's not interested in a conversation. If he wants to be a victim, just become Christian. You're done.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, look.
Okay, Mohammed, I want to give you one more chance to
Sure.
make your point concise.
Okay.
When the person is answering, they're going to have the opportunity to answer. You're going to get one
Sure.
more try to just make your rebuttal. After that, we've got about 4 or 5 people waiting, and I'd like to give others a chance. Young Bob is back. We're going to give him a few minutes just to finish up with him, because I think he's sorted out his internet connection. So, Mohammed, you made a couple of points initially. You said that it promotes hypocrisy. Because people are, the law of apostasy.
They're too scared of letting me talk.
Because you said what people do. Are you listening, Brother Muhammad? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening.
Yeah. Okay, no, but you're just sort of speaking again. So, you said the law of apostasy. You said promotes hypocrisy, and therefore you're saying somehow that this is a bad thing or a wrong thing or whatever. But can I just ask you a question? Can a good law, a just law, a fair law be deliberately misinterpreted or misused by the people?
100%. And this is why these laws
Does that make
not...
the law questionable, or does it make the people questionable?
Well, no, if the law is questionable in the first place, it's going to be abused more than a law that came from God.
I asked you about a principle, Brother Muhammad.
It's about justice.
I said, can a just and a fair law be deliberately misinterpreted?
But then the law has... You said it's a... I swear to God, I heard you, but you don't give me the opportunity to actually express. You gave me a yes or no, and then you just gave to another question.
The victim. Look,
it's not playing the victim, but this is like, man, I've been having a conversation.
If you answer the question, I won't have to.
It's a yes or no, and then you wanted to follow up.
No,
but I still have yet time to express myself.
Can a just and a fair law be deliberately misconstrued, misinterpreted, and misapplied by the people? That's what I'm asking you.
There is the chance of a law that is just for people to abuse it in a way that is unjust. But the law initially has to be proven to be just.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't.
Okay.
But I'm saying the law. Look, I agree. The
Perfect.
law has to be proven to be just, not on the merits of my feelings or my opinions.
By what God said.
By what God said, and by how, in the normative sense, how we.
Did he cut out for you guys? Because I can't hear him.
Yeah, I think his reception has dropped.
All right,
so you said but yeah.
Actually, Imran, can I answer that question where you said that there's an example in the Prophet because it's written in chapter 33 of the Quran?
So this is interesting. I'm going to respond to your claim. You're wanting to answer this question because you came on talking about apostasy. Yeah, you came on talking about apostasy and hypocrisy. And the initial question that Abbass asked you was about, would you follow what the Prophet, peace be upon him, would ask you to do? Has been relayed, in a way that's clear to you from your father and maybe the community that you're in. And you said, essentially what you said was that you wouldn't take it as a religious duty to do that. And even though he's talking about a religious aspect of following. So you answered no to that question. And then you're going to give me an example about following the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Yes. So God says clearly in chapter 33, chapter 33:21, there has certainly been a good pattern for you in the messenger of God, not the prophet, saying the messenger for whoever is expecting God in the last day and remembers God frequently. But if you go to chapter 60, verse 6, God is clearly stating here with the same terminology, there has certainly been a good pattern for you in Abraham. And those whoever is expecting God in the last day, and whoever turns away, then indeed God is rich and the praiseworthy. So it's very easy to take that verse that you quoted in isolation and say, therefore, there's an example in the prophet. There's also an example in Abraham with the exact same terminology. And God clearly states to us that if we wanted to follow the prophet was told, we inspired you to follow the inclinations of Abraham or the creed of Abraham. So the following here is not about how he ate like dates and stuff. It's about his mentality and his worldview
No, this is
and how he
something
approached
now
situations.
you're introducing into the text. So let me help with this.
Sure.
So this is interesting. This is interesting. I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying yes, the Quran does say to follow an excellent example for the Prophet, peace be upon him. Yeah.
For who?
Yeah?
For what?
1 second. Whoever hopes in Allah and the last day and remembers Allah often.
Good. So we have to remember God often.
Do you hope in Allah and the last day and remember Allah
100%. 100%.
Okay,
That's why
so
I'm
then
here.
this example. So hang on a sec. So indeed, the Messenger of Allah, indeed in Allah, in Messenger of Allah, you, Muhammad, you have an excellent example because you said the whoever it is applies to you. Do you understand? So this is an example. This is for you directly. It's talking about you. It's actually the finger is pointed at you as an individual.
I mean.
Okay. Now.
I agree.
Your argument against this, it can't. I don't really want to do this because I reject Hadith. So how do I understand this as someone who doesn't accept the Hadith? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find an example of.
Don't talk about my position. I'll tell you my position.
I'm 1 second. I'm giving you my interpretation of your position because you put forward your argument, right?
But that's called a straw man if you're incorrect.
Well, because you said to me, you tell me if I'm a straw man. You said to me, well, the Quran says follow the Prophet, peace be upon him, for who that might be. And I said, does it apply to you? I clarified, yes, you hope in Allah on the last day, so it applies to you. And you said, well, it also talks about following the example of Ibrahim alayhi salam.
Right.
So you said,
how am I following the Prophet and Abraham? So there's a common ground, correct?
I'm going to explain. Yes, I'm going to explain to you. So you then interpreted that. It must be about attitude. It must be about mindset. This is your interpretation of this.
It's a lot more than that.
That's sure, but that's the words that you used, right?
Now, but 1 second.
So 1 second. I'm going to explain how these two are reconciled.
I think it's fair for me to explain my own position.
No, let me explain what you've. First, you've asked me a question. Now I'm going to give you the explanation of why I think it doesn't apply. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is getting revelation from Allah. Ibrahim alayhis salam got revelation from Allah. The example that's being provided to you is the consistent example that you must follow. What Ibrahim alayhis salam was doing was whatever Allah has asked him to do, and the people were following that. And what we are being asked to follow him in whatever aspects, the Prophet peace be upon him is explaining it to us because the ayah in the Quran, that this day I perfected the religion for you and completed my favor upon you. So the religion was transmitted completely via the Prophet peace be upon him. Now you have what you want to do is somehow separate and make this. We don't have an example.
Separating.
You said we don't have the example of Ibrahim alayhis salam, so it can't be talking about an example apart from a mental example.
No, the example is in the Quran. Both the example of Prophet Muhammad and Prophet Abraham is in the Quran. So I am free of what you associated to God. And there's going to be an animosity between us until you understand that God is sufficient enough. This is what Abraham said to his people, and this is what Prophet Muhammad said to his people, and they were conscious of the last day. So this is where there's this battle between us because you guys are saying that there's more to God than just the Quran.
We're having a discussion. So it's interesting that this ayah, specifically 33:21, that the Messenger of Allah is an excellent example for you. And you said that you wouldn't follow that example in the questioning of
what's the example here?
Brother Abbass. Brother Abbass gave you an example.
The way that he dresses, what the example is that the Quran is talking about?
Brother Abbass gave you an example of a religious injunction given by the Prophet, peace be upon him, to his followers that were relayed to you by your father. You would reject it.
But sir, just politely, none of these stuff is what God has revealed to the Prophet in the Quran. And now you're going to things where it is literally celebrity. So now following a celebrity.
Great. This is really
idolatry.
Now we're making some progress. So because what you're doing is you're making a distinction. You're saying only the Quran is revelation.
And there is revelation outside of Quran.
The Prophet didn't receive anything else.
That's not what I said.
Okay, tell me please then.
The revelation that's inside the Quran is for the mankind. The outside revelation is for him and his people and his time. Because revelation is ongoing.
How are you making this distinction? How are you making
because God says that he revealed to the mother of Moses, right? That's an outside revelation. And she's not a messenger.
Talking about the Prophet Muhammad. So the question I'm asking specifically, let's get to the specifics. You are rejecting the statements of the Prophet, peace be upon him, outside of the which is not in the Quran.
I cannot prove that the Prophet said that because God says إِنَّهُ قَوْلٌ رَسُولٌ كَرِيمٌ. God says clearly that the Quran is the sayings of a blessed prophet.
Hear the question before you respond to the question, because then you might answer the question that's being asked. So what I want you to do is provide for me where you get the distinction, where you say only the Quran is to be followed, and we don't follow the Prophet peace be upon him. Explain.
وما فرطنا شيء وما فرطنا من الكتاب من شيء. We did not leave a thing outside of the book. وأنزلنا إليك كتاب تفصيلا لكل شيء. So the book has details for all things. So why تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق بأي حديث بعد الله وآياته.
None of these things. One second.
I'm reciting
You've given three ayahs. 1 second. You've given 3 ayahs. You've given 3 ayahs.
And it's funny how the Quran clearly states when the Quran is being recited, they carry on as if it's not said. I think you need to calm down when I'm saying the verse, sir.
I'm calm. I'm trying to explain to you. You've given 3 ayahs. None of them answer the question that I'm asking you.
I'm telling you that the Quran itself is telling you that it's complete, that it's sufficient, and there is no hadith after it.
I understand.
So the distinguishments that I need is purely in the Quran.
Mohammed, why are you getting panicky? Calm down.
I'm not panicking because you keep talking over me, sir.
I'm explaining to you that you've given me 3 ayahs, and none of them answer the question that I've asked you.
You're saying, how can you distinguish the verses outside of the Quran and the Quran? That's what you asked. How do you know the revelation that's outside of the Quran and the revelation of the Quran?
Let me ask the question again. Okay. You're saying that the Prophet, peace be upon him, received the Quran, and he didn't receive anything else that we're required to follow. Yes?
For us in this day, in 2024, correct, 100%.
Okay. Now I want to know, how are you making this distinction? How are you doing it? You give me 3 ayahs.
Yes.
3 ayahs. One completeness. Let's just break
details.
Down. Completely detailed
details, and there's no hadith after it that I need to believe in.
Okay, no problem. So you're saying that these 3 things. So let's deal with completeness.
Okay, so one second. So let me tell you this conclusion. So therefore, the Quran is complete and detailed, and there's nothing else required for my guidance, as God clearly said.
Let's come to it.
Do you agree that the Quran is sufficient for guidance?
Yes
or no, sir? Yes or no? Is the Quran sufficient for guidance?
Muhammad, listen to my question. Listen to my response to you. Yeah. If you have let's make this less emotive now. The Quran. We're talking about the Quran. Whenever we talk about it, you get emotional. You start saying things. If you have a book, any book, and it says that this book is complete, okay, and in that book it says you need to follow the example of X person. In that book it says you need to follow. Hear me out. In that book it says you need to follow the example of X person. Is that verse or statement or sentence part of?
I love that sentence. That's a very good.
I haven't even asked the question yet. You have to allow me to ask the question. You have a book that tells you that claims it is complete. It says it is complete. Harry Potter, and it says that you have to follow Harry Potter's example as part of this book. Now, is that sentence in this book part of its completeness or not part of its completeness?
So when the book is saying that it's complete, and it told me to follow a certain pattern of somebody, so I'm going to find a pattern. I'm going to find a pattern of said person in the complete book.
Why are you changing my question?
No, you're presenting the question.
Did I use the word pattern? Did I use the word pattern?
That's what the word uswa. It's not method. Example is method.
Now you're changing my question.
If the Quran is telling me the complete Quran is telling me that there's an example for you to follow into somebody, and the Quran itself claimed that it's complete. Therefore, that example is going to be within the complete book of how that man approached his relationship with God in regards to the day and the last day.
Muhammad is.
You're arguing that the Quran is not complete. No, there's more.
This is non sequitur. What you're making is an argument of non sequitur. One thing doesn't follow. So the Quran itself is telling you. Follow the Prophet, peace be upon him, his example.
Right. So just a question. When God says, وَإِن كُنْتَ فَضًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ, if you were hard-hearted,
I said 10 words and you've interrupted me.
Is that an example or not?
Muhammad, I've said 10 words. And you've interrupted me.
You're right.
The Quran itself is telling you to follow the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him. No doubt about this. We gave the ayah, we spoke about it, 33:21. That ayah is part of the completeness of the Quran. Yes or no?
Correct.
If you are not following that ayah, you are not following. You're not following the Quran in its completeness.
But you're saying the book that is, as God said, is detailed, and He did not leave something out, and it's completely complete. You're saying that there's information missing about the pattern of said individual.
Here we go. So you now see that? Do what I'm saying? Now you're making it. Now you're
What
making
am I
a claim that
saying?
you
You're
follow.
saying
I'm going to explain
you're,
to you.
you're
Let's-
saying that the book is missing information. that
Muhammad,
it's
you made a
outside.
point. Muhammad, you just made a point. Imran is now trying to answer. You keep complaining about how you're interrupted, and you do exactly the same thing all the time. So you've made the point that the Quran says it is complete, okay, and that this verse therefore cannot mean that you have to follow the example of the Prophet. It's complete in its own right. Imran, please answer the question.
Yeah. So
what's
I'm
my
making
answer though?
Sorry.
I already said the examples in the Quran. That's my answer.
Let Imran answer you now.
Okay. So tell me. So this is great. Okay. So you're saying that the example of the Prophet peace upon him is in the Quran.
Can I give you examples?
Give me one example. Let's
Okay,
go from there.
One example. I can give you three really quickly.
Just give me one example. Let's make it.
He was not hard. He would stand a prayer half the night to a third of the night or 2/3 of the night. That's an example of something that he did, and that was a good pattern. Something he used to do frequently.
What do you
standing
mean?
the night in prayer.
What do you mean
standing the night?
prayer?
The whole chapter 73.
What do you mean? 1 second. What do you mean standing to prayer?
Standing the night in prayer. Half the
what
night
do you mean by
or
that?
2/3 or
what do you mean by this?
That's something that the Prophet did as an example. So that's an example for you to
So
follow.
give-
Stand
give
half
me
the night.
example. 1 second. So tell me how you follow this example.
The way that I apply it is going to be another discussion, but you told me to give you an example of the Prophet. I gave you an example. Okay, I'll tell you how I do. I stand, I read the Quran.
Before you go further, an example is something that you actively do now. Do you understand? It can't be an abstract thing that you theorize. You give me this example, so tell me how you do it.
Okay, so
how
I
do you do the example? How do you do it?
So God told me that before I'm going to stand the prayer, there's the chapter 5-6 wudu. So I have to wash, right? Wash your face, wash your hands to the elbows, wipe your head, wash your feet.
Before you go on, 1 second. You said the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Yeah, that's there in the Quran. God says that he used to stand half the night. All right.
Hang on a second.
Sorry.
How do you know that
passion,
the Prophet, peace be upon him, did this before doing this standing in prayer?
Because God says, وَإِذَا قُمْتُمْ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ. So if you're going to stand the prayer, then wash.
1 second. And then so you're linking two verses and you're saying, okay, this was done first. So what do you do? Tell me how you do your wudu. Tell me.
So I wash my hand, or wash my face, wash my hands to the elbows,
how do you wash
wipe
your
my
face?
by washing my. Do you think the Prophet was sent to tell people how they wash their face? I wash my face. I just wash my face. I put water on my face.
You are giving 1 second. You are giving me an example of how the Prophet peace upon him did it, right? Because he's the example you're following. Yes.
Yeah, that's what the Quran
because
told
that's
me
what
that
I
he
saying
did.
to you, isn't it? To follow.
Right, wash your face. Well, wait,
okay.
Did God not say the truth?
I want to know two things now, because you've given two things. You said standing the night in prayer, or a third or half, or whatever you want to say, and then you said this washing beforehand. So I want you to tell me how you did it, that the Prophet peace upon him, because the example now, because it's an example you're presenting. So it cannot be from your own intellect. Oh, this is how I do it. My dad.
No, this is exactly what God said, not me.
This is 1 second. This is I use Dove or palm olive. It's irrelevant. What I want to know is doing the example of the Prophet peace be upon him. Show me how you did this.
You wash your face. You wash your hands to the elbows. You wipe your head.
How?
You take water and you put it to your face. That's washing.
How do you know this is how the Prophet peace be upon him told you to ask you to do it?
So God lied in the Quran?
Where are you going?
Imran, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it time out for a
It's
second,
been lovely.
Yes.
because this is getting crazy and stupid, as I thought it would do. Ijaz, do you want to add anything?
I don't think probably the Ijaz wants to add anything, but it's interesting. So what I would say to you, Mohammed, it's very interesting talking to you.
Thank you, appreciate it. And I'm glad that we got actually some strides ahead. It's very healthy for us to have discussions in regards to this.
What I would suggest,
I believe I did. Trust me, I believe I did. Because you're arguing to me that the Quran is not sufficient.
I know you did.
I'm sure that you
did.
Alhamdulillah.
I mean, if you guys give me 2 minutes, like we can time it 2 minutes and we're done.
Go ahead, I'll time it.
Yeah, that'll be sufficient. So Mo, I got a question for you. Like
Muhammad. My name is Muhammad, not Mo. I'm not a cow.
I can't give you the name Muhammad.
It's not up to you. That's insulting.
Yeah, I can.
That's insulting, Imran.
Why is it insulting?
Because my name is Muhammad. My name is Muhammad.
Mhm.
You yourself believe in your
How-
hadith that God gave me that
how-
name when the angels came and wrote it on my. So don't sit here and insult my name.
Guys,
Thank you.
Let's
I-
have-
My name is
didn't- I
Muhammad to
didn't-
you.
Sorry, I didn't insult anyone's name. But
Okay.
how do you know that's your name?
Guys, are we dealing with a kindergarten? My name is Muhammad.
How do I know that that's
Go
your
ask
name?
my parents.
But so I have
I'm
to
not a
go to
liar like
people-
you.
Okay, so see
Yeah,
the name.
but my
calling-
word, but you know
they
what? I'll
were-
tell you. I'll tell
Why
you.
are you
I'll tell you
getting
this.
like
My name is
emotional?
Muhammad, and it's sufficient of as God as a witness. Is that not sufficient for you? If I'm a liar, I will get my punishment on the day of judgment. If I'm saying the
There's-
truth, you're the idiot.
Ijaz
name
accepted.
calling, wow. Right. All I asked was, how do I know that that's your name? And you told me to go to your parents.
Tawakkul.
So,
Tawakkul.
so alhamdulillah, like you understand you understand causality, right? So how would I find out the prophet's like name? Where would I go?
For you to find the prophet's name, the Quran clearly tells you the prophet's name. And God clearly said that those people who are the verses are being recited to them, they say it's the truth from our Lord. We believe in it. So it was the context of the Quran that made the people around the prophet believe that it's from God, not because of isnad, because there was no isnad back then. The isnad was Gabriel and then Allah.
I didn't say any of those things. I'm asking you a really
Yeah,
simple
so it's
question.
but
how would I know?
I'm not dumb,
how
so I
would
could see where you're going with it.
Right. But you didn't answer the question. I asked you, how would you know that that's his name?
Because I'm reading the Quran and it's the truth from my Lord, and he was called Muhammad in the Quran.
Is that his only name?
That's the name that I need to call him by.
In the Quran, is that the prophet's only name?
Yes. He's going to go with the Mustafa and he's going to go with all the other Taha and all of this. That's your interpretation. But the only name that I have for the prophet is Muhammad.
I would recommend that you read the Quran just like a second time so that you understand the prophet's name. I'll leave it at that. I'm done. I'm sufficed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ijaz.
I just want people to see I
appreciate
didn't
it.
call him names.
You didn't call me by my
insult
name.
him.
That's disrespectful.
Okay.
And you called me
Muhammad,
Kafir as soon
anyway,
as I walked
listen,
in.
Ijaz,
But thank you
Ijaz, thank
guys.
you for your
I honestly
input.
came for you two
Muhammad,
because you
one
guys are,
last thing.
I saw your
Muhammad,
conversation and you guys are
I hope
polite.
that
But this
your-
gentleman, he has
Muhammad,
a
I hope,
problem.
I hope that your listeners heard our initial conversation,
Trust
which I
me,
thought
they're
was
loving
very,
it.
which was very interesting, right? Which was that your own father, your uncle, your aunt, your neighborhood of adults,
Right.
who apparently would have been companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him,
Yep.
who would have told you what the Prophet told them
Mhm.
in terms of how they should perform a certain act. Like when you said do wudu and wash your face,
Right.
well, there's lots of different ways of washing your face, Muhammad.
Is there?
Some children might get a bit of water and just throw it over their face, and literally 50% of their face will be dry and 50% of it will be wet. So how do you wash your face? Okay.
With wisdom.
Yes, I can see you're very wise.
Yeah, I think
Now,
you should
alhamdulillah.
now the thing is, now what's interesting here is that your own father teaching you that I saw the Prophet of Allah teaching us.
وإن جاهدوك أن تشرك
This is
بي
how
فلا
you
تطعهما.
perform. Let me finish. This is how you perform wudu. This is how you do the ablution. This is how you wash yourself. You said that you would reject that, and I think really that should be enough for people.
Everybody
to understand
here.
where
Right.
Hadith rejectors are coming from,
Right.
because you now have multiple eyewitnesses who you can trust and you know.
I
And
have
they're
to
saying-
trust the people who are saying that Moses is knocking out the angel of death by his eye. That's truth from the prophet.
Let's now do a let's
That's
divulge
sahih.
into some other topic.
Yeah,
Let's
because
not
that's
deal
the
with what I'm
nonsense
saying.
that I'm dealing with in
Let's
2024.
not deal-
You're taking me
let's-
what ifs back at the
let's not
times of the
deal-
prophet. I'm talking about now, the guidance
Thank
now.
you for coming on, Muhammad. I'll finish my
I love
point
you.
without
I
you.
just want
That
him
was
to
easy.
read the first word in the second.
Ooh. Well, guys, I was gonna go to the camel urine, but it wasn't the part for it. But these people, you see that? He tried to now start to play when they come down to the Quran. I captured him. I pull him in. There's an example. Yeah. So is the Quran not complete? Is the Quran, guys? This is why I live for this. Woo! That was awesome. And now it's all on their channel. So people are coming and saying like, "Hey, dude, what's going on?" All right, Ronnie. Let's keep going. Let's keep the party going. But before I do that, I have to actually prostrate to my Lord. Hey guys, what if you were one of the companions and the prophet told you something? Would you do it? Yeah. Ha. got you, boy. Like, it's 2024. You now have saying that the prophet's marrying a 6-year-old. Do I have to go marry a 6-year-old? Excellent example. The prophet that they write about the Quran in the Hadith books negates most of the Quran. So yeah, it's not my prophet. That's your Abu Hurairah. Anyways, that was interesting. Ronnie, are you ready, bro? That was pretty good. I know. When the guy does, guys, actually, before Ronnie, I did want to prove this man just a liar. Ijaz, every time I come too close to him, he's coming with all these fakes. So what's the other name of Muhammad? Muhammad. Like, no, he has another name. Al Mustafa, Al Rasul, Al Nabi. Like, these are labels. But I just want to show you guys how he said a lot. He called me a name right as soon as I joined. Let me just find it. I hope I can find it. And he, when he wants to talk, he wants to drop me. Yeah, he's a joke, guys. He's a joke. I love how much of a joke he is. Here, look, see? One second. Let me share this tab, and we can see what he said right at the beginning. And then he tries to deny it because he has no fear of God. See what I'm saying? And he calls me a liar because he's the liar. Here, let's hear.
To disbelief.
Can you guys hear it?
This was not me giving a fatwa or making a determination.
Oh no, this is him being his self again. Let's go to the earlier part. Bro, that was a long conversation. But at the beginning, it was just a lot of throwing rocks, throwing shades and all this stuff. Oh, there we go. And right here.
We're just going to get Muhammad on because he's been waiting longer, and then hopefully we'll get you on very shortly. Muhammad, are you Muslim?
Well, I'm what you guys call Hadith Rejectors, so I'm not a Muslim according to you.
I don't
No,
know.
he's the kafir. Yeah.
What did he say? Guys, what did he say right off the bat? What did he say off the bat? Hadith Rejectors, so I'm not a Muslim according to you.
I don't
No,
know.
he's the kafir. Yeah, that would make him a kafir.
Oh, yeah. And then he goes later, oh, no, I did not give you a fatwa. And he wants to talk in his real weird ways, bro. This is going to be a short, guys. He's the kafir. He's the mushrik. He's the loser. Guys, I want to show you a video before we go, okay? This guy doesn't even know the shahada at one point, okay? I had to sit there and school him. I had to school him what his own shahada was. So let me just pull up a video so you guys can see how loser Ijaz is, because he wants to call me a kafir. This man was doing shirk for 13 years of his life without realizing it, okay? So he was calling the prophet a god, the god, in his shahada. I have this hidden from a very long time, because when Ijaz, I told you, he will not talk too much because I've embarrassed him to no end at one time in his life. And I had the whole Christian community laughing at him because he wanted to attack me, because he himself didn't know what he was saying. So here you go. Enjoy this. This is Ijaz, okay?
You don't know Arabic. So I'll give an example. When we say al-risala, right? The ra is like the definite article here. In this case, you merge the two. The same Muhammad Rasulullah. We don't say Muhammad blank Rasulullah. So Muhammad Rasulullah. It's the same thing. Or when we say Abdul Rahman, or we say Abdul Latif, the same thing. You don't need to hear the al in it to be a definite article.
You don't need to hear the al in it. Can you, like, is there an example where you have a text that says that has this statement where it's al Rasulullah? Do you have an example?
We say,
so if you say al Rasul, al Rasul, Allah, you're saying the messenger, the God. And then he's going to say, we have that statement.
Ashhadu an la ilaha illallahu wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. That's a perfect example of the shahada.
You said Muhammad Rasulullah, not al Rasulullah?
Muhammadur Rasulullah. You didn't say al in front of Muhammad, you say it before Rasul. And Shu'an speaks Arabic. Shu'an, am I correct?
Shu'an.
Correct, brother, yes.
Correct.
You're both wrong. There's no saying Muhammad ar-Rasulullah. That would be like saying Muhammad, the messenger, the God. Just like in Subhan ar-Rahman ar-Rabb al-Azim, exalted the merciful, the Lord, the great. That's how Arabic works. You can say Muhammad ar-Rasul, Muhammad, the messenger, alayhi salawatu wassalam. But if you want to specify who Muhammad is a messenger to, then it becomes Muhammad, messenger of the God. Muhammad Rasulullah. What you're hearing is tanween because you're saying ashhadu, which is a fa'al. And what you're getting confused with is the sun and moon letters. But notice in the written, it doesn't get removed. They get skipped phonetically, but they're still written down. And here's your biggest proof. Look at the adhan.
أشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
So the next time I go and correct your mistake to the people that you made an error with, don't sit and belittle me to your viewers while taking my words out of context. God doesn't like that.
Yeah, but he just doesn't care what God likes and doesn't like. Yeah, he got schooled. He was going around his whole life saying Muhammad, the messenger, the God. And now he's going to come say kafir. Oh, I didn't say that, because these people have no awareness of who God is. So that was easy. Yeah. So all right, Ronnie, let's go, bro. Sorry for the wait. I want to bring you peace.
Hello.
How you doing? Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, thanks. That was quite painful to watch. I watched the.
On my end?
Oh no, their end, right? Like the whole thing was really painful to watch.
Right. They can't compare to what we say, so it's difficult for them to stand their grounds. And honestly, he made the mistake by jumping into the Quran, because when he jumps into the Quran, he fails miserably.
Yeah, it's understandable. It's quite ironic, Quranist going into battle with the Quran. But yeah, a little bit of background on me. I'm not exactly a Hadith rejector. I mainly do follow the Hanafi fiqh, but some really good points that you rose regarding with the example, like Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the example, right? Could you sort of elaborate a little bit about that?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the world evolves, society keeps going on. So things in the world will change. So if the Prophet was alive nowadays, his sunnah would definitely not be the same. So now we have concepts of running water, we have cars, we have planes, we have online world. So now the way that he would apply the religion would be a little bit adapted to this world. No compromise. You don't compromise in religion, but you have to adapt in religion. So in his day right now, if the Prophet was alive, he would approach the Quran differently. Now, the Quran is giving you a mentality. The Quran is the psychiatry of the human being, how he's supposed to have a relationship with his Lord, how he views his Lord, and how he deals with the situations that's in front of him. When to fight, when not to fight, when to argue, when not to argue, when to debate, when not to debate, who to help, who to feed, who. So it's telling you how to serve your Lord from a mentality that's from you. So this mentality was very well embodied by the Prophet 1400 years ago, and he made a huge ripple in society and time because of this mentality that he had. Similar to Jesus, similar to Joseph, similar to David, similar to Abraham. Abraham had it even better. And Noah and Adam and everyone else that we were given as examples in the Quran, right? As God says that there's an example and there's a lesson in their stories. So now we want to see how they viewed the world and apply it to this society that has evolved with whatever issues that we're having now. So I don't need to sit and eat. Well, what happens if someone is a doctor that has to deal with poop and people's private parts? Does he never eat because he has to use both hands before latex gloves? He's touching private parts and he's touching feces day and night because he's a doctor. So does he never eat, or does he only use his left hand? No, there's an exception. Okay, if there's an exception from the rule in that way, then it's not something that was mandated by God. So you're approaching life from the psychology and mentality that God has brought forth for you.
Could you not make the
That's the
argument?
pattern.
Yeah, could you not make the argument though that the scholars that we have today have a methodology to adapt the rulings in a flexible way?
Okay, before we get to that discussion, which there is a view to see it, correct. Is it necessary is the question that's most important. Is that methodology and is their application necessary for you to get guided? Yes or no? Especially if you're somebody in the West that has nothing to do with Arabic culture.
It's a very difficult question. My heart says
I would say no.
No,
it's not necessary, and the Quran is sufficient. That's my answer. If you have a different answer, please.
Well, the thing is, we have such great scholarship, right? For centuries, like 1400 years of scholarship of really smart people learning the Quran inside out, and
they're very good Christians as well for 2,000 years, and they've also have had scholarship for an extremely long time, saying that Jesus is the Son of God.
It's a very good point as well. But the thing is with that is our scholars do have a teacher, like there's a tradition, right? Islam is, you could say, is a tradition. Well, when I say
Takes
tradition,
one
I
liar.
mean it takes one liar. But
Takes one liar.
but the thing is,
What's the strongest sanad? Let's take the strongest isnad possible, right? On the day that they were writing hadith, can I hijack a sanad?
well, you could.
Okay, if I'm a government, if I'm like the Salafis, the Saudi government right now is pushing Salafism, who get with the power and the resources, manipulate the religion to fit their agenda. The Umayyads couldn't do that. The Abbasids couldn't do that, and hijack a sanad and give them more power than they should. Like you should listen to your Muslim leader even if he's whipping you and taking your money. Is that possible or no?
So when it comes to politics, I completely agree with you. That could happen. But I'm looking from a point, like from a strictly religious point of view, because the tradition is that you have a teacher and a teacher teaches everything that his or her teacher taught. And that goes on. Well, there should be a chain from my teacher to all the way to the Prophet, peace be upon him, right? So what would you say about that in particular?
Two things. Sorry. What do you think about Muwatta Malik?
What do you mean? Like,
do you read Muwatta Malik?
Not really. Like, I'm just basing this off like, yeah, go on.
Do you agree that it is one of their scholars that learned and the whole, that's part of the chain, right? He has some credence in that authority. I don't take him, but does he?
I wish I knew.
I'll show you a hadith that he wrote, and then we can read it together. Yahya related to me from Malik, from his paternal uncle, Abu Suhaid ibn Malik, that his uncle's father said. Okay, so let's just break this down. Malik, the scholar, Imam Malik, his uncle, right? And his father, which would be the companion of the Prophet. So it's Malik's grandfather.
Yep.
Okay, so Malik's grandfather said, I recognize nothing nowadays of what I saw the people, the companions of the messengers, may Allah bless him and grant him, doing except the call of prayer. So the grandfather of Malik was expressing that whatever the people were doing is not what we were doing, except the call of the prayer. That's something that has survived, which later did change when Umar came around.
Okay, this is kind of groundbreaking.
But this stuff is hidden from you. They hide it from you. Why do they hide it from you? So that you don't doubt and you listen to them. That's one. Two, now you have something called a Tabari, which is the strongest, most accepted exegesis of the Quran. Why is it the most accepted exegesis of the Quran? Let me just put it here. Liduluk Shams. Liduluk Shams. There it is. So I don't know if this will work. Share this tab. That was amazing. Sorry guys, when the guy called me kafir, it was done game.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the exegesis of Tabari, which is very well known. Okay, it says here Tabari, right? This is the verse in regards to the prayer from the setting of the sun to the twilights of the night. Okay, so in here, there's a word that I'm going to translate to you, which is often used. It's often used in here. So here, it's literally at the start of like the exegesis of this specific verse. So let me translate it. Okay, so this verse right here, or this right here, it says, let's wait. Come on, Google, get it done. It's actually, yeah, there it is. So the people of the interpretation differed. Okay, so this is the explanation of the Quran. The people who were explaining the Quran, they had different interpretations. And each one of them, you could see, has a chain back to the Prophet. And they're all different interpretations. This is another chain. And then this is another chain.
Yeah.
And this is another chain. So this whole concept of the chain that's unbroken, why are they all saying different things? When it's like the way that they paint it in Tabari, that the Prophet went to a group of people, gave him an interpretation, went to a whole different group of people, gave him a contradicting interpretation, went to a whole different group of people and gave an interpretation like that contradicts the other two. And then they're
Yeah.
saying, oh, well, we all have our chain back to the Prophet. So that they're painting the Prophet as someone who didn't say the truth. And the Quran tells you in the Quran that it's upon God to teach you the Quran, not a human being.
Yeah, and I think I've read somewhere that in that exact work as well, there's disagreements with 4 times, 5 times, right, of prayer as well, which I
He
found
talks
quite
about 3.
interesting. He talks about 3 as well. Okay. So then the next question I have, like, yeah, pretty convincing, but like I'm not. Yeah, I still need to look into it.
Do you, brother?
As in, yeah.
Do you? Because I'm not here to push you to a point for you to get too confused. But there, you can't. Don't. I'm going to make a assumption here, and I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Were you a Christian at one point?
No, I was just well, I do come from a Muslim background, but like I was not really practicing. I only really started practicing last year.
So I'm just gonna try to warn you, like I warn everyone who we have these discussions. Look for the idolatry. Christians idolize, and the Sunnis hate the Christians for idolizing Jesus. But see how much similarities there are on how Christians treat Jesus and how Sunnis treat Muhammad. And you'll see it's very similar, despite Sunnis not calling him the Son of God. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I mean, like the most common name is Muhammad, right? In the world.
Right. And you walk into some mosques, they have the name of Muhammad there. In their prayer, they say, Salamun alayka. The guy admitted in the stream there, he admitted that it's shirk. And then I told him, you literally say it. You call upon Muhammad in your prayer. And then he just wanted to move away very quickly because that is shirk. This is why the Middle East is not winning. This is why these Muslim majority countries are not having a good time. And the ones that are having a good time, they secularized, they separated state from the mosque, and they got blood money, olive oil money.
Yeah.
So,
but
so God has made it very clear.
But I mean, that's like today, right? If you look back, though, there was
That's
always
before,
one superpower, right? That was at least Islamic. We had the Ottomans and so on.
Yeah. I want to show you something.
Okay.
I want to show you something, and then you'll see what Islamic Empire.
Oh, is that a lie as well?
It's not. I want to show you. I want to see if this is the video. There's a video.
Genuinely nervous to release.
All right. Let me see. Sorry if that came up. Come on. Is this it? No. No. Timeline. Islam. Please let me see it. This is it. Okay. So I'm just gonna pause it when. Okay. So I'm gonna show you something. First, we'll go here. So you can see, this is actually for me, it's very clear. So at what age did this dude die? Let me put this on the screen. There it is. What age did he die? 1870.
Yeah, 60, right?
Right? Yeah, this is Bukhari, 1870. Yeah, he died in 1870. So this is the Islamic age from the beginning. Let's see, from like the very beginning, and I'll speed it up. So, oh, whoops, I made a mistake. Let's make this dear Lord stuff. So let's go very quickly. Playback speed. Okay, so this is 640. You see how it's expanding?
Yep.
Remember, he died in 860, right? Single nation. There was a little bit of separation. They overcame. They're going. They're doing their thing. They're pretty big. They're getting big.
It's probably the peak here.
Yeah. This is when Bukhari became alive. And they're still pretty decent, right? This is when Bukhari is now writing his book. Look what happens when Bukhari gets born. So this is, see how now they're slowly starting to divide. 860. Boom. And watch. Now we have Hadith playing. They just get eaten up like cancer.
So when you say Hadith, you're particularly talking about the collections of Bukhari, not like because
Correct.
there were hadiths before Bukhari,
But
obviously, right?
But it's the prolific, like when it became prolific, right? Like very prolific. Like sorry, I think I said the wrong word. Like when it became very like apparent, where people started to forget the Quran, and then they start. Yes, there was technically books of hadith, but you didn't have Umar, you didn't have Ali, you didn't have Uthman, you didn't have Abu Bakr making collections of hadith, right? Why? Useless. They didn't need it because they knew. Right, like there's nobody here saying that these verses of the Quran are da'if and these verses of the Quran are strong because of our sanad. But hey, you read Hafs, right? Hafs al-Asim?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So did you know this? And this is very well known, okay? Hafs is the one responsible in the chain of narrating the Quran, correct?
Yeah.
So he's a very strong Quran narrator, right? Very strong sanad. But then why is it that here, Hafs ibn al-Qamar, whatever, Quran reader or narrator, also called al-Ghadri, and known as a Hafiz, and it was said that his grandfather's name, al-Mughira, who is Hafs ibn Dawood ibn Hatim, from his father, that Hafs is one whose hadiths are abandoned. He's a weak hadith narrator. He's an amazing Quran narrator, but they don't take hadith from Hafs. So it's not the same people, the argument that people keep telling me. So why don't they take Hafs hadith if he's so exemplary, like he's so great at memorizing the exact way of recitation of the Quran? But
okay.
All right, brother.
Can I
Any other questions?
Just one last question. I don't want to take up too much of your time. There's probably like a line people trying to challenge, right? I'm not really here for a challenge. Then like regarding with like what I said before, like there was so many years of scholarship and stuff. How come this wasn't really picked up? Where
There was. You're reading one side of the story. You have the whole side of the Khawarij, you have the whole side of the Mu'tazilites. There are so many sects where they denied prolific hadith narrators. Abu Huraira was called contemptible at many times, and whoever listened to Abu Huraira was also contemptible for a very long time in the early of the period that really changed everything is called the Mutawakkil period. This is during the Abbasid. That's when the whole isnad thing started to actually become a standard. Before that, nobody talked like that, by the way. Then they made it into a standard so that they could distinguish between hadith Shia narrations and Sunni narrations, because they started to get jumbled up. So the whole concept of isnad came later. The whole concept of this scholarship, it was evolving where people started to make up their lives.
So where would you go for these, like to get all of this information then? Like to read the other side of the story? Do you know? Yeah.
Unfortunately, most of their material has been burnt or destroyed. So it's always just the renditions of what Sunnis have left. If that makes sense. There are some surviving Mu'tazilites works, but the okay, so I'll show you someone who's very well known, and I will show you what he said. Ibn, I think this dude, yeah, Al-Jahiz. So I'll share this tab. So this guy, he's known for actually talking about the theory of theory of evolution. That Charles Darwin learned of him. So there's something that's called Mohammedanian theory of evolution, which existed way before Charles Darwin.
Wow.
And it talks about how there's a verse in the Quran talking about the theory of evolution. So it is mentioned pre-Darwin Muslim scholars' views on evolution. You could read it. Mohammedanian theory of evolution, and this is also a contemporary. Like Charles Darwin started from what Muslim scholars were saying, right? And there is a verse that clearly states that God is saying, like, have they not walked in the earth and observed how God began creation and He produces the final image? So now we're walking through the earth and we see there's a tree, and then God. But Adam and Eve, obviously, they were outside of that evolution, just like how Jesus is outside of natural birth. So, but this is just like. So this person, I'll put that here. Let me see if you guys can see it. Al-Jahiz, I think. So he's an Arab polymath author, including theory of criticism. Right? This guy's this is what he worked on: theology, zoology, philosophy, grammar, dialectics, rhetoric, philology, linguistics, and political religious polemics. Okay, and he has a lot of works. This man here, they tell you his history, his career, right? He has many books, like the Book of Animals. This is where he starts to describe the constant, the like how things came from each other, which is, the Book of Miser al-Bakhala, Misers, right? But one thing I want to put here, right? So this is what he says. This is about his life, okay? He goes, Al-Jah is also critical of those who followed the hadith of Abu Huraira, referring to his hadithist opponents, al-Nabita, the contemptible, right? So he had opponents that are hadithists, because he did not sit and look at hadith books. He was just with the Quran, Arabic grammar, zoology. So he's a very big known scholar. And you'll see majority of the people who are big scholars, like really big level, they didn't partake with the hadith stuff.
So then, yeah, I guess that answers my question. Just try to look at the sort of that time period, right? Those scholars and stuff, and try to read it. Well, the problem is that I don't speak
Good luck.
Arabic. Yeah, and I don't speak Arabic, so
You do have now a lot of help. So I'll walk you something. I don't need it, but I understand how it works. So there's this thing called Shamila WS. So this is in Arabic. Okay, so this is in Arabic. Let me share the screen, share this tab. And it automatically translated it. So there's a button at the top. You can click it. This is Shamila WS. I'll put it in the chat for everybody.
Yes,
right?
Please, thanks.
I put it in the main chat, not just the private chat. And you could download the library, or you could just browse the library. Okay. So these people have 7 gigs of Arabic literature that can be searched. So you have the books of the years, the tajweed and the readings, the sciences. These are the numbers of the book. Creed books, hadith, and they have all sorts of things from the Islamic thing. So let's go to hadith annotations, for example, right? And as it's translating, so I click translate, the difference of hadith, and he tells you like the dates and everything. You could go through the authors, whatever, but you can even click one, and then again, you click the translate, it'll tell you. And then you could just start like seeing the door, like here is like so you could just see, you could have some of the information, but this translation is not that clear. So you could go back to the Arabic at this point, and guess what? Copy this and just force feed it to Chat GPT. You have ways if you really want to know, but this is just history, bro. I'm not recommending for you to do it. I'm just giving you an option as a computer programmer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was great talking to you. Thank you. Are you based in the UK, by the way?
No.
No,
because
I saw you
in the Middle East.
One
time.
Yeah, one time. Okay. Just thought maybe. Anyways, all right. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
No problem. Wa alaikum salam. Peace be upon you, brother. Thank you for saying it.
Thanks. Bye.
Peace. All right. I think we already had a conversation, but I'll bring you back up. I have Abbass, and then I have Thierno. I believe that's, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Brother T. All right. All right. I have Abbass first.
Yo, shalom.
Peace. Didn't we talk earlier?
Yeah, we did. But
all right, so it's,
I went early because you had to talk with the other guys.
All right.
The guys you were debating, and you destroyed them.
Thank you. Yeah,
it was funny when like you gave the objection, like, "Oh, is the Quran complete?" and they just insulted, like they had no response.
What can they do? What can they do? They're trying to prove that it's not. So good luck.
Yeah. So for you brought up you said 4159. Like you said that. What did you say about the verse? Like I didn't quite catch what you said.
4159, right?
Yeah.
4159. Yeah. So, oh yeah. No, I thought you got it.
My
I'll put on
mic
the
cut out. I just went because you had to talk. I didn't want it to hold you up.
Sure. So here, the verse is saying, and some of the people of the book were only to have believed in him. وَإِن مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ إِلَّا لِيُؤْمِنَّنَّ
It doesn't. But
بِهِ
doesn't
قبل.
wa'in mean and not?
Indeed, indeed.
Wa'in
This
means
what
indeed.
you could say not. لا وَإِن مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَاب. Indeed.
But doesn't in mean not? For in means not.
Sure. If you want to say as not, but it doesn't. Not in this setting. That's illa.
Why wouldn't it mean not here?
وَإِن مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَاب. Indeed from the people of the book.
Wouldn't it be saying and not like and no one from Ahl al-Kitab?
وَمَا, that would be وَمَا مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَاب. If it was وَمَا مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَاب, then it's different. But here وَإِن مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَاب. You're talking about ma.
Well, the translation I'm reading, it says, and there is not, like, from Ahl al-Kitab.
Where I don't know where they're getting not from. There is no not here. Where do you see the not? وَإِن مِّنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَاب.
Yeah, but what in means and not. Wa and in, not.
All right, so 1 second.
Inni, I know what you're gonna say. Inni means indeed.
No.
I know.
Look at this. Inna, indeed. Inna alladhina kafaru, indeed those. This is inna majduda. Here there is no shadda. Wa in min.
Yeah, if there's no shadda, then they're different words.
It's still inna wa akhawatiha. There's no negation here. Here, give me 1 second.
I understand what
I'll
you're
show
saying.
you one. Yeah.
Actually, wait, can you go on you know Quran corpus? Can you go on the verse you were looking at where it says where it begins with inna with the shadda on the noon? Can you see on Quran corpus like what does it translate?
Yeah,
as?
up put it up for 159.
Yeah, 150. No, yeah, no 159. I'm looking at it. It says what in means and not.
Yeah, but how they could say and there is, and then they put that in the comments and they say not.
Yeah, no, if there is in the brackets, but not is not in the brackets.
Even if it's, I see how they're putting it as the negative particle. Let's assume that it's the negative, but min is from.
Yeah,
it's still
and
from.
There
The
is
word,
like there is not anyone from Ahl Kitab who will believe.
In would still have to be in the position, even if it's negatory. It's not illa wa in wa ma. It's like it's not total. Wa in min Ahl Kitab. So not from except. The min is from, so not from the people of the book, except they will believe.
Yeah, it's universally, it's a universal negation of people
that would
from
be that would be ma, that would be ma or illa. There's no universe. So
but ma
I'm trying to
and
remember.
what in means the same thing.
No, it doesn't. No, it's definitely not. وما أرسلنا من قبلك من رسول إلا.
Okay, wait, but if
we have not. Wama means we have not.
Okay, but if you're accepting that what in means and not, then you would be accepting it saying, and there is not anyone from Ahl Kitab that will.
1 second. Let me see the best place for me to get this.
You know Quran corpus, it lists every instance of a word in Arabic.
Yeah, but they wouldn't put it this here for in this way. So go to another verse where it has this negative part of.
No. Go on. Go on. Click on the thing. Click on the thing. No, click on the Arabic. Yeah. Then scroll down and go on. No. Click on the Arabic. Scroll down, and then you see where it says concordance. Yeah. See.
Yeah, you see, in hada illa sihrun mubin. It's not total. They're not saying this is just sihrun mubin. They're saying in hada sihrun mubin. So it is to them. That's how they're viewing it. This is not totally that everybody's going to believe in it. Like there's here it's saying wa in min ahli al-kitab, min ahli al-kitab, wa in ahli al-kitab illa liyu'minna bihi. I'm with you, but here it's the min is which not giving it its totality.
No, it's I know it's not totality, but it's totality of min ahli kitab, like
yeah. So from some of the books, except they're gonna believe. So that if it was wa in ahli al-kitab illa liyu'minna bihi, I'm with you. But here it says wa in min ahli al-kitab. If there's no min, then it would have been total.
Min doesn't make a difference. I don't see what it's making a difference of.
Okay, ahli al-kitab min ahli al-kitab. Ahli al-kitab it's total. Min ahli al-kitab is some.
In English, in English, if I say no one from England has good teeth, and that's the same thing as saying no one in England, no English person has good teeth. That's saying the same thing.
No, it's not, brother. There's min here. There's from. There has to be.
I don't understand. How does it make a difference?
Because I'm not taking a subset of the eternity, the entirety when I say min.
Wait. Okay, I have a question. Is it true for one to say people in Ahl Kitab are min Ahl Kitab?
That's different in the context.
Why is it
if
different?
I'm taking it as a subject, min Ahl Kitab. Okay, actually, everyone from min Ahl Kitab would be Ahl Kitab, but does not mean that I'm talking everybody from the Ahl Kitab. I'll show you what I mean.
Why not?
Because that's how the Arabic works, homie.
I don't know Arabic, so I guess maybe I'm wrong.
Here, hold on. There, see? With that ta'ifatun, this is not it. Oh, people, ya Ahlul Kitab, laysu sawa. This, yeah, there it is. وَمِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ مَنْ أَنْ تُؤْمِنْهُ بِقِنْطَارٍ. So I'm not sharing this.
What verse is this?
So, and among the people of the book, this is 375. There, وَمِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ مَنْ أَنْ تُؤْمِنْهُ بِقِنْطَارٍ.
Go on Quran corpus. Go on Quran corpus.
All right. Take it easy on me, bro.
I love you, brother, for the sake of Allah.
Alhamdulillah. وَمِنْ, and from, see it's min here, أهل الكتاب, people of the book, من who, in تؤمنه بقنطار يؤديه إليك. So some of them, not all of them.
Okay, but wait. And from the people of the book, will you scroll down?
Yeah, if you give them. So this is the subset. It didn't say أهل. He would have said yeah, أهل الكتاب من ومن أهل الكتاب, from people of the book. ومن الناس من يستمع إليك, from the people who listen to you. X. Min is what's clarifying if it's total or not.
No, man is the one that's clarifying. Man.
Brother, I'll show you a different one. So
man is the one clarifying. What do you mean?
Here, see here. 1 second.
Yeah, it's man. Is he who? Man is the one it's saying like it's subgroup. It's like making a subgroup of the women.
1 second. Here you go. This is clear distinguishment between everybody else. So this is 3:113. ليسوا سواء من أهل الكتاب أمة قائمة يتلون آيات الله. So does that mean all of the people of the book are not equal? He's saying they are not equal. من أهل الكتاب أمة, community, standing and reciting the verses of Allah hours during the night while they prostrate. So does that mean they're all doing it?
Hold on. Let me read that again. Actually, wait, I can go on my computer. Which part?
Right here.
Oh, from the third word. Okay. Okay, hold on. They are not the same among the people of the book as a community standing and reciting the verses of Allah in the hours of the night, and they prostrate.
You see the men?
Yeah, I understand. What does Sawan mean there?
Not equal. And what you're saying, that means also the dead of the people of the book would have to now believe in Jesus as well.
Wait. Why does it not mean all of them here? I don't understand.
Because they're not equal from the people of the book, a nation that's upstanding. So the majority of them are not upstanding, they're bad people, and some of them are upstanding. So that's where the min ahl al-kitab.
Okay, but then min is not the one that's subgrouping. It's laysu sawan. Laysu sawan is.
Yeah, from. That's why min is from, brother.
Yeah, okay,
You're
but if
talking in
laysu
circles.
sawan wasn't there, it would be all. So
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Laysu
No, it
sawan is
wouldn't.
the, like, in the context, that's why it's made.
وَمِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ. There's no way for min to always be understood as entirety. وَمِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ. From
It depends on the context. And in
exactly.
4:1, yeah, but in 4:159,
God would have said وَكَانَتْ أَهْلُ الْكِتَابِ أو كَانَ أَهْلُ الْكِتَابِ أُمَّةً قَائِمَةً. Then it would have been in its entirety. When he's saying min ahl al-kitab, some of them.
Okay, but do you agree? Some min can sometimes refer to an entire group.
It depends on the context at that point.
Okay, but where? Okay, so it can. Okay, but why?
So the people in the grave. One second. So the people in the grave, who are the people of the book, they will also believe.
No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Look, the Quran can just be wrong. The point is what the verse is saying. What is the verse saying?
The Quran can be wrong?
Oh my, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. Let's first determine what the verse means. Let's like leave what
before his death, some people of the book will believe in him. Which happened?
No, it doesn't say some. It says the people of the book will believe in him.
Before his death? Okay, and not from the people of the book, except they will believe in him before his death. So he's not gonna die until the people of the book believed in him, which some of them did. So some of them did.
Bro, in the verse, it literally says al-kitab.
Do you think Jesus is coming back?
In the Rasul, it says al-kitab. It says the.
What? Ahl al-kitab, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's the. It has a, what's it called? And
definite article.
Yeah, definite article, exactly.
But does not mean all of them at that point. It's talking about which type of people, which is al-ahlul kitab or ahlul kitab. But brother, I don't understand. You came me with an argument saying that Jesus is not coming back. I already told you Jesus is not coming back, and now you're debating that Jesus is coming back.
Yeah. Okay, we can leave
brother.
this. This is going nowhere. Because I'll need to know Arabic to even like properly understand. So we can leave this.
Right. So, but okay. Wait, from all the verses in the Quran that don't talk about anything about Jesus returning, this to you means Jesus is going to return.
Yeah, I've read the entire Quran in English, and this is the only one that like the Zahir it appeared like it's talking about the second coming.
But the Arabic can allude to a different understanding where it's some of the people of the book. But even if he came back, so what, the believers are not gonna be, so
I've
like
read what's his name? There's this website called Al Tafsir, right? You can like on Google, you can like on a computer, you can translate a page, and then I read Tafsir. What's his name? Fakhr al-Din al-Razi. He says the verse, like it doesn't have to be referring to Jesus. It can also be referring to the Quran. Like the people of the book won't believe in the Quran before their death, and like at the time of Muhammad, the people of the book around Muhammad, they started to believe the Quran, I guess.
that's true as well. I guess I mean that could be the case. I have to investigate it, but for me there is absolutely no equivocal, like there is no clear proof, nor implicit or explicit of Jesus coming back. So.
Okay. In my opinion, the Quran actually has negative proof of this income because of Jesus is now a witness and Allah's a witness.
On the day of judgment. Yeah,
exactly.
On the day of judgment is the next time Jesus speaks. Because if he has to clear his name on the day of judgment, then why wouldn't he clear it back when he's back here? He would have said God. He would have said it here. He would have cleared himself here.
Exactly. Okay.
All right, brother. There is a line. So.
Okay, one more.
Last one.
Okay. Can you go to chapter 58, verse 9 to 10?
58?
Yeah, 9 to 10. Okay. So, from what I understand of the verse, like God is basically making like he's making rules and regulations around how one should conduct like private conversations, right? But what I don't understand is basically it says, like in verse 9, it talks about how you should hold secret counsel, right? To in the Arabic, it's what's it called?
Tanajaytum.
Tanajaytum, yeah, the verb form of najwa. Yeah.
Najwa.
Okay, but so in the verb form of najwa, it talks about how you should how you should do najwa. But then the next verse says like najwa is from Satan. So like I don't understand, like is this like why would God
No. إنما النجوى من الشيطان ليحزن. Like, so when there is, so you can have a najwa, right? That is pious. You are coming up with it. But the najwa, إنما النجوى من الشيطان. So indeed, the najwa that comes from the devil is to make you sad. It's not all najwa comes from devil. That's not what it's saying. You stopped it here. You said إنما النجوى من الشيطان. Then you would have been right. But here, إنما النجوى من الشيطان ليحزن الذين آمنوا. If you stop reading here, then you're right that all najwa is from the shaitan. But no, the verse carries on.
But
here it's saying
the
najwa from the shaitan is to make the believers sad. That's what it's saying. So all najwa that comes from the shaitan makes the believers sad. So,
إنما najwa doesn't mean all secret counsels are from shaitan.
إنما النجوى إنما النجوى من الشيطان ليحزن الذين. If you stopped here, then you're right. إنما النجوى من الشيطان. Fine. إنما النجوى إنما النجوى من الشيطان. Then you would have been right. But there's li. So the li is the reason why that najwa is from the shaitan. So if it's not there to make the believers sad, then it's not najwa from the shaitan. God is giving you the totality of the najwa min shaitan is to make you sad if you're a believer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. That was a short one, so I get to get one more, right?
No, you don't. I gotta carry on, brother. You spent quite some time with me.
Okay, but
I have to be. All right. Well, I do these often, so you're more than welcome to jump again and try to prove to me why Jesus is coming back.
Okay, bye.
All right. Peace, brother.
Peace.
All right. We have another brother. I'm going to try it now. Thierno. One more time. All right. I'm going to bring you up. Peace, brother.
Hello. Peace. Hello. Do you hear me?
Peace. I can hear you, but there's a fan running.
Yeah. I was kind of afraid of that. Right now, do you hear it less?
It's good.
It's good. It's better. How are you, man?
Mhm. I'm good. I guess it's hot where
Um,
you're at.
Yeah, I'm in Senegal right now. It's very hot.
Mashallah.
Not a lot of not a lot of rain this season, so it's kind of difficult. So yeah, I am. Yeah, first of all, I am a very good fan of you, and
God bless you.
really thank you for what you're doing right now for the community, and I am much in line with the message that you are circulating, and I know that here in Senegal, here in Africa, yeah, this, yeah,
Sorry. Go
here
ahead.
in
Yeah, I'm
Africa, I know that all around the world, I know that, and I think I was talking about it the last day with Baba Shuaib in his stream. I was saying that the Quran only Muslims, Quran only methodology. The more that the information will circulate, the more the Sunni and the Shia argument will fade away.
right.
So which you show it to the last gentleman. Like you can go to a site, go to go to an AI, translate everything that they say. So
Right.
it is not hidden anymore. So
Right.
everything that people are saying, it can be translated. People will see the truth, so they will know that okay, the Hadith books are not truthful. So right now, what we can do, we have to retreat. We have to go back to the source. So I think
Quran.
yeah. So I think like what you are doing right now, it is avant-garde. It is something that I know that people will reflect to say, okay, there was the first people on the line, Baba Shuaib, Muhammad from God, Yassi Adi. No, they will remember you. I think that what you are doing can be very,
Sure.
very, very good. And I know that in maybe a century or two, Sunnism will be relegated to the or shall we relegated to the other side.
I do agree with you. So now, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, came 600 years after Jesus.
Yeah.
So the Sunni and the Shia, they're lagging by 600 years. Okay.
Yeah.
600 years ago, the Christian faith was in the Middle Ages, where they wanted to separate the church from state. And then America came out, right? America and the Christian nations that had nothing to do with Christianity, that's when they came out and dominated the world. Now in the Middle East, they want to separate mosque from state because the mosque is too corrupt. There's too crazy stuff. I'm gonna put you something, and so you can see why they're hiding a lot of things, because if it comes out, it's very much problems. But I don't have a problem showing it. So here, someone's asking, bestiality, does it invalidate Hajj and fasting? Did you see this?
This masala, I know it. I know this masala. It is insane. It is insane.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't.
Yeah, it is Ibn Qudama. Yeah, it's Ibn Qudama just said that. No, it is bad.
Yeah. So having intercourse with your wife invalidates your Hajj, invalidates your fasting, but have fun with your goat.
Yeah, so sometimes when you say when the non-Muslim see this type of things and see the way that they they portray the prophet, sometimes they invent some memes, like they will say, okay, I don't know, God fucker, or the prophet is a pedophile, and people know that it is astaghfirullah, I said it, but right, people know that it is really wrong, so they cannot defend it. So then now says they are in the defensive. Oh, this is Islamophobia.
but it is the things that are in the book. So what you gonna do?
This is what I realized. They keep crying like all this thing about Islamophobia. There is Islamophobes, but
no, there are Islamophobes.
But there's definitely, but there's also there's definitely truth to what they're saying, because where are they getting this information from? Brother, I want to introduce. I want to introduce someone to you. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Ah. So it is the first time. It is me, Thierno from Senegal. Man, I am so happy. I think I am in the you know.
You're on the spotlight.
I am in the spotlight. I don't know exactly what I have to. Baba, I don't think we are hearing you well. Are you?
He's not saying anything.
Okay.
He's listening to you.
You're not. Okay. You're just standing there menacingly. You know.
Brother, I'm gonna put you down back on the whenever you're ready, my good brother.
Yeah.
So let's see.
But right now I want to have a little kind of critics, like a little. I want you to write it somewhere on a Facebook post or on a Twitter post, but I've seen like maybe I just have to tell it right now, because I don't know if you want to talk about it again. I really don't know, because something in the past, when you put it in the past, it's in the past, about the mega mind situation,
Oh,
and I don't know if you want to talk about
If you have a question, no, I don't mind. He wants to fight up. He's fighting a losing war. So what do you want me?
I know, and I said it to Baba Shuaib last time that I was talking to you. When you do a little psychology, there is something that we call narcissism of small differences.
Yeah.
Do you know it?
Huh? Yeah. Yes.
So for people who don't know what is narcissism of small differences, it was coined by Sigmund Freud, and it kind of describe a phenomenon where minor differences between people who are otherwise very similar are exaggerated and often becomes a source of conflict or division. So this can happen within communities, groups, individuals who share many traits but focus on small distinctions. When I say small distinction,
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say they're trying to fight for power, so it doesn't matter what the difference is. They just want control.
Yeah. It is like that. It is always like that. It is always like that. It is the narcissism of small differences. It is why there is the bloodiest genocides, the bloodiest fights in the world are between two tribes that have just one or two or three differences. It is a very, very important, very real issues. And I thought that about the communities, the community that we are somehow creating or reviving. But because you said it, we are not. When people say to us that the Quran alone. Sorry, excuse me.
Whenever you want, Baba, I think you have the ability to come up if you want to come up. I changed the thumbnail. I hope so.
Yeah. So I was I was saying that whenever there is differences between two people, and the differences is very small, human beings are striving to make having an identity, and sometimes there are some people that these little differences that are, you know, exaggerated, you know, that are exaggerated as like as a big, as an extraordinary big deal, are, you know, can lead to extremism.
Right,
And
of course.
Megaman, yeah, and this Megaman guy is a very good example of this.
God,
Because
God talks. There's so many verses in regards to his mentality, in
Yeah.
regards how he's trying to cause diversion and discord within the
Diversion,
community.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's people who would listen to him. And if he came into battle with us, he would be the one that he would be saying things where he just wants to kind of agree with the opposite side or not want to sit in battle. He's someone who God clearly describes of what a hypocrite is. He knows the verses of. So, for example, he left a comment. Someone said a comment to him like, the MF word is not a big deal, whatever. And he replies, "Oh, it's a figure of speech." And then I replied to him, I was like, "Here's a figure of speech. I was like, I know words to you don't matter because the Quranic words don't matter. Here's a figure of speech to you. May the curse and damnation of God be upon you." He deletes my messages and then he goes edits his comment to say, "Oh, it was about the semi-Sunnis. It's not about the MFer." That's the kind of man who doesn't fear God. That's the kind of man who doesn't understand that there's a day of judgment. It's to him and how people are perceiving him and him wanting to be the center of attention.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. They are hypocrites. They do not. They are here in our community, and sometimes they hide among us. They can hide. They can hide among among everybody. And sometimes they are like a spice, and it is when I saw the video of Baba Shuaib, and I was really appalled, because for me I was like, maybe in 100 years, maybe they will have these people, because like we know the battle that we have to fight with the Sunni or with and I was saying, no,
I'm going to speak on my behalf, but I can tell you that Baba would probably agree with me. We already know if this community carries on, we know who's the enemy within. We know who the hypocrite is within. We know who's going to, we could foresee how this community would divide when there's no more hadith. And it's going to be on the basis of ritual and non-ritual. It's very clear for us. So we don't address it because God is a guide. So we don't need to sit and try to divide the community now. But they themselves will end up being the ones trying to be the divisor, because they're calling us semi-Sunnis, they're calling us mushriks, and it's gonna be the Muawiyahs first, the Alis.
but I think for now because as I know, the ritualistic Quranists, the non-ritualistic Quranists, the Code 19 Quranists, the Zakatis, people, physicals, there will be division. It is
Salam.
the thing.
Salam, guys.
Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam.
Salam.
Yeah, thank you all, and to the viewers again, salam alaikum, all of you. Thank you. You know, I just needed to chime in on what the brother was saying. I don't know the name. Is it Channel, right? Channel.
Yeah, it's Channel.
Yeah, I remember that voice. Yeah. So, you know, the no ritual Quranist group, they are the biggest hypocrites I could ever imagine. You understand? The reason why I'm saying they are the biggest hypocrites I could ever imagine. If you check between what the Mega Mind guy did and what we are doing, we didn't start anything against them. They started, and he started, right? Whatever he started, calling names, everything, he started. As a matter of fact, people know about me having a dialogue with him. I've done a dialogue with him about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. And it's there. I never did a review on it because of the respect I have for the, Quran alone followers community. I don't want to set people up like But you know, Baba Shuaib, you know, when I'm dealing with mushriks, hypocrites, kafirs, I have no mercy. But then the biggest point is when I'm dealing with a hypocrite, that is even worse than when I'm dealing with a mushrik. Now, these people, especially this mega mind guy, to me, he's a little guy. But then let me tell you why I need to set him up. And this is not the end of how I'm going to deal with him. The guy is one of the biggest scams in the Quran alone movement. The guy says literally, whoever says there's rituals in the Quran is hellbound, is going to hell.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Let me read you a verse.
Exactly. But this guy always says, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim before he reads the Quran.
brother. I'll show you a different one. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Yeah, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim again. This guy, you know, this guy, because that's why I call him mega mind, because meaning the mind is just big and useless, because the guy doesn't even understand the meaning of what ritual is. He doesn't know the meaning of a ritual. So imagine somebody like this who before told you he got the meaning following closely from Arabic poetry. And he says even before Islam, look at the foolishness. How can this poetry in the 7th or 6th century be before Islam? Islam has already been there.
As a Muslim,
yes,
you have to know that the Islam is before the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu is way before.
Thank you.
Muslim,
now the reason why people were taking him serious, because somebody like correctional officer, I never did an expose on that hypocrite, or I don't have time to do expose on Quran alone followers like Al-Mosis. You mentioned the list. I don't like some Gerans. I don't have time for that because we have a bigger fish out there. But let me tell you, if you step on correctional officer's toes and I have to expose you, I'll make you look like a fool. And that's why the guy was so agitated. You see the names he's calling us? You saw the names, right? The way
I cannot say it. It is
no need to say it. No need to say it. You'll be censored. YouTube and will censor you. I put it on my page because I'm not. People think, oh, Baba Shuaib took it off so that no, I took it off for a reason from my YouTube stream. It's on my Facebook. People can still see the insult. I'm going to re-put to show people that the guy, in terms of literacy. The mega mind he has is kaput. I'm going to show you an example. Look, I have a short video here. Let me show you an example of how the guy's mind works, so people will know that he's no need to give him attention. It's a waste of time, totally. Look,
brother, but there is an, as you pull up the video, there is an epidemic going internally that we let it go. But if as soon as they come, we're gonna pull them down to the material, there's no running from them. They can't run away, because they would have to clearly show how inconsistent they are when they're going to say that this term means this. So someone wrote a comment he was crying to Baba Shuaib on his comment. How dare you talk to someone like that and this and you no rituals, and he's going. And then he says that the hood is a FBI agent. It's not a bird. So why?
So what?
Why is
the what?
Yeah. So when God said that Solomon, he checked on his birds and he saw that the Hopi is missing. And the guy goes, that's not a bird. The hood is not a bird. It's like an FBI agent.
you know,
I really don't understand.
The funny part is when he started, he says Salat means following closely. Then he changed that following closely. He says it means connection. Then from connection, he says it means commitment.
Schooling session.
And then he to make it worse, then he says it's a schooling session. Now, this is a guy, you can never take such a person seriously, to be honest. Now, the challenge I'm throwing to the no ritual Quranist group is, please, I dare them to bring us a full translated Quran by them. We will put it down and examine their foolishness. We will examine it for them. And I mark it on the wall. I consider them hypocrites, and there is no mercy for a hypocrite. When I'm dealing with a hypocrite, what did God tell the prophet? Quran chapter 66, verse 9. Ya ayyuhan nabiyyu jahidul kuffara wal munafiqina waghluz alayhim وَمَا وَهُمْ جَهَنَّمْ وَبِئْسَ الْمَصِيرُ. When it comes to a hypocrite, there is no politeness. There is no, slight. You say, "Oh, we are all the same group. He's your brother." No. He's not our brother. Somebody, he waged war against us first.
Yeah, that's a definition of an hypocrite. Huh?
Yes,
It
right.
is.
Wage
So
war.
you know, a disbeliever, a disbeliever.
That's the point.
If he is not, if God says in the Quran that a disbeliever, if a disbeliever is not waging war with us, we can treat them calmly.
Thank you.
But
that is the point.
Hypocrite is an hypocrite. It is over.
Yes.
It is over.
Yes.
Right
So
now
that
you have to deal with it because it will destroy you.
I said, mark it on the wall. Correctional officer, I will set this guy up as a scapegoat and a fool. I will let the world see him, that he is useless. Whatever he says, the mind is not working. But people never examine him because somebody like correctional officer never did a review on him. So people think, oh, the guy is making sense. Look, my father, the first time he watched Maverick, he called me, he says, who is this Maverick guy? And I said, what? He says, he kind of making sense. And I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, okay, let's go back. So I started showing him the loopholes from Maverick's video. Then he says, Baba, I think that guy is crazy.
he has the conditions. He actually has the characteristics of literally what a devil is. So he's very silver-tongued. He makes he makes you feel like as if you're intelligent. So if he says a word, and then someone goes, "Oh, I think it means I think khanzir means like black clothes," and he goes, "Yes."
Yes. Then he says exactly. Then he will say exactly. So you agree with such kind of person.
So he makes you feel like you're somebody of value, and he suckers you in, and then he tries to treat you as your friend. So it's like so he would put himself in the position of teacher. But if anyone with knowledge comes and debates him, his tactic is thug life. But he cannot last thug life because he obviously, God says people like him, they don't have like mata'un qaleel. So they only have like few provisions in the world. They don't get very far. They don't succeed. And at any corner, they get shut down when the believers come. So I don't need to be fear of him. He can do whatever he wants. And God taught me how to deal with him. So at every corner, I wait for him. And if he tries something, he's done. He doesn't have much resources to work with. He doesn't have much intelligence. He doesn't have much to do. So this is the truth about anyone who wants to fight the believers. He's calling us semi-mushriks. He's an atheist. He says he believes in God, but he...
Let me play these 2 short videos from him. Then everybody here can examine the kind of person we are dealing with here. Just 2 short videos. Then you get to see how his mindset. And from now, correctional officer, I'm going to help the audience, everybody, to examine such kind of a person. We will make sure he will go back to stop making YouTube videos. He says he's not a YouTuber, but he said he's not a YouTuber, but he's now doing YouTube by force again. Okay, so we are going to expose his hypocrisy. And I will make sure he doesn't know me, right? Baba Shuaib, I will make sure this guy stop making videos again. So watch.
Thierno, I'm just gonna mute you for a little bit just because of the fan, okay? So as the video plays.
Thierno, keep listening. Yeah, okay. So look at this video. Okay, chapter 5, verse 2. The word Sha'a'ira is mentioned. Ahmed, can you give us the meaning of Sha'a'ira?
What meaning would you like it to be?
No, I'm asking you. Can you give us the meanings of Sha'a'ira? We can go to the dictionary, classical dictionary, like anywhere you want us to go. Let's go. The meaning of Sha'a'ira. Please give us. I'm just, the audience are listening, please.
All right. I heard you. Now I'm going to speak. Don't speak over me. Shuaib, if you think there is a world where you're going to dictate to me and give me yes and no questions, you're deluded. If we're going to have conversations, we're going to have open conversations. Now listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. What are you doing? You can go on mute and laugh and do whatever you want.
No, I'm crying. So are you going to dictate on my program now?
Can you go on mute?
No, are you going to dictate on my program?
No, I dictate how I speak.
No, not. Okay. Now, this video, the question I ask him, what I'm asking him to do, is it a yes or no question?
No. Explain what Shia means. Shia.
I only say he explained to us what it means. Then
Yeah.
he went ahead to say, if I'm going to ask him yes or no question, he's not going to answer. He never answered that question, by the way.
He can't.
He can't.
But brother, for me,
You understand? Because
my favorite part is at the beginning. He was like, "Say my name." And you're like, "Ahmed." Say my name.
Yes, I
Ahmed
called
a
his
few times.
name. Yes.
And then when he's getting pressured, he goes, "Call me Maverick."
Yes,
say
he
my
said
name,
I should
Maverick.
call him Maverick. That guy is a devil. Wallah, I'm not joking. He's a devil. So
way
look,
he
I'm look at the next video. This first video, he says it's a yes or no question. It wasn't a yes or no question. It was explain to my audience. I was telling him, explain to my audience, then they can hear you what it means. He couldn't answer that. Because off head, he's not knowledgeable. He's a person who likes to guess. So dealing with a knowledgeable person, he becomes like imprisoned. He's like he's shackled. You understand? The only way out is to make it a fight, a scene. Because we were supposed to have a dialogue the next day. He refused. Because he says, I call him Ahmed. That is his name.
He literally
he says because I called him Ahmed. And he even told me in the same stream to mention his name 3 times. I did. Ahmed. Now look at this video. Let's listen to this video. This particular video I'm playing now. Look. When it's being read to you, you have to listen and what? Pay attention. So stop interrupting the what I'm reading the Quran. Now I've finished reading the verse. Tell us what the word sha'aira in that context, that word, what does it mean?
I told you, you can have it mean whatever you want as long as you prove it. How easy is that? If you want it to mean a ritual, all you have to show is an actual ritual from the Quran. Do you comprehend English? If you want it to be written.
Ladies and gentlemen, he says you can let it mean whatever you want it to be. Listen carefully. You can let it mean whatever you want it to mean. So even it can mean fried chicken. In that context, it can mean fried chicken. Or it can mean chicken leg, according to Ahmed, right? It can mean whatever you want it to. So here, he got pissed when I repeated what he said. He thinks he's making sense. He used the word whatever you want it to mean. He didn't say according to the meanings of the word.
Because they don't matter to him.
Exactly. So he doesn't even work with the meanings of a word. He just decides what meaning he wants, he put, and he says that's the context. This is how he deals with the Quran. Right. If you give him a sentence in Arabic language, the guy cannot even translate and tell you what it means. He doesn't know. So what he does is playing with the audience who listen to him. Unfortunately, I've never been to Arabic class to learn even basics in Arabic language. Unfortunately. So what they do is they are lexicon warriors, by the way. They like to use lexicons, but they will tell you don't use the Arabic meanings again. Are you getting the hypocrisy here?
I have a skip for them. It's like they'll open a dictionary. They'll be like salah, prayer, prayer, blessings, blessings, prayer, prayer, to pray, prayed upon, pray, follow closely. It means follow closely.
Yes, follow closely. Yes. That's what they do. They will leave all. Then they say, it cannot be prayer. It is following closely. It is this is the important one. This is what they do.
All right, now here's a question for you, mister. How do I say in Arabic someone who does ritual prayer? What's the word? Namaz. That's not an Arabic word. How am I gonna say I did like physical sujood in Arabic if sujood doesn't mean sujood?
He will say sujood again. I did a dialogue with him. He says sujood. That word sujood means to prostrate, but he says sujood in the Quran is not to prostrate. Then we go again. Okay, Mohammed is showing something. I wanted to
I just want to say the reason why it's an Arabic language. Arabic means to be parsed. Syntax is something very important. So how words morph, how the grammar is working in the language, this is the basis of any language. So when he's going to say that khanzir, because khanza could mean rotten, khanzir means now rotten meat, but the khanzir is not the sarf of something that's rotten. So he failed both on morphology, and he was wrong on the the diacritics, and he was wrong aside from the sarf, from the actual word itself. So he says things that are completely detached from bro, wear a shirt.
Yeah.
From
Look,
they're completely detached from what the truth is. The Arabic
this
is
is
saying.
this is the last video I'm playing of him, and this is what shows that the guy is not supposed to be taken seriously. This is the video. If I do rituals in Islam, am I going to hell?
Not if you do rituals, but if you claim it's in the Quran, then yes. Do you understand?
Now listen again. Right now, Ahmed, if I do rituals in Islam, am I going to hell?
Not if you do rituals, but if you claim it's in the Quran, then yes. Do you understand the difference?
Ladies and
I'll
gentlemen,
repeat it to you.
repeat it. Now, pay attention to what he said carefully. He says, not when you do rituals in Islam, but if you claim it is in the Quran, you're going to where? Hell. Ladies and gentlemen, Ahmed, give me chapter 16, verse 98.
Easy.
On the screen.
16.
He's a catfish. That guy is a catfish. And when I say catfish, I'm not insulting him. I know the lame ones among their cult who say I'm insulting. Catfish means he has been set up, so we will catch him easily. Now, in 1698, this is what God told the believers. So whenever you read the Quran, then seek protection with God against the accursed devil. And I literally have videos of this guy. Whenever he wants to start reading the Quran, he will say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. And he will say, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The point is, if this guy is really educated academically, he will have known the meaning of a ritual, but he doesn't know the meaning of a ritual. You understand? It's a prescribed customary procedure for religious ceremonies or religious activities. So now, when you're about to read the Quran, you have been told to say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. This guy says anybody who says there's rituals in the Quran is hell-bound. So over to you, audience. We are not even supposed to go about salat or anything. So now, when I call him Maverick, this is the name. This is the meaning of a Maverick.
he would like it to be this, but this is not the right lexicon.
No,
the right
that's
one
not
is an unbranded cow. He thinks he's golden. He's just tin, though. That's the thing. He thinks he's a golden cow for people to sit there and listen to him and put him as an idol, but he's just made out of tin. So there's not even point of burning him because he's just scrap metal. Yeah, that's what I think.
You understand? So me calling him Mega Mind wasn't an insult. He literally looks like that cartoon character. I wasn't insulting him. He looks like it. And to be honest, it wasn't an insult like I call him, oh, he has a big head. I never used the word he's a big-headed, he has a big head. No. I said Mega Mind. He was the one who called us MF and other word. He called me a BS or whatever. He called me a lot of things. And this kind of same person is going to talk about the book of guidance to you guys. Right. And you take him seriously? Seriously. Listen, guys, the only way
I think...
Look, the only reason this guy is at war with us is because we said there are rituals in the Quran, and we can prove it. I dare him, let him come for a civilized dialogue. I will set him up this time.
No, that's his excuse. Sorry, that's his excuse. But the reason he went...
That's an excuse. That's an excuse.
Why he went to war?
Yeah.
Jealousy.
He's jealous.
Jealousy is why he started the war.
He's jealous, yes. I know. Yeah. I know. He said he's not a YouTuber. But he
wants to sit here.
Yeah, because the thing that you have to know, that we have always do have to know, ritualistic Quranists and non-ritualistic Quranists exist since way back.
Where's way back?
Since way back.
Show me any evidence of non-ritualistic Quran alone followers before 30 years, 50 years. Actually, 50 years.
No. When he say way back, he's not telling you.
No. I'm not. No.
He just say way back,
I'm,
just some couple of years. 5 years.
Understand?
I'm not saying about. I'm not talking about. Since 7th century or something like that. I'm saying that it exists. There are people that are non-ritualistic Quranists, and there are people that are ritualistic Quranists. They have civil discussion between them. I know friends that are non-ritualistic Quranists. I know that you know too. People that you know too that are Quranists, but they say, okay, there is no ritual. And sometimes we discuss they say they proof, and me I'm telling my proof about it, and it is civil. For this guy, the Mega Man guy, I'm sorry, Mega Man guy, the Maverick guy. I'm not.
No, hey, you do no wrong. It's a Mega Man guy. No. You do no wrong. We are dealing with a hypocrite. Don't worry. It's not.
So I'm saying that this guy, is in the extremist side of things.
Yeah, he is.
There will be. I know that there will be some extremist ritual prayers. There will be some extremist people coming from us, and in every extremist people we have to you have to set him up as a scapegoat, like you do. But I think that there are people in the ritual, in the non-ritual Quranic people that are here, that are doing their stuff right now. And I think that one day you will have a discussion, a civilized discussion with them.
Thierno.
With
Thierno, let me explain this point. I got your point. You are right. But let me tell you one thing. We don't have a personal problem with the no ritual Quranist group. We don't have any personal issue. Our main issue is this Mega Mind guy.
Is this guy,
and he started it. Look, but people who don't know about this, I had a dialogue with him. We did it respectfully. But guess what? The reason why it was respectfully is because of me, not because of him. It was because people actually contacted me, because this guy has been insulting me in comment sessions for a long time. He does that. It didn't start. Look, when you saw him saying the MF word, it didn't start from now. This guy went to the extent of calling me a devil. Yes. It didn't start from now. Maybe for people who don't know about this, people who are long time on Facebook will know this. I just don't respond. You understand? Sometimes I just laugh at him when he's insulting. I just laugh. So then it got to the point that he collaborated with another YouTube page, and then they keep posting videos of me, insulting me, calling me shaitan, they calling me mushrik, calling me Sunni. So now it brought out his real conviction. And remember, love can be faked, but hate is always real. When somebody hates you, you cannot joke with it. There's no joke with hate. But love can be faked. Somebody can pretend he loves you, but he doesn't love. But when somebody hates you, there is no pretense. He really hates you. And that is Maverick, the Mega Mind guy. So when I actually got to know this guy is actually waging war against us, I told Muhammad from God, now we are going to deal with this Mega Mind guy big time. And this time, I'm going to get the time for him to look. I will make the so-called no ritual people. They will now physically start making videos and telling him, Maverick, now we don't need you. We don't need you. Seriously. You are embarrassing us.
Because if you guys realized, I started this stream with putting war tactics, okay? I've already initiated, me and Baba, like naturally while we're working, we've already initiated certain strategies that, one, we know is backed by God and the Quran, and two, understanding who they are, they cannot last. I'm telling you, it's not possible with you not having a ritual prayer and a ritual connection to God. On the times that God told you to, you're not showing loyalty, it's game over. Game over. You're going against believers, against people who think they're believers. And the people who think they're believers, they need to find the common ground first.
Exactly.
They can attack each other all night.
So when people tell me, Baba Shuaib, you are attacking your brother in Islam, I say, who is my brother? Who? That guy? Somebody who is waging war against us?
From my own
brother?
comments.
Yeah.
From my own comments.
How?
I ignored it until he wants
You
to say
understand?
things.
And this guy is calling me a semi-Sunni, and he came on my live stream and he said it to me again. You are a semi-Sunni. Tell me, where did Baba Shuaib ever claim to be a Sunni? or a semi-Sunni. When did I even claim I follow Hadith? But I played his video showing people that he is agreeing with Hadith. I played his video on my stream. The guy said there's nothing wrong with Hadith. He quoted his evidence from Hadith to substantiate his claim concerning following closely. And now following closely, now he says it's a school session. He should come and prove to us where God says following closely or Salat is a school session. In which school did the prophets ever school people? In which school? What's the name of the school? Is it Azhar? Or which university is it? I have no idea.
The man's a wild show.
Oh my God.
Brother, there's someone in the queue. Yeah. I do want to let the people come challenge me and Baba Shuaib.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
God bless
may
you.
God bless you. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Welcome, Thierno. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for that.
But Thierno, you are darker than me. You are darker than me. People told me I'm black, but you're darker than me.
Too much sin. Come to Africa. Come again.
Thierno, wait. If you have to be a cartoon character, which one will you be?
Me.
Yeah.
Do you know Mr. Popo?
Mr.
Popo? From DBZ, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball.
Mr. Popo.
Yeah.
Yes. So do you be that one, right, Mr. Popo? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Popo. Yeah. So it's not an insult. It's just like you look like the cartoon character. That's the point. It's not an insult. Thank you, man. Thank you. Enjoy. We'll see you again, inshallah. Peace.
God bless you, man. All right. Next on the list is Zain HS. Look at this guy. Let's have this individual come up, but they're just too scared. Anyways, Zain, are you ready? Can I get in the chat anything? Can you turn on your camera? That works. So we have Abbass, we have Logic. Zain, you. All right, sweet. Ready? Here you go.
Yo, I just watched the part where you got off the call with Ijaz and Ron.
Yeah, how's that?
Hey, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't great. I do wanna. I mean, the whole part with how do you do certain things, I didn't really pick up on, and I do want to see what you anticipated was to come from them. Like, I want to understand what you thought they would have said.
I told them in the chat before I come in, and it's recorded. I said Ijaz will not be speaking much because he's intimidated. He doesn't. I destroyed him many times, and he got destroyed here. I walk in, the first thing he says is he's a kafir, and he goes, "Oh, I didn't say he's a kafir. He lied. He got caught. It's done." And then the other guy said he's going to fail. Logically, he's going to get annihilated. So I was saying that he was like, how do you get the example of the prophet? I said the Quran is complete. The Quran has the details that we need. And the Quran did not miss a thing from the book. So if it's telling me there's a pattern from for me to follow, the patterns in the Quran, or are you saying that the Quran is not complete? He stumbled there. The conversation I wanted to have with Abbass didn't occur. And the fact that the law of apostasy, which is not found in the Quran, it's a law of censorship. If you're not agreeing with my sect, I have a God-given right, is what they claim, to kill you. So no, there's nothing else. So like us, as Quran alone, he said, I'm a kafir. For them, that's an apostate. They can have my neck and kill me. So it's a law of censorship, even though I believe in God in the book.
Yeah, if they have a community, they will actually do that. They've been preaching about that on YouTube and so on. We see them talking about that. Yeah.
Right. They would have killed us. So
I mean, but wouldn't apostate, like, I see where you're coming from.
There's a blasphemy law. There's blasphemy law. Apostate prophet is a blasphemist. He says blasphemy against the prophet, and he's saying blasphemy against the messengers, and he's saying blasphemy against God. That's a different person. That's not apostasy. That's blasphemy. And those people you have to exile. You can cut their limbs. You can kill them. You can, unless if they repent. There's difference between propagating hate, and there's difference between saying, you know what, I don't want anything to do with their religion. Let me be.
But I mean, in the same sense, though, like apostasy would mean that you don't believe in the book or the messenger, right? Or God, like that would be apostasy.
But But it's not blasphemy. Blasphemy is saying blasphemous things. But if you leave the religion, there's no killing you. What about the verses about those people that repented and came back? They don't have a chance?
I mean, even in the Hadith, the Prophet, peace be upon him, I mean, he also, when a woman came to him and told him that she was a adulterer, and that, you know, the punishment for that is stoning, according to the Hadith. So that would be, you know, he didn't tell her like, yeah, okay, let's come here, let's stone you. And it was like, he told her like, go have a child, go raise a child, and so on and so forth. And she kept.
And
coming
then he
back.
killed her.
But then, yeah, but because she kept coming back. I mean, like the whole idea is, you know, as we remember the first discussion we had, or if you remember, I don't know, but the first discussion we had, we spoke about, for example, in the Quran, it says that if someone steals from you, that you can chop off their hands. And when I asked you about it, you told me, well, yeah, you know, you can chop off their hands, but from the position, you know, the default is mercy. You know, and
Right.
even in the Hadith, I would argue that the Prophet also does show that the default is mercy. You know, so I think in that regard, at least, you know, it's kind of similar.
But okay, when it comes down to the law of flogging, there is no mercy. وَلَا تَأْخِذُكُمَا بِهُمَا رَأْفَةً فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ. So when it comes down to flogging, there is no.
Exactly, and that's in the Quran, right?
Yeah, but now you're telling me that I have to not take it easy with the flogging, but then when it comes down to the stoning, I have to show mercy when it's a worse crime. It's confusing.
Guys, let me talk about this. Mohammed, put chapter 4, verse 58 on the screen. Let's examine something first.
All right, the gray 458.
Yeah, Surah Nisa.
Yeah, I got it. Just so you guys know, and I don't have a problem saying it. I understand how people can clip this and take this out of context. But honestly, just one second. When Baba speaks, I take notes.
Oh.
I mean it. There you go.
Whoa.
Sorry.
And I just saw some.
Yeah, it goes
guy
a
spamming.
bit. Yeah. So God is talking about, indeed, God commands you to return loyalties to their people. And when you judge among people, to judge with justice. Indeed, God admonishes you with comfort. Indeed, God is hearing and seeing. This is for those people who are in charge of legislation among governing the people. Typically when we say somebody has to be punished for a crime, doesn't mean literally every Dick, Tom, and Harry should just go out there and put matters into their own hands and then they want to judge somebody. That's not how it works. You understand? So there's a governing body. We saw the example at the time of the messenger, how he has the ulul amr, and then he has himself who actually check the affairs of whatever situation it is, based on Quran chapter 4, verse 83, this same chapter, how they handle issues concerning fear and security so that people can know what to do in the matters of uncertainty or issues. Now, the reason why God is saying when we judge between the people, we should judge with justice, because justice comes first. But we saw the reason why God says we should judge with justice. He says God admonishes us with what brings us comfort. So at the end of the day, it's comfort we need when it comes to judging. So that is why Quran chapter 5, verse 44, verse 45, verse 47, he says, وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمُ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ وَمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. He used it in 3 instances in all those verses at the end of the verses. Now, what people need to understand is when you are judging with the legislation of God, the matters don't come into your own hands for you to go and decide. You understand? Literally, I have a video where somebody was asking me that, okay, so he says the verse about the thief, the male thief and the female thief, this is the punishment you have to do. And then somebody literally came to me and said, oh, then what about somebody who goes to steal from his mother's pot of soup? He took one meat. So should he also be dealt with in that manner? That's stupidity. You understand? Yes, it depends on the governing body you have in your country. How do you want to implement that judiciary system? It's not in every Dick, Tom, and Harry's hands. That's why there's investigation. That's why God says you judge between the people with justice. Now take the notion of Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam, chapter 12. When you read the notion from verse 70 coming down, when he has to deal with somebody who stole something from their the king, what he said is the punishment is he is going to keep the person with him. He never mentioned, we are going to cut his hands off. Remember, he's a prophet of God. He never said, we are going to cut his hands. No. Because the magnitude of the tifri or the criminal activity which happened doesn't necessitate that is how judiciary system has to work. No. But people think when we see particular laws, look, in this modern day and age, Quran chapter 24 verse 2 can never be implemented in this modern day and age. Mohammed, go to the verse. I'm going to show an example. In this modern day and age, this verse can never be implemented. I'll tell you why it can never be implemented. Then fornicatress and the fornicator, hence flog each one of them 100 lashes, and do not be taken by pity for them both, according to the religion of God. If you should believe in God and the last day, and let a faction of the believers witness the punishment of them both.
Yeah.
Now, a faction of these believers, let's take chapter 8, verse 2. And we read up to verse 4 to define what a true believer is. And we see if today we can get those kind of qualities among every nation out there. The believers are only those whom when God is mentioned, their hearts are fearful. And when his verses are recited to them, they increase in faith and they rely on their Lord. Verse 3, you go down a moment. The ones who establish the litany and from what we have provided for them, they disperse. Those are the true believers. For them are degrees at their Lord, as well as forgiveness and generous sustenance. Now, this is the criteria of knowing what a true believer is. Now, God is telling us that when this punishment is going to take place, only believers, it mentioned believers, it doesn't mention everybody. It didn't say Muslims or anybody. It says believers should witness.
Yeah.
Now tell me, which nation are we going to implement this punishment? In which nation?
But God doesn't really state which, like, in that regard, I see where you're coming from. And the thing is, I'm not disagreeing completely, but in that regard, God doesn't say how many they should be or they shall be. It could be between amongst two families, Like, for example, if we talk it to the punishment of murder, if someone was to kill my brother, I have the right to go and ask, either for his life or...
The Arabic's clear. It's 3 or more.
Yeah, 3 or more.
Yeah, but sure, that's exactly my point. So then we don't need an entire state to be upon it,
But how do we get those believers? The believers I'm talking about, to witness, those believers, to be the witness. How?
Okay, can we just look at the criteria again one more time?
Chapter 24, verse 2.
No, I think he's talking about the believers, right?
Yeah, the believers.
Yeah, the believers. This one.
Okay. Are only those whom, when God is mentioned, their hearts are fearful, and when his verses are recited to them, they increase in faith, and they rely on their Lord. Yeah, I mean, but they are
the ones who
like
established the Latino. Brother, you say there's a lot, but we, in our journeys, we have rarely seen such people outside of the Quran alone community that when we say the verses of God, they sit and wonder, am I doing a mistake? Is God upset at me? That most people don't even, like you saw, if you watched, you said you got, I'm reciting the verses of God in Arabic and he's cutting me off. I was like, brother, I'm reciting the Quran. Be quiet, like show respect. And he wanted to still keep, I was like, I'm reciting the Quran. Hush. like
they were not listening.
For me, they won't. So I don't. So if we're going to do takfir, as people want to say it, God himself is saying that this is the criteria of belief. This is how we measure people. So when we're saying verses to Quran alone, non-Quran, we're judging on how the verses are landing upon them. See what I'm saying?
And Brother Zain, you remember I quoted a verse, I said, وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْكَافِرُونَ. He mentioned kafirun, fasikun, and zalimun. Now, a kafir would never judge with the words of God.
Yep.
But a believer would. And that believer is the one who relies on God and who is fearful of when God is mentioned.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
So this criteria is now missing in this modern day and age. It's missing. Nobody uses this criteria of a believer in any nation, any Islamic nation. You mention it. Give me one example.
I mean,
no, you see, it's funny, right?
It's not like you can't say the entire nation, but I mean,
brother.
Like, okay, like
brother.
For example,
I want to show. So let's put you as a believer, okay? This verse should scare you when I'm gonna pull this verse up, because we just proved to you it's very difficult to implement this. And what did God say about this surah specifically? A chapter which we have revealed and ordained it obligatory, and revealed therein verses as proofs. Perhaps people will take heed. Faradnaha. This verse is here. It has been by force by God. If you believe by God, this has to be done, and no one does it. So who's the believer? Where do I go? Hey, if I committed zina right now, where do I go to get whipped? Nowhere.
Saudi Arabia.
They don't whip for it. They don't whip you.
They are going to kill you.
They kill you.
Yeah.
So no one's enforcing this.
True, and I agree. And the thing is, I'm not saying I disagree with the
Where's
fact
the believers?
There is no caliphate in this current state. Like, there is no adoption of Islamic laws or Islamic rules. I mean, Saudi right now, they're building the world's biggest cinema is being built in Mecca.
Yeah.
You know,
where?
Where?
In Mecca?
I think Mecca or Medina.
Not in Mecca exactly. It's a different city, not Mecca.
But yeah, I mean, it's close.
Riyadh is where they normally do that big.
I heard that it's a misknown rumor or whatever. But I know that they're like opening up concerts and everything. I've seen the videos. Those things I've seen. You know,
no, they do concerts. Yeah, they even did carnival. They open cinemas. They've started that. Yes.
Listen, I just want to show you a picture. I hope it loads. I'm going to show you who they're competing with. Okay, so this is who they're competing with. Okay, so this is called. Where is this? This is called. There we go. Called the Cube. They're building it in Riyadh.
Yeah.
You know who they? Do you see who they're competing with? Why do they need a cube in Riyadh?
Yeah.
Nah, you're
it's called
crazy one, bro.
Like there's the Murabba, right? This is called the Murabba, the cube, right? Kind of looks like something that's very familiar across the town. Who are they competing with?
I understand what you're trying to say. I mean, it's kind of like
Zaid, why are you in shock? You are using Thanos' picture, but you are in shock with everything you have been told.
The thing is, this is the first time I come up with a Thanos smile, bro. Like, that smile is great. I ain't gonna lie, still.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, I don't come in here, like, obviously a lot of Muslims, a lot of Sunnis, especially, you know, and a lot of Shias, I'm assuming as well, would come up on here and they will have the predisposition that you are wrong, and that's why they're just gonna be like attacking you. I try to listen and hear out. Now the thing is, I won't lie. I'm not saying I agree. I am not like here deceiving and like, oh, I secretly don't agree, and I'm saying I agree. No, I don't fully agree on that on the points that you brought up for one reason, and that is, for example, like the ayah which says, "What are the true believers?" You know, when they hear the verses of the Quran recited and they increase in iman and they also are fearful. I am a layman in consideration. You know, technically I'm like a new revert, if you want to call it that. You know, I reverted back to Islam. You know, I left it and I came back.
Zain. Are we any special human beings? Did God give me something He didn't give you? Do you have something in your brain that so you're not a layman? You just never read the book enough. Like you never.
My point is that I could also be considered a true believer if you want to put it in this, like, in the criteria. You feel me?
No. It doesn't stop there. Don't stop at the one verse and then it's a package. I give an example, Zain. Yeah. Let's say I want to travel to Saudi Arabia and I'm required to have a visa and my plane ticket and certain things. Let's say about 5 things as a category that I have to fulfill. So I fulfilled 4, but I left 1 hanging. What do you think will happen?
I mean, you'll certainly be questioned about it.
Thank you. So the criteria of what makes a believer complete is a complete package. It's not like okay, I think I feel in the criteria of the first zone, and you know, and when we say believer, it's not like a temporary state. It is a state you are in.
After
you understand? Yes, after you have been a submitter, it is a state you should be in. You understand? So it's not like a temporary state. I feel like, okay, now we all right now, me, Muhammad from God, you, we feel like, okay, we fear God, we fear his verses. But have we ever been tested to the limit where we feel like we actually believe the verses to the core?
I don't know what that would feel like.
That is the point. That is the point. So God says this in Quran chapter, let me put this on the screen. Quran chapter 29, Surah to Ankabut. He mentioned about this. Let me put it on the screen and see if it works out. Where is it? Here. God mentions something similar of this sort. Here. I hope you can see the screen.
Yeah, I see.
He says, do the people think that they will be left to say we have believed and they will not be tested? Do people actually think that way? Then God says, for we have certainly tested those before them, and God will expose those who are truthful, and he will expose the liars. Yes. Then he says, or do those who commit bad deeds think that they can outdo us? Evil is what they decide. Now, checking from what God is saying, we are not going to be left lightly to think, oh, I'm a believer, oh, mashallah, I believe in God. No, you have to be tested to the limit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. Okay. Well, I mean, like, there are
people in the line, brother. Just so you know. There are people in the line. So there's people in the line.
Okay. Yeah.
People are waiting for Thanos to be terminated.
I mean, we can take half of them if we want to support you.
Okay. So what I wanted to, some guys called True Cafe. Nice. All right. So the last thing I want to ask about is in regards to what about the prophecies in the Hadith? You know,
like which one?
Like, for example, things that we're seeing happening nowadays. You know, or things that, for example,
like what?
You know, the Bedouins building tall buildings, or
so one second, let's go with that one. So you're talking about the Bedouins building a tall building. Yeah. Anytime a superpower came, it's very clear that they built tall buildings. Okay, Prophet Muhammad knew that if he said it, I'm not saying that he said it. If Prophet Muhammad knows for a fact that his community is going to thrive, as it says in the Quran that they will be victors, he knows that Pharaoh, which was much before them, Pharaoh wanted to build a very tall building to see the God of Moses. And the Romans, they've seen them build very tall buildings. So every great civilization, big civilization, build tall buildings. So for him to make the prophecy or the foretelling, because he was a wise man, that these people who are in the desert, they're going to start building tall buildings because they're going to be as powerful as those other people before they get removed.
Okay. And then the signs, the last...
like what? Jesus coming back?
Like saying Jesus is coming back?
I mean, for example, like one of the things that is being said in the Hadith is that we're gonna eventually at some point fight with certain religions. Yeah, exactly. And so the idea is
the trees is gonna tell you where they're hiding and all this. Come on, bro.
But
Zain, hypothetically, okay, sorry, you're making your statement.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what's happening right now in the lands of Palestine, for example, and whatnot. I mean, the amount of brutality, the sheer brutality, is kind of where that statement lies in truth, in my opinion. You know, it's like it kind of has that, like how we wouldn't fight or end up.
So why aren't you fighting?
Because it's all on a build-up. Like there are things that are gonna happen, you know. And I think that certain amount of pain is required for you to understand. Like Omar radiallahu anhu and all the other Sahabas, all the other companions, they didn't convert immediately as soon as they saw the revelation. They had certain lessons. They had certain amount of disciplines that they went through, and then that's when they led to it. And I believe that the amount of pain that I've been through, for example, in my personal life, has led me back to Islam, and the amount of pain that other people are going to go through.
What if I tell you it's impossible for the Jews to cease to exist? It's impossible.
It's to cease to exist.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Why?
Because as soon as the Jews don't exist, your Quran is rendered useless. There's no more truth.
I think.
And God clearly
Okay, what
states
are you
that He's going to send. He's going to send people upon them till the day of judgment. So they have to exist until the hour comes. If you're going to eliminate all the Jews, then there's many verses in the Quran that are no longer true. Then the people who are closest to you in belief are the Christians, but the most anomality to you is the Jews. But that verse is now incomplete because there's no more Jews.
No, but then that specific prophecy is talking about the last days. So that's like at that time the revelation is not.
It's going to disappear.
No. I mean, like we believe from the Hadith is that when that happens, when those days come, it's like the last hour. That's when the day of judgment is going to come.
Do you know how many times you guys fought with the Jews?
Fought with the Jews?
Before the whole situation with Palestine, do you know how many times the Muslim community fought with the Jews? And do you know why those hadith came about that the Jews are going to be defeated and the rocks are going to tell them? Because the Jews gave the run to the Muslims in about the 4th or 5th century after the Prophet, and they were beating the Muslims really bad. So they started making these hadith to scare the Jews and to give motivation to their own people.
I mean, I'm under the impression that when the Muslims took over Jewish and Christian Roman land, essentially Persian land, that the Jewish population actually thrived in those lands, and the oldest synagogues and Christian churches are in those lands. And plus, the Crusaders, the first ever crusade, attacked only, like, they were apparently going for Muslims, but they killed only Jews. So the idea then, like, I'm under the notion that they have been protected in these lands more than they have been fighting them since then, which is why I see that, okay, this makes more sense, And if it was the case that these Muslims were writing these hadiths to do so, then they could have just annihilated the Jews at that point, because they did come out victorious at the end. But that wasn't really the case.
That's the point. You cannot annihilate them. You cannot annihilate Christianity. You cannot annihilate Judaism. It's not something to be annihilated.
It is there till the day of judgment. You can't change that.
Similarly to how Sunnis and Shias will now be existing till the day of judgment.
It's there. It cannot be erased.
But I think, okay, if we just focus on this one point, is that because it's the last day, there's so many signs that are gonna happen by then.
Okay, like Jesus will rule for 40 years, or how many years?
Right.
As Mahdi will come, and all of these things will happen.
So which means if I'm a world leader, I'll keep doing corruption, because those things have not happened yet. So I'll be corrupting the land, because I'm waiting for that to happen to repent.
Well,
and the hour now cannot come unexpected. So for me and
exactly,
we cannot expect the hour at all, because Jesus has not come back. So the unexpected, the unexpected hour cannot come unexpectedly.
But we're also led to believe in the hadith. Well, you don't believe in the hadith, but in the hadith also said that a person's hour is their death. So even the Quran,
that is what the Quran says already.
That also is exactly what the Quran says. So technically speaking, both.
No, we go with the Quran first. Well, Quran says it first, does it? And argument ends. No need to say the hadith says it. The Quran says it first. So your death is your hour. That is your side. Okay, but now the hadith is telling you Jesus will come and rule, kill the swine, Dajjal, Mahdi, and so on. So that means if I'm a corrupt leader, hypothetically, I'm just giving you according to what the hadith says. If I'm
sorry, I have to correct you. He's not going to kill the khanzir. He's going to kill the rotten.
Oh yeah. According to Megamind. Yes, according to Megamind, he's going to kill. So let's say if Megamind is going against them, according, he will kill the rotten. But now this is the point. So now, if we're waiting for Isa to come, so which means if I'm a bad person, let me keep being a bad person. So because I know the hour cannot come. And let's say if on the day of the week they say Friday, it's God is going to use Friday as a day of judgment. So if it is Friday, which means during the week I can just be a bad guy, then I wait for Thursday night, then I become a good person again. Then, after Friday, I know, day of judgment is not happening this week. Okay,
but I continue. You can't throw the Quran out. It's like you believe in both. You don't believe in just the hadith. Okay. It's not like you're waiting for the day of judgment.
Brother, let me bring it to you very closely. The Prophet used to go to people and say the verse from the Quran. Either the punishment will come or the hour will come. So imagine the Prophet threatening people with the unexpected hour. It's going to come to you unexpectedly. And then he goes to his people. He goes, the hour will not come until Jesus comes. So and then he goes back to the kuffar and he says the hour is going to come to you unexpectedly. They go, no, you're telling us that the hour cannot come until Jesus comes. So why are you threatening us with an hour Jesus didn't come?
Yeah,
So
but
it's impossible. It was impossible for the hour to come unless Prophet Muhammad died, which is not how the hour works. Then you know when the hour comes.
But it's also like in the Quran, it does tell us that as Shuaib or
just say Baba.
Alright. Okay, bro. I don't know if it's actually a genuine name or if it's a title like that.
No, this is my name, but my title is correction officer. Just use correction.
Okay, so Baba. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So in that case, we know from the Quran it says that a person's hour is a death, or in reference to that at least. So that's why we know. Okay, so when the Prophet peace be upon him is talking about the last hour, he's talking specifically about the Day of Judgment. That's when we're all going to be risen up, resurrected, and stand up for our deeds, essentially what we have done in our life. And that's basically like there's difference between the last hour and a person's hour, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Yeah, sure. That I agree.
Yeah.
The last hour God speaks about that. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَمَا هُمْ. So if God is talking about the last hour, he mentioned Yawm al-Akhir.
Yeah.
Then it mentions again Sa'at. The Sa'at can be given to two instances. It can be allocated to the Akhir and it can be allocated to your time of death also. Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically
so brother Zain. I think that the queue is getting bigger at the back. So I guess we've given you. It was nice talking to you. By the way,
that was a good talk.
Let's give other people a chance. Thank you. Peace.
Peace
out, guys. Peace out.
Yes.
Next is the Logic. Can you just show Logic Heat? Can you turn on your camera or say something? You're a joke, tortured in the game. Why wouldn't you add me? I'm about to add you, dude. Muslims. All right, okay. Here we go. We're about to just call him daddy. So, hey, Baba is a legend. Yes,
Hello.
Logic. Let's go.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
How are you? How are you guys?
We are doing good.
Right.
Thanks to God.
Alhamdulillah. It's unfortunately that you had to kick the last person out because I was gonna add some certain stuff to the conversation. But let me go real fast to the things. I was just listening. I was trying to reply on the previous conversation that you had. But let's go back to the point that you talked about, Muhammad, about like cutting the hand off, right? You said like if a thief, about the thief cutting the hand off of a thief, right?
Put the verse.
Yep.
Open it up. You want it? It's 538. 538, I think. Yeah, something. Yeah. Inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, go ahead.
So
What
make
about-
your point. Make your point.
Okay, you said there is no excuse, right? If somebody steals, you can cut.
That's not what I
you can
said.
cut. What
That's
did you
not what I
say?
said.
Can you repeat, please?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so the religion, it has a default position. The default position is forgiveness and mercy. So here, God did not give a clause that it's enforced and do not like reflect on God's mercy in these verses. Here. Or
Where
like,
do you get that from?
One second. So here, God is telling you to cut their hands, and if they repent, then indeed God is forgiving. So repenting and reform. So if you pay back the money, then I don't have to cut your hand off. But if I go to one second, don't say no. 1 second. If I go to 24:2, here God says, "And do not take by pity for them both according to the religion of God." So I could show pity when it comes down to the cutting of hands, but here there is no pity.
Okay, so you're Quranic, you said, right? You only believe in the Quran, right?
Mohammed, go back to the verse.
Go back.
No,
Because
go back to the
you
verse. 38.
let me respond. Okay, 1 sec. Let me respond. Show me where it's stated. If you give back, then it's fine. You just said if you give back.
And whoever repents after his wrongdoings and
Repents
reform,
does not mean give back.
Reforms, brother, and whoever reforms
does not mean give back.
Islah, what does Islah mean?
Islah means correcting.
Yes, you
I
make
stole
amends.
from you
It
100.
that doesn't mean no. I don't know why you're laughing. You said I do not add or anything. Retract. Where does it
Brother,
say you have to give
Islah,
back? No.
Islah. Look,
Listen.
then just be quiet and don't get too
Go
excited,
on.
and I'll answer you.
Go on. Yeah,
For
go
me,
on. Yeah.
yalla, huh? You okay? So if someone is telling me that he stole $1,000 and I caught him catching $1,000, if he's capable of giving it back, then he no longer needs to get his hand cut because he reformed.
Where do you get this
Stop!
from?
Be quiet.
Don't get mad.
Be quiet.
Don't get mad.
I'm not getting mad. You're cutting me off.
Okay.
Listen. So if he gave it back, then there's no need for me to exact that punishment because he reformed. He fixed what he broke. If he's incapable of giving it back and it's worthy enough for him to get the punishment, then I'll punish him. So there's people who are taking people's tax money, who's stealing pension funds, who's stealing college funds, who's stealing on like Ponzi schemes. Really, brother, you gotta let me finish.
I know, but
I'm trying to.
Okay.
I'm telling you the people who I would remove their hands. So the people who are stealing a big amount of money from like the taxpayers, from pensions funds, from college funds, from medical funds, and they're in government positions or they're in high level positions and they cannot pay this money back, they're losing a limb. But if a kid cannot feed himself and he steals an apple, that kid's not losing a limb because God told us to use wisdom.
And to judge with justice, the law doesn't apply to everybody. Like for instance, Mohammed, can you put the verse on the screen? Let me. I
was not done yet about this, but because it didn't show me anywhere that you have to give back.
Wait.
You can read Arabic, Muhammad, right? Alhamdulillah. Read it out loud.
The verse, no. The verse is on the screen.
Okay.
Are you logic Yeet? If we put the verse, you can see it on the screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we put it, you can see it, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, first of all, this is the verse. Is it on the screen?
I know it out of my head. 538. Go on.
No, we are not talking about the verse number. We are talking about the verse itself. You can see it on the screen, right?
Go on.
And it has a context. But what I want you to pay attention, it mentions nakala. Exemplary punishment, you know when it is used in force, it's exerted when something is extreme. Do you agree with me?
That's not the debate. I'm not talking about when you have to enforce it. He said that you have to give back. And I said,
no, I didn't say you have to give back. I said the word if he gave back.
Okay, if you're gonna wait, listen.
If he gave back.
Okay, you said do not interrupt. I didn't. I stopped. Yalla, do not interrupt me then. Shukran.
Yalla,
so
yalla,
you said these
do
are
you
two
speak
different,
Arabic?
Alhamdulillah. These are two different debates, right? Oh man, are you gonna keep interrupting me or are you gonna let me talk as well?
Well, man, you let him talk.
Okay, so these are two different debates, Baba. If you want to talk about it, the other debate, like when it's going to be enforced, that's another debate. My only simple question, and you already said all Islah. I'm going to respond on your question. Sorry, but your question, my question was on your response. You said you have to give back, right?
I didn't say you have to.
Islah, Islah is like correcting yourself, fixing.
I did not say that you have to give it back.
You said something in a certain way of giving back, and I said, show me.
I said if you gave it back, that's a form of Islah. Yes or no?
Okay, if you don't give back,
If I told you again, if you give it back, is that a form of Islah?
It does not.
Yes
No. Islah, what it talks
it's
here
not?
about. No. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks literally, if you read it, it talks about the repenting. Yeah, literally.
فَمَنْ تَابَ مِنْ بَعْدِ ظُلْمِهِ.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the repentance. وَأَصْلَحَ. What's أصلح?
What fixing.
To reform.
Thank you. Even him. You've read this.
But listen.
No, it's on the screen. To reform.
Brother, if I stole from you, if I stole from you $100 and I gave you back $100, did I reform?
No, you don't need to be reformed. No.
That's not a form. That's not a form of Islah.
No. Reforming. No. That's just giving back. No. Reforming.
Brother, One
No,
second.
let me
one
finish. Let
second.
me finish. Oh,
No,
you
I-
laughing
no,
over me. One
it's not
second.
about letting
Baba,
finish.
Baba, please.
Okay.
Look at this guy.
First of
Look at
all,
this guy.
repenting. What do you mean? Look at this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Repenting means, yeah, you feel a sense, emotions of what you did, right? Of your actions, right? Feeling bad or having regrets. Or go on. I don't need to explain to you. And then you reform. That means you step away from your actions that you were previously doing. You do not repeat them anymore. It doesn't mean necessarily that you have to give back the amount that you have you took away. Because
If-
one sec.
Bro,
Because
you're going around in a circle, but you're not answering the
no.
question.
You never mentioned.
Mohammed,
Bro, you're
let him
wrong in this
finish.
one. You're wrong in
Let
this
him
one.
finish.
And you're laughing.
Brother,
Okay.
finish your point.
Go on, Baba. Go on.
Okay,
Proceed.
the word reform, does it only have one meaning?
Are we gonna go to? Are we gonna open the Wikipedia again? Reform.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No.
Does
And
it
this is
only have
no,
one
of course
meaning?
not.
Because
But no,
wait,
of course
you when you answer Mohammed, you say it's literally. Listen to what you said. You say it literally means you reform your ways and you not go back to it again. That's what you said.
What?
So now I'm asking you, according to what you said, does it only have one meaning?
No.
Okay, and do you realize is in that verb is used as a in that sentence it's used as a verb?
Yes.
Thank you. So now
reforming. One sec. Reforming is a verb.
Thank you. And I said in this context, it is used as laha is used as a verb. Do you agree?
Yes, reforming is a verb.
Okay, so is it only one meaning it has?
Read the screen, Arab reader.
What's that? A word. One sec. A word is Mohammed. You're not panicking. You're panicking. You need to relax. What did you say?
No, it's not. No, don't go to Mohammed.
Mohammed. Yeah, but he interrupted again. I didn't hear you because he talked. Sorry.
Okay.
Go on, Baba.
Okay, is it only one meaning?
A word,
right?
A word does not necessarily have a one meaning. Does not.
Okay, may I know, since you believe in the Hadith, where did you get that understanding from?
That's an assumption. I never
are you
said or
assumed?
claimed. You assumed.
No, I say if you believe in Hadith, then I say I guess you believe in Hadith. So if you believe in Hadith, where did you get this meaning from? Is it from the Hadith or from yourself?
No. I did get no. My definition is, Baba. I will explain to you what is wrongdoing is. I think you're gonna understand really correctly. I never could proclaim that I know the pure definition. He just added on. He started adding to Quran. That's why I said, can you show me when it states in the Quran to give back? It doesn't stay in.
Okay. So now, Mohammed, you relax before you prove anything. Wait.
I'm done.
The word aslaha, if you take the word reform in that context we are reading, the meanings of aslaha to reform, you have make changes for improvement in order to remove abuse and injustice, bring lead, force to abandon a wrong, evil course of life, conduct, adopt a right one. Then the third one says, to produce by cracking, and then it goes improve by alteration, correction of errors. So if I have to correct an error, for instance, academically in school, when you are making mistakes of something and they ask you to make a correction, you go back and take the book and take out the error you made and then you correct it. You understand? So Mohammed, what you said, you do no wrong, but he was trying to put a mistake in what you said. So there's no need for you to go up and down.
I get it. But like that's how they debate. So I have to bring energy. But what he says is that I said that he has to bring it back. I said no.
Yeah, he's trying to make it. You keep telling him no, but he's insisting because this is how they argue. But no.
And the funny thing is, I showed him. From his own sources, that it says you have to رد الحقوق إلى أصحابها. So you have to return the rights to the people.
Yes.
Or ask from them forgiveness. So it's implicitly understood from the Quran. That's what Islah is.
And that particular verse we are talking about can be looked at in two ways, based on the governance, because I think I have this discussion on Clubhouse before. Based on that government or governance we have at that time, the government can decide in which ways this can be implemented based on the verse.
Okay,
so it doesn't necessitate. Well,
I was listening. Sorry, my game crashed my my Chrome. So my bad.
Okay.
Sorry, Mohammed.
You're playing games?
Yeah, I play a game.
Go ahead. Alhamdulillah. When we're talking about religion, go ahead.
I was playing a game. It was on my background. It crashed my what? Okay. Yalla, open. Can you go back to what you just opened?
Which one?
Were you just reading like you have to give back? Was that Quran or was that from outside external party?
This is your sources.
No. Do not use my sources to defend your position as you do not believe my sources. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You cannot use my sources.
One second.
If you
Logic,
deny my
so
sources, you
calm
cannot
down,
use them to defend your point.
Calm down.
That's not
I'm
how
not
it works.
defending my point. You're such a weirdo. Just be quiet.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm a
because you're a
weirdo,
weirdo. Yeah.
Okay, yalla,
If I sat there and I reached a conclusion, and the conclusion is aligning to exactly what your books are saying, I didn't need the support of your books. It means the same people who you trust came to the exact same conclusion as I did.
No. You said no. First of all, your point. You said I do not believe in Hadith. I do not believe you believe only in the Quran.
Yeah, Islah. So when God is asking me to do Islah, right? I'm going to fix what I did. So whether fixing internally, that's a one way of Islah, and fixing with other people that are involved in a deed. So if I can have the ability to give back what I stole, that would be a form of Islah,
Okay.
Correct? Yes or no? That's simple.
No. It's really, I don't think you understand the point. I think you're just
be quiet. No, it's
okay,
not
I will be
ignorant.
quiet.
Okay, yeah, khalik sakit. So when you're saying that I'm saying that you have to give it back, and you're saying that it's not in the Quran, and now I'm not being a Qurani. I get what you're saying, right?
Okay.
Oh, so I understand you. But what I'm trying to tell you is the word Islah here, it implicitly means that if you have the ability to give it back, that's one of the best forms of Islah. After you do your repentance, giving money back, according to the language.
Islah does not mean give money back.
That's not a form of Islah after I stole from you.
Islah does not give money back. Baba, I think you understand that. He does not understand.
Logic.
It does not
Wait a second. Let's say I stole this phone. Let's say I stole this phone. Wait a minute. Let's say I stole this phone from you, and then I brought it back.
Go on.
Can it be classified as Islah or not?
If you you keep going.
I didn't ask you for an explanation.
No.
I said, wait, please. So let's say I stole this phone from you. Listen, I stole it hypothetically. So now I'm bringing it back.
Okay.
Did I make an amends? Okay. Did I fix it? Did I correct it? Did I fix my error or not? Just answer the question. Did I make Islah or not? Well, I say answer the question.
I will answer. I will answer, but I will answer.
But I don't need explanation.
No, I will answer. I will answer on my own way.
But are you listening to me?
No, because you are comparing these fallacies.
And I'm giving you based on what I'm asking you, not based on the verse. Listen to me.
If you listen. If you bring the phone back, and you repent from what you have done.
No, repenting comes first. Oh, wait,
this is what I mean. This is fallacy. You're pushing me to an answer that does not even.
Repenting comes first. Listen to what God says. Let's go back to the verse. Let's
and whoever repents after wrongdoing and reforms indeed, and
so wait.
Trust me, English is far more easier than Arabic.
Wait, the repent comes first, not the reform. Which one comes
obviously,
first?
Obviously, you cannot reform without repent.
What?
How can you reform if you do not repent from your mistakes? How can you reform?
You can reform without repenting and turning back to God.
No,
this guy, what is wrong with your logic?
No. Reforming is literally changing,
logic
to something else.
If I broke your door, if I broke your door, what's the Arabic word for me to fix it?
No, one second.
Wait. Oh man, you're running away.
No. I'm not running away. You're not. You guys are using different.
Guys, wait. Logic. Wait a second. A person can amend a mistake, but not necessarily repent. Do you know that?
Again, I'm gonna explain to you really easy. One second, stop. I let you guys play. No. You guys are making.
Stop interrupting.
Okay, go on.
When a point is being made, if you are here to show your foolishness, then we just kick you out.
He already rage quit and then he realized and came back. So
yeah, stop being naive in this discussion. Let's have a civilized discussion here. God, in His infinite wisdom, mentioned repentance first, before mentioning the wrongdoing and then the Islah. So I'm saying a person can reform without necessarily repenting. Look, let me tell you, In my country, a lot of criminals have been caught where they try to reform their mistakes, but they haven't repented from the act they keep doing. They keep doing it still. You understand? They keep going to rob people, steal people's money.
Listen, it
But-
does not say reforming from your mistakes. It says
Oh my
reform.
God.
You have to reform.
Okay, reform from what? You explain to us. Reform from what?
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's called repenting and reform, right? Repenting, the first that has to happen is a sense of feeling the emotions of you did something wrong. Yeah, you deny for what you have done. So, for example, if I stole something and I start repenting, I would like, oh ya Allah, why did I do that? It's bad, and go on and go on and go on. My reform action is me becoming a better person, right? Instead of going
How?
back to okay, relax. I'm still okay.
Now I should relax, eh?
Wallah, you said that. Wow, how, like, really, like aggressive, like my father. Like, how are you gonna study? Yalla,
Oh, wait. So am I like your father?
No, that how came really strong. I like that.
Ah,
Yalla.
okay. No, I'm the correctional officer, so I need to say how.
Yalla, what's it called? Muhammad, relax. Do not panic. So again, that's repenting. Reforming is literally reforming yourself, becoming better that you were previously.
You're just like Megamind, bro. You make your own definitions.
No, Google now. Open Google right now. Type repenting.
Oh, now we should go to Google.
No, I'm talking.
Yeah, because that's
I'm
your way.
talking.
You
Look.
allowed to use
Here's
Wikipedia.
Aslah. Here's Aslah. Read what Aslah means.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's Aslah? Yeah.
Something wrong.
Read it.
Cause to become better, restore the good conditions, take out the mistakes from. Yeah, literally what I'm saying.
Go back to the restore. Go back to the restore.
You're helping me out.
Yeah.
Restore to good.
Listen,
To what?
You're helping me out, Muhammad.
No, we are not helping you.
So if I stole from you, and I restored it to you, that's not Aslah. If I broke your door, وصلحت بابك, that's not Aslah.
Listen. You're helping me out. Zoom out.
We are not helping you. We are exposing.
No. This is amazing. Let him. Let's go.
So your whole stream going, huh? Put something right.
Mhm.
Cause to become better. Restore to good conditions. Take out the mistakes from. Build or put something again. Give a revolve to something. Goodwill or friendly feelings. Put right. Make it in an unbroken, in an intact. But okay, this is literally what I'm saying. You have to reform. You are stepping away from your previous actions. So, for example, if you were person A and you did something wrong in person A, you will become person B. That's simple.
What is this?
You're laughing.
What is this?
And your whole stream
What is this?
Alhamdulillah,
What is?
I'm recording this.
Yeah. They're all laughing at you. Look at this.
Alhamdulillah.
Correct an error to make minor improvements. So if I stole from you,
Listen.
look, logic. Let's go to the bottom line.
There is no panic.
Let's go to the bottom line. If
Okay,
I
stop.
stole from you and I gave you money, and I gave you back money, is that Islah? Yes or no?
Again, if you do it out of good, you become someone else. And you do it, yes.
That's not my question. It's a yes or no question.
Answer a simple
If
question.
I stole money from you and I gave you back the money, is that Islah? Yes or no?
If I stole something and I went to the judge and judge said you have
Answer
to pay
a
back-
simple question.
Listen, no, because these are dumb questions.
Dumb question. So listen to me. Did you remove him?
No, he's at the back. He kicked himself out.
Yeah, weirdos.
Yeah,
Bro,
but I wanted you to ask him how old is he. I think he's a kid.
No.
Anyways, he was playing video game. I think he's a kid.
He's a weirdo. Anyways, so we have next on the list, Brother Abbass. I talked to you earlier, but I do want to go to an individual here called Mike. Mike, are you ready? You got your camera on? Alhamdulillah. Peace with him.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Good. True kafir. So you don't believe in God?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist. So I saw you on the EFDawah there. Kind of interesting. I've noticed you say, wait a second, after you ask someone a question, just like Imran does. He cuts me off a lot. I think I'm banned from EFDawah now, but anyway. It's interesting that the last guy brought up 538. I don't know if you know who the perfect Dawah guy is. He's an Iranian.
Yeah, Munji.
I don't think he speaks Arabic. Munji, yeah, he doesn't speak Arabic, but he's got a whole thing on the accent is soft in that verse, that it doesn't literally mean to cut one's hands off. And then I said to him once, well, if you read, I don't know if you've ever read Muhammad Assad's The Message of the Quran, translated and explained by Muhammad Assad, 533, where it says to cut off hands and feet on opposite sides. he puts in a footnote that this may be an idiom, that in Arabic to remove one's hands would be like to take their power, and it may not literally mean to cut off a hand. And so Munji,
what they wrote.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That's what they wrote. Yes, I do know that they're writing that.
Okay. So Munji says, was it 1231? I think something where Joseph comes in a room and the women cut their hands. He compares that Arabic to the Arabic in 538. So you guys seem like you're Arabic speakers. What do you guys say on that? On the accent mark being hard or soft, or whether it's a metaphor or idiom?
You mean Quran chapter 5 verse 38, or which verse are you talking
Yes.
about?
So Baba, they say because faqta'u, they're saying that it's like cut them away, not cut their hands, cut them away from property, right? So and they're giving it credence to the diacritic, which has absolutely no basis in that argument because of its position in the Arab. It's not because of what the word means. So some people are bringing a liberal understanding, but the verse can also be understood as a physical understanding.
In both ways. It can be understood
in both ways. Yeah. Exactly. So if somebody who's the leader, the community leader, who wants to apply it in the soft way, where you're gutting them out, putting them in jail until they reform or repent or they find a way, that is a way of applying the verse. But there is also the way of, no, you know what, I'm going to remove your hand. That's also valid.
That is the way Joseph did. Joseph actually kept the prisoner so that they can get their thing back from the person. But it can be taken both ways. The reason why I'm saying like that, if you take a verse from the Quran, you have to look at it from the literal aspect and the non-literal aspect. When there's a contradiction, then it cannot stand, right? So depending on the governance you have at a given time, the government can decide which of the sides they want to implement from that verse. So now, if you take it as literal, it can be implemented. If you take it as non-literal, it can still be implemented in that manner. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, this is very confusing to me because I've been on YouTube for about a year now, and I watch a lot of Islam channels. And I'm sure you guys know who Muhammad Hijab is, and he says our law is objective, our morality is objective, it's from God. So now you're like saying it's kind of subjective to
Mike
say the whims.
But the point is, did he give you any proof for his claims?
Right.
Did he?
Well, I would imagine his proofs are not only the verse says to cut off the hand, and they may not say there's a metaphorical aspect.
Mohammed, put 14 verse 1. I want to help him out. How to check the non-literal and literal aspect of the Quran.
Well, that's true. Muhammad Hijab gives a lecture on how there are the literal verses, there's the non-literal verses. Actually, when I was on EFDawah one time, Abbass said, well, there's some things are meant not to be literal, and those are the tests that if you misinterpret it, then you're failing the test, right? I'm like, well, why would God give a divine revelation that it's ambiguous? And he's like,
not necessarily ambiguous, because he talks about knowledgeable people. A knowledgeable person doesn't see it as ambiguous. You need to study in order to know the difference. It's just like scientists. The way scientists discover things and then they bring out information. They have to be sure of what they are telling you. It's not like just going out there and then guessing or not having. But let's take this verse as an example.
Okay.
So I don't know which name to call you, brother. Okay, brother Mike. So brother Mike, if you read this verse and tell me how you understand it literally, not non-literally. I want to know how you literally understand this verse.
Okay. It sounds like it starts with the three letters that nobody knows what they mean.
No problem. Leave that one. Read a book.
Okay. A book, which we, royal we, I assume, capital we have revealed to you in order to bring the people out of darkness into light by the permission of their Lord to the path of the Almighty, the praiseworthy. Okay.
So give us the literal understanding. I don't need the non-literal aspect, the metaphoric. Right. I need the literal understanding of this.
Well, if we take we to mean God, not just Muhammad and his buddies, it's saying it's a divine revelation that is a guidance to all mankind, leading us out of darkness although supposedly there were 124,000 other prophets are sent before Muhammad. So I don't know why there was so much darkness, but to the path of the Almighty, the one God who's praiseworthy. I mean,
So you gave me the non-literal meaning. That's the non-literal aspect. I just said, look at everything in the verse literally.
Okay, a book, that would generally mean things written on a page, although Muhammad hadn't written anything down, so that doesn't really make sense. Which we, again, capital we, means a royal we, the prophet and the God, has revealed to you. What do you mean by you? I assume that would mean all mankind.
Yeah, to people.
In order to bring the people out of darkness. So you're saying everyone's in darkness, and now we're bringing you light by the permission of their Lord. Again, the Lord we assume to be God.
Darkness here.
The path of the Almighty also were Lord or God, and praiseworthy would be.
So
God.
I'm talking about the literal darkness. We all know how darkness is, right? When we switch off the light.
Right.
I said look at everything as literal.
Oh,
don't
okay.
look at it as
so out of darkness, it would mean
Mhm.
he's turning the sun on 24 hours a day.
So you see the literal aspect. If we look at it literal aspect, it means somebody's in a dark room, and then now you are using a book as a torch. It doesn't work. The book doesn't have a light, torchlight.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Right.
So you can't bring that people out of darkness is literally like that. No. So you have to look at it as metaphorical, non-literal aspect, meaning people are in ignorance or darkness in terms of lack of knowledge or something. So now you bring them out of that ignorance into guidance, into light, right? Then you take them to the way of God, because that's the path of God. The book leads you to God. So this is non-literal aspect, right? We have certain verses in the Quran that can be looked at both ways. This verse tells you it has to be looked at in one way only. That is the non-literal aspect. But we have verses, you can look at it two ways. If you look at it the other way, is not wrong, based on who is from the perspective of the one dealing with the verse. For instance, I give an example. You see, if the number 6 is written between you and I, if I'm standing above, I will say it as I will see it as 6. If you are standing below, you see it as 9. When you say 9 on your end, there's no problem. When I say 6 on my end, there's no problem with that. Are you getting the point I'm making? But then we have certain numbers that we have certain numbers that when it's written, no matter how you look at it, you can only look at it at one way only. You can't look at it at both ways. Like, for instance, the number 7 cannot be looked at two ways. Standing below, I standing above, I cannot see a different number. I can only see 7. You cannot see, a number.
Someone might see the letter L.
No, we are talking about numbers, not the letter.
Okay.
So you understand. So meaning, if we are dealing with the same subject, meaning the Quran, what I see, you should see it different way. You can see it in a different way, non-literal aspect, and somebody can see it literal. So depending, when it comes to the matters of judgment, any government who decides to use the literal aspect do no wrong. They do no wrong, so far as they can implement it according to the criteria of the verses. If another government decides to use it non-literally, they do no wrong, as long as they can justify their case from the book of God without any external influences. And are you getting my point? So this is how it stands. It doesn't mean it's a contradictory statement or anything. No, nothing of that sort. So let me know if this is clear.
Just also, a lot of people approach the Quran as if it's supposed to spoon feed you step by step, but it's a book of guidance. So it's giving you the guidelines, and based upon your experience and who you are and your ability that God gave you, you're going to implement it to something that's unique to you. So understanding the Quran is very similar to a fingerprint. So we know what a fingerprint is, and if it doesn't look like a fingerprint, it's no longer an interpretation of the Quran, but it's going to be unique to you and your situation. That's why it's a book of guidance for everybody, not just for a type of people.
Exactly.
But when you're watching Sunnis, they're trying to force a single narrative that they cannot agree on.
Okay, so you're saying it's a guidance that is open to vast numbers of interpretations, depending on your perspective, whether you're looking up or down at it.
Whether you're in the West, whether you're in the Middle East, whether you're in the East, whether you grew up with a certain mentality, whether you were a criminal before, it depends on your way of life.
Okay. So under Sharia, well, for instance, the hudud, the had punishments, these are not divinely revealed, you know, that an apostate should be killed according to,
Nope.
you know.
No.
The stoning of an adulterer, nope. The killing of a homosexual, nope.
Okay.
No.
How about the lashing of a fornicator? How do you?
That is there, but it can hardly be implemented.
Okay.
But no one is dying.
24/2. Well.
Yeah, that's 24/2.
Okay. So
right, but
zina,
God,
God
God says the people who are worthy of death are the ones who committed murder or in warfare. So if you had sex with somebody who you shouldn't have sex with, that does not equate with you dying. It's not a fair judgment.
Okay. Well, what about like 532 and 533? I know Muslims like to partially quote 532. Because of this, we did ordain unto the children of Israel, if you kill one innocent life, they leave that part out, or sometimes it says, except for murder or spreading corruption, it'll be as if you killed all mankind. And then 533 says it is but a just recompense for those who make war on Allah and His apostle and endeavor to spread corruption, that they'll be slain and crucified, have their hands and feet cut off on opposite sides, such as their ignominy in this world, yet in life come more awesome suffering awaits them. So in that verse, most translations, you see the word spreading corruption as a penalty, as a crime worthy of death. So
yeah,
we suggest what's spreading corruption, right? You get to Hizbah, enjoining the good, forbidding the evil.
Brother Mike, we do see such laws being implemented, even in China, Vietnam. If a drug dealer, you go and sell drugs and so on, they can sentence you to death. Sure. Thailand does the same.
Indonesia,
you understand? Well. Exactly. We do have certain laws of human beings which are even way harsher than God's laws. But people don't criticize that.
Well, no, I criticize China's laws on the death penalty. Or Singapore. Singapore caned... it might have been 20 years ago. I think there was an American kid who spray painted something on a car, and they caned him.
So there are certain laws, they are only implemented to just keep people in check. Because of certain laws, if you go to Dubai, you don't dare steal somebody's money. If you go to Dubai, you go to Saudi, somebody leave their car or their phone, you don't dare steal it.
Right.
Yeah, it fixes the nation.
There's no doubt. You know, when Drago implemented death to chicken thieves, chicken theft probably went down. You know, I mean, harsh punishments can have some effect. But just real quick, you mentioned Dubai. Did you see the Ukrainian woman who was arrested for zina in Dubai? This might have been 5-6 years ago. She was having some stomach pain. She went to the doctor. It turned out she was pregnant. She wasn't married, so they arrested her. And I'm not really sure whatever happened to her, but anyways.
I don't agree with certain laws they use. I'm just talking about how certain laws fixes people's mindset and the environment. God stipulates certain laws for us, not based because He is God and He wants to exert His power on us. It's just for the betterment of communities and humanity, so that we know how to move about. It doesn't necessarily mean those laws are meant to be implemented as judgment on people. You understand? Just like that. Just because somebody goes to steal a piece of bread and then they will cut his hand. No. That's not how God has stipulated it for us. So it goes with a broader concept. So, and it doesn't depend on the individual to decide these laws. It's a body, it's a governing body that sit down and make that decision. So not just for one man to decide.
Right. But so, for instance, well, obviously, you guys aren't Hadith guys, but Omar waived a cutting of hands during the Great Famine, right?
Well,
I don't believe in that.
Even if that's true, we're supporting the idea that the person in charge implements the rules.
Right. But so like the Taliban is in charge right now in Afghanistan, obviously, and they have a body of scholars, and they're in Jama, whatever their consensus is. Women's voices in public are
crazy.
Could lead people astray. So now they've banned women's voices in public, and
crazy.
Well,
that's what it is.
They are the government. They decide there for themselves.
Right.
Right.
That has nothing to do with God's religion.
They're deriving it from their religion, though.
What?
They're deriving it from Islam.
No, that's what we call shirk. Muhammad, give me 42:21. I don't know if I can put it here. You can give me from your side. 42:21. Let me show Brother
So
Mike.
You're takfiring the Taliban?
100%.
So, Brother Mike, check this verse on the screen. It says, or do they have idols who have legislated for them of a religion to which God has not authorized? And if not for the decisive word, he will have judged between them. Indeed, the transgressors will have a painful punishment. So what they do is they have their idols who give them legislations, which has not been authorized by God, because we have to see the authority from the Quran, and God has not authorized such laws. So, for instance, banning women from the government or whatever, where does it say God? Where does God say you should ban women from being in the government or something? No, it doesn't say that.
Mike, if the voice of the woman should not be heard in public or talk to other men, then why has God said here, God has heard the statement of the one female here who argued with you concerning her husband as she complained to God. And
She
God
even
heard the
argued with the
discussion.
prophet.
So she was talking to the prophet about an issue with her husband, and she had to use her voice. It wasn't sign language.
Yes, and the believers also were told if they want to speak to the wives of the prophet, they should do that behind a curtain, maybe a barrier. But it means women can speak to men. They can talk.
Right.
So why
Right.
can't?
Well, I would assume that interpretation says, right, if you want to go to court to argue against your husband, we'll bring you
Then I'll show you
into a
another one.
building, right? We'll bring you behind a curtain into a place where you can speak to the Gotti, and we can make a ruling. But you can't just be out in public speaking.
Well,
right?
sometimes it depends.
behind
Like
the
I
curtain
said,
part.
it depends on the government in charge. If they decided this is how the safety goes, look at Saudi Arabia. A few years ago, no woman can drive a car, right? But now it has changed. So it depends on the government who is in charge. So far as God doesn't say this is haram or halal, I don't see any issue with what they want to decide. That's up to them.
And here's more proof, Brother Mike, in regards to the voice of this is about the wives of the prophet. Well, wives of the prophet, you are not like any of the women if you are pious. So do not give in a speech, lest one in which heart is diseased should desire. So, right? But speak in a kind speech. So don't be very kind, like not be very soft with your speech, but speak in a way so that the person doesn't think that you're flirting.
You're flirting. Yeah, exactly.
Right? But
Because
they're
there
speaking.
are women. Yes, there are women out there who are married, but they will speak to a nice guy out there, and you see that they are being flirtatious towards that person. And it's a reality, you know.
Even if they're not being flirtatious, if they're being too soft, it might seem like they're flirtatious. So the person with disease in their heart might take it that way as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, because I hear Muslims saying a smile is a charity. Yet I remember it's probably 10 years ago when I first started looking into Islam. One guy advised a girl, like, don't smile too much, like the guys might think you're flirting with them.
No, it's true. It's true, though, because men like to, pay close attention to women, observe the signals from women, and they can misunderstand these signals sometimes. So giving in too much of these details out from a woman, it makes sometimes in certain countries, it makes her vulnerable to certain
Mike,
type of people.
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
Of course.
All right. So is it fair to assume that you might have seen some stuff in Islam that seem nice to you, or they seem like they kind of make sense, but then the whole maybe concept of maybe the character of the prophet that you kept hearing about just was a little off-putting, that it was just, maybe it was too harsh, him marrying 6 years old girl, or the claims that he's killing people left and right. Maybe that whole concept is off, for you, but maybe the message of Islam, does it resonate with you in any way?
Well, no, the message of Islam doesn't really resonate with me because I don't believe in God and I don't believe in prophets and things like that. I mean, I was raised a Catholic. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. To me,
so why the constant earning to watch it? You said
Well,
you've been watching them for a long time. I mean, like, if you don't believe in God and you believe that it's like just a short life here, why aren't you enjoying your life? Why is the message constantly dragging you back in?
Mike, gotcha.
Well, I actually enjoy these interactions. I'm getting old. I'm sitting here drinking vodka, but I don't go out to the clubs anymore. I've lost all my beautiful blonde hair. I can't pick up women anymore. It's all very sad and pathetic, but
it doesn't need to stop. It doesn't need to end.
What's that?
You're getting old. Like, I mean, life here will end, but that ability to carry on, it does not need to end. You're gonna taste death, but then you get to live forever. Is that too much to like believe?
Yeah, no.
I mean, you came from nothing.
Right. Well, I came from a sperm and an egg.
Can't that be repeated somewhere else?
It's possible, but it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, this eternal life. So,
Mike, in life, several times some things doesn't make sense, but it doesn't mean it's not the truth.
I'm sorry, you broke up on me. I'm not sure if that was my end or your end.
Okay, I said sometimes in life, certain things doesn't make sense, but that does not necessitate that it's not the truth.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So if you just sit and say it doesn't make sense, it sounds to me like a personal opinion. Like you don't need, no matter how you're giving facts and proofs, you're not convinced. You think, personally, it doesn't make sense. So you stay away from it. That's what I feel about your decision.
Correct. Yes, it's a personal opinion.
Thank you. But are you aware that the government laws we are following today and the judgments, most of their laws doesn't make sense? And the judgment doesn't make sense, but we go with it, right?
I'm not sure. What laws do you think don't make sense?
Oh, it is a lot. Maybe law on taxes. We can speak about taxes if you want.
Okay. Well, I disagree with the progressive tax scale, but I mean, you have to have taxes if you want to build roads and whatnot.
No, you're certain to some extent. I'm not saying we shouldn't pay tax, but to some extent, some laws about taxes doesn't make sense. Do not make sense.
Okay, like what?
Okay, for instance, you give the average citizen the time limits of working hours, and then they have to work, and then you tax them, and then each product, everything they buy out there has been taxed again. You understand? The bills they pay has still been taxed. After taxing their salary, you still tax them or everything they buy out there. Then again, they have to work for tax return, and if they are lucky, they get it back. If they are not lucky, no. And if they have to be given a penalty, it takes way more than you even deserve to be given penalty. They give you way more that you can even afford to pay. All these skills, it has not been implemented based on the way God wants things to be done with justice.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where you're at. Not everything is taxed in America. At least uncooked food is untaxed.
In Finland, they tax pretty much everything. Even if the government gives you social welfare, they still tax it.
Well, that may be, but if I go buy a loaf of bread, the bread is not taxed.
In Finland, they tax it.
What's that?
In Finland, it's being taxed.
Well, that may be in Finland. I mean,
yes, they do.
Finland, they're socialists up in.
Yeah, kind of. Well, they chime in with everything.
My sister-in-law's brother lives in Sweden, so.
They're kind of similar. Yes, they're kind of similar.
Yeah, the Scandinavians are extremely taxed, but then they say they give you all this free stuff. They give you a baby box or something, but free child.
But just so
America,
that I'm just hypothetically speaking. Of course, I've been in Finland for almost 15 years now. I'm not complaining, but I'm just telling you certain yardsticks of things they do to us is not based on justice. It's just done in a way that favors the elites. and it doesn't favor the the average earner and so on.
Well, again,
So,
I think the Scandinavians are socialists in their economies, and I hope they give you a lot of benefits for all the tax you pay and stuff. I mean, I think they're taxed probably like 70-80% of your income and all that stuff.
a lot.
Yeah.
They do take a lot of money. I
Yeah.
do pay. I'm sitting here. I pay a lot of taxes. A lot.
Yeah. In America, our highest tax rates, I think 38%, around 40%. So we have a sliding scale of, it's called progressive taxation, but every individual, your first $25,000 of income is not taxed, and then it starts going up, and then we have earned income tax. If you're a parent, you get to we have deductibles, you get to write off your home interest, all this stuff. But
So
I
in a
live
summary,
in Florida. I live in Florida.
You live in Florida. Okay, in a summary, Mike, before you go,
We have no
one-
state income tax in Florida.
Our state income tax, no, not in Florida. Okay.
No.
Before you go, just tell us one thing that turned you off from the Quran, not Islam in general, the Quran. What turned you off from the Quran?
Well, again, you can go to those two verses, 532 and 533. The ambiguity of saying we kill someone for spreading corruption. There's actually a great video on the BBC where there's some atheists in Egypt, and the guy's talking to the reporter, and I guess the woman comes by and hears him, saying he's an atheist, and she literally stops and says, "What corruption are you spreading here?" Obviously, the death to apostates thing, you guys maybe don't agree with that being the Quran alone, guys. Even the lashing of fornicators, 24:2, I don't care for. The no interest, speaking of economics, that's insane. I have a bank account right now. I'm earning, well, we just lowered interest rates by 0.5 point. I went from 5.25 to 5% interest. So I got money sitting in the bank earning me money. I don't know why. What is it? Riba?
No, but the Quran is talking about usury. The usury is somewhat different from interest from business. Transaction is allowed. Business is allowed. You understand? The profit you make from business is allowed.
We have a thing called criminal usury in America that you're not allowed, like the mob, like the loan sharks. You're not allowed to charge, 1,000% interest or 2 points a week or whatever.
Exactly. So this is what we classify as usury. It's not just talking about interest on your business scale. Maybe my phone and I'm selling €1,000. That's nothing. You want to buy it, fine. But if I lie to you and I say, hey, come on, I bought this for 800, you have to buy it for 1,000. That is when it becomes illegal because I'm lying to you according to God. But in terms of business, there is no wrong you do when you decide to sell something and somebody is willing to buy. You understand?
Right. Well,
It's
I'm not talking about selling. I'm just talking about the bank holding your money. Right. So the way banks work in the West, I always tell Muslims you should watch It's a Wonderful Life. When Christmas time comes around, they play it every year in America, at least. And he explains, so I put $100,000 in the bank, right? They give me 5% interest. So I'm making $5,000 a year for my money just to sit there. They then turn around and lend out that to people at 8%, right? So they make the 3-point difference, But everybody I've ever heard in Islam, and I've never actually asked this of Quran alone guys or Quranists, they say that is haram. Riba, interest is not allowed. So
in terms of loaning the money, are they loaning based on business transaction? Let me give you the idea of business transaction here. Mohammed, you can put Quran chapter 2, verse 282. Let me give him an example.
One second. $220, what? 82?
Yeah, 282. Yeah, down was a bit. Yeah. So he talks about, that's a verse. Let me start from above. Let me read so that he gets to know. Oh, you who have believed, whenever you mutually contract a debt, for a fixed term, then write it down and let a writer among you write in justice. A writer shall not refuse to write as God has taught him, right? So let him write, and let the one upon whom is the duty fill out. And let him beware of God, his Lord, and he shall not depreciate anything thereof. And if the one upon whom is the duty is foolish or weak or unable to fill it out, then let his heir fill out injustice. And quote 2 witnesses from your men, and if they are not 2 men, then a man and 2 women from those you approve of witnesses. In case one of them errs, then he says, then the other one of them will remind. And the witnesses shall not refuse when they are invited, and they shall not be weary to write it down, whether small or big, until its term. That is more equitable in front of God and more appropriate for testimony. And the least not to mistrust each other, unless there is an existing business which you conduct among you, then there is no blame on you not to have written it down. And quote whenever you transact, you quote whenever you transact, and do not harm a writer nor a witness. For if you do so, then indeed it will be immoral of you. So beware of God, and God will teach you, for God is aware of all this. Mohammed, go to the next verse, downwards, 283. Then he says, and if you are on a journey and cannot find a writer, then a guarantee shall be what? Taken. A person has to bring a guarantee, a surety of that, hey, I'm going to bring this money, so take this. Then he says, but if you trust each other, then let him who is trusted retain his loyalty. And let him beware of God, his Lord, and do not conceal a testimony. For whoever conceals it, then indeed his heart is sinful, and God is aware of what you do. Now, the reason why I quoted this verse for you, starting from above, you see how wisely God is instructing us to transact a debt. But within the debt, there can be a business transaction, meaning I might decide to loan you money. I'm not supposed to put interest in the loan. But then maybe, Brother Mike, you tell me that, hey, I'm going to take a loan from you, but I'm going to buy some cars. And these cars, I'm going to get profits from it. Now, from our loan, it can become a business transaction, because now you are telling me this loan I'm giving you, you are going to buy cars and you'll be making a profit from it. So we can transact a business within this loan we are still writing down. Do you get my point? But if you come for a personal loan, like you want to feed your family, or you want to pay your rent, I don't need to impose any interest there. There's no need for business transaction there, because you are going to use it personally to solve your problems. So I just need to give you the same money and you give me back the same money. But within our agreement, if you decide to have a business transaction on the side, it is allowed. Now, this is what the banks are using. Right. They take your money and they give it to businesses, and the businesses go and bring more profits to them. That's when they take that profit and give you your share on top of your $100,000. So it is not to an individual. They give it to corporations and businesses. So in that aspect, it is allowed. Even the Arabs do it, that aspect, to businesses. Then how will they grow? You understand? Sure. But personally, to individuals, it's not allowed. No.
Yeah. You're kind of talking about two different things. I'm talking about, like, I put my money in the bank gives me interest on it. They then turn around and like lend it to someone to buy a house, and they charge them a higher percentage than what they're paying me, and they make the difference, right? What you're talking about is kind of like me funding your startup, right? So say you say, oh, okay. For instance, actually, I was going to buy some cars and put them on Turo. I don't know if you guys have Turo, where people can rent cars. So if I say, okay, I'll give you $100,000, go buy 5 cars, put them on Turo, rent them for $30 a day, and within 5 years, if you can pay me back that, you can pay me back that $100,000. And then everything from there, I get 20% of total profits.
That becomes business.
Interest.
Business.
Yeah.
Interest.
Right.
Interest is compounded. The interest that's illegal in the Quran is compounded interest. So compounded interest is what your saving account is. I'll tell you why. You're taking the benefit of it
You want
at a
daily
very small
compounding.
percentage. But if you do it the opposite way, where you have to pay it and it's a high percentage on a big number, it's very hard to recover. So you could see those people that are stuck in the student loans, for example.
Sure.
They borrowed $100,000 to pay for their colleges, and then they've paid back 150 or 160,000 within 10 years, and they still owe 80,000. So it's like they paid nothing back, and they're stuck for the rest of their life. This is oppression. They're being oppressed because they're paying more way above and beyond, because it's compounded either annually, semi-annually, monthly, hourly, whatever how it compounds. This is what's illegal in Islam, which is what you know is as the mob does it, right? Shaving points or adding points, but the government does it legally. It's a form of slavery.
Yeah. You don't want to enter into
That's why it's illegal.
Well, what you're talking about, like if you say, student loans, that's not illegal in America, at least. If you can't pay it back fast enough, I mean, interest keeps building. If you're not paying the interest back, we have ARM mortgages, adjustable rate mortgages that some people enter into, and they're like, interest only mortgages. Those can all be bad traps. I mean, credit cards, I know people who are like, they put things on the credit card and it's like, well, you got to pay it off every month. If you let it go, it starts compounding and then you can't catch up. But that doesn't make it immoral or illegal. It just makes the borrower the stupid guy.
It makes actually the person who's
be the lender, not the borrower.
But the borrower's in a situation where he has to borrow, so they're being taken advantage of. Because if they had an option, they wouldn't take it.
Well, that's not really true. I mean, there's all sorts of people who live above their means, who borrow money, who buy boats that they shouldn't have a boat. They buy nicer cars that they can afford. I used to work for a guy. He would refinance his house to go on vacation to Europe and stuff. I'm like, what are you doing? You'll never pay your house off. He's like, he had like 3 mortgages on his house because, his wife would want to go to Paris. And so he had equity in his house. He'd borrow against it to go to Paris for 2 weeks. And, that's his decision. I mean, these are grown people with they're not retards.
Anyways, Brother Mike, I think it was a pleasure getting to have a discussion with you. It's nice talking to you. Let's give another person the chance to join. And
always nice talking to the Muslims. Your adab is excellent for non-Sunnis. I hope they don't come to kill you anytime soon.
They're trying. They're trying.
For your apostasy, they takfir you and make you Khawarjis or something. You never know.
They like the Khawarjis better than us, so we're the worst.
Thank you.
The people who say the Quran alone is enough, we're the worst.
Yeah, they hate us. But thank you anyways, brother Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
So
have a good one. See you.
Yeah.
Take care. Next we have Ali. You ready, Baba? You sure for one more?
Who is that? Ali? Yeah, let's go one
Ali.
more because after this I have to go and rest.
Sure. Ali. Can I get anything in the chat? Turn your camera on for the easiest. The Mahdi shaved. All right, okay, Ali. There we go.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Did you guys think? Why did you think it was Mahdi?
No. I'm not. This gentleman.
Oh, there's another guy there. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't really know much about. I think I seen your video with Rock. What's his name? Brock, Grayson Brock. Both of you guys. And I like that you guys made a case for the Quran, which is really admirable, because I feel like a lot of people do forget about the Quran when they're making da'wah. And they
Are you from Somalia or Sudan?
East Africa, brother.
East Africa.
One of them East African countries, brother.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, sure.
Alhamdulillah. So my question to you is, how do you understand certain verses from the Quran without any backing information? Do you guys take the tradition into account? Do you take anything from the history of Islam into account, or are you saying that the Quran gives you everything you need? Anything after that is what, useless?
It's not useless. So the Quran has all the information that you require for you to get guided, to understand who God is, and to fulfill your duties. So on the day of judgment, you find yourself in a good position with God. So the Quran can be contextualized to what the Prophet went through, but we cannot be 100% sure of what his actual proper seerah was, what happened, what didn't happen. And it's a very nice guesswork that people go through. But the Quran is supposed to be understood to your life in this day and age and how it applies to you and how you're supposed to be moving forward. There is no verse in the Quran that is waiting for you to understand the history for you to deduce what has happened. I've yet to find myself in this situation when you're looking purely at the Quran. Now, if you want to look at the history, these are nice to have. If you want to look at hadith for as long as it aligns to the Quran, these are nice to have. Sorry,
me.
Baba.
It's not me.
Sorry, but so these are like what you have to. So the Quran is sufficient for the guidance, and anything above that is nice to have as long as it aligns. Is it required? Absolutely not in any way, shape, or form.
How do you say like لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة?
Okay, so the God says that there's a good pattern in the Prophet. Okay, this is in chapter 33, 20.
In the messenger.
In the messenger, sorry, stop. Yeah, he says, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ أُسْوَةً حَسَنَةً.
That's 33.
33?
In the same
21.
surah where he says,
21.
But like in the same surah, he tells us that the what's it called? The mothers are, his wives are mothers, and
right. It's right here.
Surah Ahzab, where a lot of information comes from.
Correct, but so God is telling us there has certainly been a good pattern, a good example for you and the messenger of God, for whoever expects God in the last day and remembers God frequently. So now you're saying that there is a pattern and example for us to have to learn about the Prophet. But you also have to check on the verse 64, right? When God also says the exact same thing about Abraham. There has been a good pattern for you in Abraham. قَدْ كَانَتْ لَكُمْ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ فِي إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَالَّذِينَ مَعَهُ. And God even goes later.
You have to finish the ayah. You can't stop at that.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But look,
it's specifically about being away from that people, because
that's why you could carry this on, and then God clearly states here, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِيهِمْ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةً لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمُ الْآخِرِ.
Right.
So it's the same thing that was said about the Prophet, because the Prophet has been going through his people having idolatry and him breaking free and going through the hurt and the pain of breaking through away from the idolatry.
Because the
Prophet Abraham,
the heart needs to be cleansed from all the idolatry.
Prophet Abraham was doing the same thing, and now us in 2024, we're seeing the same thing where we find the people who say they believe in the Quran, they're committing idolatry in a sense with the scholars and the Hadith and all this other foreign concepts. So we're also freeing ourselves. I know you disagree, but this is how we understand.
So, Brother Ali, whose millah are we supposed to follow?
You're supposed to follow the person who, in person, we saw on this planet, who we have evidence for that we saw on this planet. Like, there's no contention between, but you don't contend that he was on this planet, the Prophet.
But did you see him?
No, but his city exists. He has a whole city that's his.
So Ibrahim didn't exist also?
No, he existed, but we don't have anybody.
Okay, so I ask you a simple question.
Hold on.
It's a simple question.
Brother,
whose
it's not even a simple
millah?
question.
I say, whose millah are we supposed to follow? That's a simple question.
Our prophet, Muhammadur Rasulullah, walladhina amanu ma'ahu.
So let's ask the Quran. Whose millah are we supposed to follow? Let's go and ask the Rasul Muhammad. Quran chapter 3 verse 95.
Okay.
Yeah, let's ask the Rasul, because this guy is speaking for the Rasul. Let's go and ask the Rasul. So this is the Rasul here, 395. God asked him to say, Kul, Sadaqallahu, Fattabi'u, Millata Ibrahim Hanifa, wa ma kana min al-mushrikeen.
Brother, you have to give more context to that. You can't just start.
Oh, so now I should go to context. Okay, we can go to context. Context is there. No, don't worry. Context is there.
Because in that ayah, he's talking about Bani Israel, right?
Where do you want us to start from?
At least go four ayahs back to see what it's developing for. Because
no
you can't
problem.
Just take an ayah.
Let's start from 90. Mohammed, start from 90. So 91, okay. It says, indeed, those who disbelieve and die while they are disbelievers, then a filled earth of gold will never be accepted from any of them, even if he could ransom with it. Mohammed, you can move downwards. Then he says, those will have a painful punishment, and they will have no helpers. Now, 92, and you will never attain righteousness. And this you is talking to us all, right? It's talking to people, all of us, including believers, everybody. you will never attain righteousness until you disperse from what you love. And whatever you disperse of anything, then indeed God is aware of it. 93, moment.
And this is the
93 says, all food was
Bani Israel,
lawful
right?
for the children of Israel except what Israel forbade for himself before the Torah was revealed. Say, so bring the Torah and recite it if you are truthful. Therefore, then he says, therefore, whoever fabricates falsehood about God after that, then they are those who are the transgressors. So let's move forward. So say, God has told the truth. So follow the creed of Abraham the Octodus, for he was not of the what? Idolators, that's polytheists.
Yes.
So now what is your point?
My point is, did he also build a house, Ibrahim?
That's not the point. I said, what is your point concerning the middle?
No, this was very specific to the people, to the Jews. It's talking about the Jews, and it was referring Abraham back.
Where was Jews mentioned in the verse?
Bani
Where
Israel.
was the word Jews? Okay, show me a verse where it says Bani Israel are the Jews. Give me a verse.
Okay, Bani Israel. Okay, I don't want that argument. It's for.
And then tell me again where it says this statement is only for the Bani Israel.
No, but
give me a verse.
It develops the argument.
Okay, listen.
Can I give it to
Ali. One second. You want to take me to chapter 9 and those who followed them before you take me.
No, that's not the ayah I want. But continue.
Just give me 1 second, just so that I could show you that it's not only pertaining to the children of Israel. If I take you to chapter 16, verse 120, right?
No, sorry, brother, if you could stay to that ayah specifically, because it says "Kullu ta'am kana halal li Israel."
1 second, brother.
It says except for what he made haram to himself.
Right, but 1 second.
Israel, not Bani Israel.
1 second.
Okay.
I'm trying to get you to the point about Ibrahim.
I appreciate it.
Ibrahim. All right, so Ibrahim was a leader, orthodoxly obedient to God, and he was not of the polytheists.
Yes.
إن إبراهيم كان أمة قانتة لله حنيفا ولم يكن من
المشركين. Yes.
Yeah. شاكرا لأنعمه اجتباه وهداه إلى صراط مستقيم. Abraham was grateful for his blessing. He chose him and guided him to the straight path.
I love it when Baba reads the Quran. He has mashallah, his tajweed is fire. West Africans, man, they have it. Their Quran is down.
وآتيناه في الدنيا حسنة وإنه في الآخرة لمن الصالحين. We gave him good in the world, and indeed he will be among the righteous in the hereafter. So this is not talking about Bani Israel, right?
No,
this is talking about Ibrahim. And then he goes, ثم أوحينا إليك أن نتبع ملة إبراهيم حنيفا وما كان من المشركين.
Yes, 100%.
So this is repeated many times in the Quran for us to follow
He was talking about follow what Ibrahim did, right? Here, this is a creedal thing. We're talking about creed right here. It's the creed of Abraham. It says in your writing, follow the creed of Abraham. It doesn't say that follow the actions of Abraham. That's
it says it.
No, but
Ali, calm down. Ali. Baba asked you, what millah do you follow? You said Millat Muhammad. Here we're showing you God is ordering you to say Millat Ibrahim. You're saying, no, I follow Millat Muhammad. We showed you two verses.
I don't say no. I agree with Millat Ibrahim and Millat Muhammad. Millat Ibrahim leads me to Millat Muhammad. That's what I'm telling you. You're talking about Ibrahim alayhi salam, who the only information we have is because there was a man.
Where in the Quran does it say Millat Muhammad? Show me.
No. My what I'm telling you is we had no knowledge about Abraham until Muhammad.
And I said, where in the Quran does it say Millat Muhammad?
The entire Quran. The entire Quran. That's what my argument for you.
I say where? Do you understand English, for God's sake?
Where it says Millat Muhammad?
Yes. Just show me a verse. Thank you.
It doesn't have Millat Muhammad.
Thank you.
Millat Abikum Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you again. Thank you.
He's not our physical father. The Arabs, he was their father. That's why it was enticing.
What kind of gibberish are you speaking now?
Akhi, there's no need for that.
Okay.
Now, what gibberish are you speaking?
Okay, let me ask you
listen,
one question.
Listen, brother. 1 second. Yeah. This is about Abraham again. Who's going to be closer if God is saying these words? Inna awla nas bi Ibrahim, right? What does it mean? Inna awla nas?
The first man, the first person.
للذين اتبعوه وهذا النبي والذين آمنوا. So who are they trying to get close to? Yes. Muhammad or Ibrahim?
No, but who also follows his millet Ibrahim?
Habibi, hon awla nas. So Ibrahim is in the center, and we're trying to get the closest to Abraham.
Yes.
Prophet Muhammad is trying to get close to Abraham, not Abraham is trying to get close to Muhammad. So the 100%. Center point is Abraham.
Agreed.
So who am I?
Yes.
If the Prophet is told to follow the Millat Ibrahim, How am I going to say I'm following Millat Muhammad when Muhammad himself didn't follow Millat Muhammad? He followed Millat Ibrahim.
So when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when the Prophet was here, do you think he followed Millat Ibrahim? When he lived for 23 years, do you think he followed him, right?
Yes.
So if I copy what he does in action and I take the belief of Ibrahim, am I not following Ibrahim?
We should find it in the Quran. If you copy, let's find it
Brother,
in the Quran. I dare
Ibrahim?
you. Let's go.
No, read this ayah. Read this ayah.
No, let's go. Let's go. I dare you.
وَهَذَا النَّبِيُّ.
And I say, let's go.
Ali,
What
the
he did.
ones who believe. This ayah is against you.
I'll show you the pattern, brother. I'll show you the pattern. I'll show you the example. Okay. God says in the Quran, ما كان إبراهيم يهوديا ولا نصرانيا ولكن كان حنيفا مسلما وما كان من المشركين. Now I will show you how it applies in this day and age. ما كان إبراهيم سنيا ولا شيعيا ولكن كان حنيفا مسلما وما كان من المشركين. So Prophet Muhammad, I'm not saying that this is an ayah in the Quran. I'm showing you the example. So Ibrahim and Muhammad and the believers, they were not Sunni, they were not Shia, and they did not divide their religion.
I agree with
so
that.
if I'm gonna follow Ibrahim didn't know any of this hadith books and all this. He followed what God has revealed. What did God reveal to his prophet? This إنه قول رسول كريم, right? Is that an ayah?
Who's the Rasul?
Muhammad.
No,
What's
not
the qawl?
No, the ayah is Jibril.
Brother, إنه لقول رسول كريم تنزيل من رب العالمين ولو تقول علينا. You're talking about a verse. You're talking about a different verse.
That one is to Muhammad.
Brother, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about a different verse.
Okay, no, okay. Let me give you just one ayah that I just don't understand how you could understand the Quran without extra information outside the Quran.
Brother, who here, before you go to your extra information, which I promise you is going to be easy.
And
So
by
here,
the way, Ikhwati, I love the respect and the camaraderie here. I love how you guys are interacting with this. Jazakumullah.
Yeah, thank you.
Brother, فلا أقسم بما لا تبصرون. Right? بما تبصرون وبما لا تبصرون. إنه لقول رسول كريم. وما هو بقول شاعر قليلا ما تؤمنون.
Okay, this is a different ayah. Yes, you're right.
ولا بقول كاهن قليلا ما تذكرون. تنزيل من رب العالمين. Right? Yes. So what's the qawl here from Rasul al-Kareem? That's the Quran, correct? Yes. So God attributed it back to the Prophet. قول الرسول.
Yes.
قال الرسول. What did قال الرسول? Quran. وتنزيل من تنزيل رب العالمين.
رب العالمين, yes.
Right. So okay. So when I want to know what the messenger said to me, I would go to the Quran, Habibi.
But I'm not talking about what the Prophet said. I'm talking about his actions, what he did. You guys are messing up two different things. You're talking about the words of God, which nobody is disagreeing with. What I'm asking is,
it feels like
actually, let me finish a sentence, Akhi. Let me finish the sentence. The Prophet ﷺ built an entire city called Medina, where he taught people things and he left a legacy. The masjid still stands today. And Mecca that he conquered is still there. To this day, everybody in Medina faces Mecca, and that's the direction that they pray in.
Where do you build? Where do you face?
You face Mecca.
Maqam Muhammad, right?
No, that's not Maqam Muhammad. Mecca is
okay, so why aren't you facing Medina?
Why are you not facing Medina?
I don't worship
Millat Muhammad.
I don't worship Muhammad.
So you're worshiping?
Do you worship Abraham?
One sec. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam told me to face that. He told me to face that masjid.
He didn't tell you. God told you.
Through his mouth.
So
Muhammad
the man who it came through, the message came through, I'm telling you, is the guidance himself.
Hey,
he himself
what
is a
kind
guidance.
of claim is that? Show me a verse. Show me a verse where he says Muhammad is the guidance.
Is he not a guidance? I don't understand.
I'm asking you. I say show us a verse. We don't like your words. We don't like your opinion. Show us a verse.
Who's that to?
So is that guidance?
Great morals.
Is that guidance?
No, the best of character.
No, where does it say best in that word? Where's the word best in Arabic? How does it call best? No, the word best.
The greatest. How about the greatest?
No, it doesn't say the greatest. Don't lie, please. Let Muhammad go to the best. 68:4. 68, chapter 68, verse 4. Let's catch him.
Is the argument that you're making right now that he is not the best of character now?
No, let's catch you. We didn't say he's not the best. I say where does he say best?
Explain what you're saying, Akhi.
Now show her. This is the verse. Read it and tell us. What does it mean?
A great character.
وإنك أعظم الخلق.
What?
That's what you're saying. No, the ayah is saying وإنك لعلى خلق عظيم. It's not
you
saying
say
you're
he's the greatest.
He's not the best. He's not the greatest. He has great morals. not the greatest.
And he
There's a
doesn't
verse.
say he has. It's Allah. Allah. Innaka la Allah. You are upon. Just like God told him, Allah Sirat
Sirat
al-Mustaqim.
al-Mustaqim. Exactly.
So here he's upon it. It's not that he is the great character. Remember, he's followed the millah of Ibrahim. Who did God choose for us as the leader?
Nobody
of
has
mankind?
seen Ibrahim for thousands of years. I don't know why.
Have you
we're
seen
looking at a
Muhammad
man-
for 1,000 years?
But there's humans who've seen him and have written.
So
about him.
Abraham, humans didn't see him?
No, who wrote about him? Who was a witness to
Hey,
Ibrahim?
Muhammad, what is
One
this guy
witness to
saying?
Ibrahim. Tell me one witness to Ibrahim.
Hey,
so he didn't.
One witness to Ibrahim. Please.
Okay, give me one book existing today which has witnessed the prophet apart from the Quran. Give me one book you have.
No,
Which
it's not a
which
book.
the
There's no
writer
books.
witnessed the prophet. Give me,
I have
give me,
their
give me.
words. I have their words.
How do you know the words are from God?
That's the best. Listen, if you don't believe in that, you don't believe in history. Not God.
Yeah, it's not part of
The
Quran.
human, the human,
Okay,
the
tell me in
human.
the Quran where God says I should believe in history. Give me a verse.
Well, yeah, what's half the Quran is about history. Akhi. Like the entirety of
I
Fir'aun
say
is
give
about
me a verse. I don't need your opinion. I can listen to Muhammad Ijab or Zakir Naik for the opinions. Give me the verse, I said.
وكم من قرية أهلكناها فجاءها بأسنا بياتا أو هم قائمون. How
So,
many generations have we destroyed before you? Is that not history?
That's Quran telling you still.
وكم من قرية أهلكناها. How many people have we destroyed?
You are
before?
still
Is that
reading the
not
Quran to me. Give me a verse.
history? I said
Something
a verse.
out there.
This is the Quran. This is what we
Yes,
believe in.
where does it say history there? You tell me.
How many people we've destroyed before you? The history.
What is the
before
word
you is not-
history in Arabic?
That's not. I'm not asking for history. The word is not history. I'm asking you about وكم من قرية. How many people have we destroyed
Ali,
before you?
Ali,
Is
Ali,
that not
Ali.
history?
Listen, 1 second.
Okay,
Ali,
let me get to
Habib.
the question I want to ask.
Baba is asking you a simple question. Where does the Quran tell you to go look at history outside of the Quran? Okay, but sorry, I do want to. This is now. But the astaghfirullah. Let's not look at the Quran.
No.
And- Ali. 1 second. Let me point you to a source from your own books. Not I believe it. Your own books supporting the same claim.
No, hold on. Let
One
me-
second.
Hold on.
One
I
second.
want to get back to one more
Habibi,
thing. One more
Ali,
thing.
what does
Okay,
this
man,
say?
let me-
What does this say? What does this say? Anas bin Malik reported that a person came to Allah's messenger and said, Ya khairul bariya, O best of creation. Thereupon Allah's messenger said, He is Ibrahim, peace be upon him. This is da'if hadith from Sahih Muslim.
Are you arguing with me that Ibrahim? Listen, I'm in full agreement with you that Ibrahim is the greatest person. He's a great man.
Hey!
I'm not disagreeing with you on this.
Now you are saying you are interchanging the word greatest and great. Which is which?
Oh, greatest. He's of the top 5. It says in the Quran.
Hey!
No, Ibrahim, Isa, or Musa. It says in the Quran. Like I don't know what we
Top
want.
5. Hey,
Top 5. That's my
Muhammad,
top 5.
Let's see the best
Top
prophets
5.
according to the Quran.
Top 5.
If Muhammad's name is there, let's go in chapter 38, verse 44.
I'll show you.
Chapter 38, verse 44. I'm going to show him from the Quran.
Wait, are you
Chapter
arguing with me
38, verse 44. Go
that- Why are
45.
you demeaning the prophet? I don't understand. It
No,
feels
no,
like
I'm
you're
not.
at a
No,
vendetta
no.
against Muhammad.
No.
That's
We
what
are
it
not
looks
doing
like
that.
to me.
Please.
It looks like
Oh,
you're a
don't.
vendetta
not,
against
No.
Muhammad.
Oh,
That's not what we're
don't
doing.
do that. We are
Wallah,
using
we're
the
not.
verses
like
of God to prove something. Don't
We're
do that.
using the verses of the Prophet.
Now, and remember our servants. It started with Ibrahim first, and then Ishaq and Yaqub, those of strength and vision. Verse 46, let's go. Indeed, we dedicated them with an exclusive remembrance of the home. That is the hereafter, right? So then verse 47, indeed, they are among the chosen and the best with us. وَإِنَّهُمْ إِنْدَنَا لَمِنَ الْمُسْتَفَيْنَ الْأَخْيَارِ. So, and then he says, and remember Ishmael, and then what? Al-Yasa, then what? Was Al-Kifl. Then he says, وَقُلُّ مِنَ الْأَخْيَارِ. And remember Ishmael, Isaiah, and Ezekiel, and all are among the best. Then he says, this is a remembrance, and indeed, for the pious is a beautiful resort. How can you topple that?
Ayah Surah Ahzab, Ayah number.
No. Before we go to any verse, wait, Ali.
You haven't
Ali.
let me pull up one verse yet.
No, Ali, please.
Okay, let me
Can
put up
you-
one verse.
Ali,
Let me
before
put up
we-
one verse.
Ali,
Baba,
before we
you've
go to
been-
your verse,
It's just been
no,
2
wait.
on 1 now. You know,
And I
one
said,
here, the other one. There.
Waity. Before you go to a
What's in it?
verse, did you see the verse we just gave you?
Yes, it was a beautiful verse.
Do you
It
agree
comes
with
through
it?
It
No,
comes with a
waity.
series of yes, I agree with every prophet is amazing. Subhanallah.
Oh, that is not what the verse says. I said, do you agree with the verses we read?
You removed it off the screen.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go back, Mohammed.
So
That is why I said let's wait. Let's not go to the Ahzab, because this is what they do. They distract.
There's
they don't
no
want
way.
to
I
pay
don't know
attention
any
to
of the other guys.
Quran.
I've never seen the other guys. I've never met.
You say you see, you never seen the other guys. You never met the other guys.
Baba, what's the first number?
38, 45.
38,
45.
Are you talking about his or mine?
No, not yours yet. We will go to yours.
Ali,
You keep yours, right?
He's making a point. He's making a point for you. So you
We started
said
from 45.
about the best. Okay,
Yeah.
not all the prophets are best. God is telling you specifically certain people and saying the word best,
Yes.
right?
And the God says
So-
chosen, and then he says the
Abraham.
best. You said 5 best ones. You said 5, but the list God is giving us is 6. And the 6 here, we didn't see the name of Muhammad in this list. Peace
Or
be upon
Moses,
him.
or
It's not there.
Jesus.
We didn't see Jesus also. There's no Suleiman. There's no Dawood.
Okay, can I give you one where it has the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi
Now,
wasallam?
do you agree with these verses?
If you go back to the beginning of this, what surah is this? What surah is this?
That is Surah to Swad.
Surah As-Sad?
Yeah.
Brother, are you gonna tell me inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi? Is this
No,
the
no,
verse
no,
that you
no,
want?
no. That's not it. Go to actually ayah number. Yes, I agree with this ayah. Can we move on or?
We can move on now. Thank you.
Okay. Surah Ahzab. I want to go to 2 ayahs. They're on the same page. So ayah
Go
number
ahead.
number 7, and then ayah 13.
Okay. So, but this is now making them the best.
وإذا أخذنا من النبيين ميثاقا ومنك ومن نوح وإبراهيم وموسى وعيسى بن مريم. There you said there was no Musa, there was no Isa. Here's one where they have them.
But
Where
this
does
is
it say
talking about the
best?
covenant.
The covenant is the biggest thing to take. It's a heavy covenant.
Oh my
But
God. Even
they took it from all the prophets.
Yes.
Every single prophet got.
No. These ones. Look at the names. Look at the ones
No,
he took
and
it from. Keep reading.
No,
Akhi.
brother,
You read
brother,
this-
brother.
It's not a
And we
period.
took-
From their
Yeah,
from who?
but
From who?
no, Habibi. But
From
you're
Noah,
thinking.
Ibrahim,
You're,
Musa,
you're
Isa.
thinking. You're 1 second. وأخذنا منهم ميثاقا غليظا.
Huge
So
covenant.
وإذا أخذنا, from all the Nabiyyin.
Akhi, it has names there. Are you just gonna skip
But
over
it
names?
mentioned Nabiyin. Look at the
Brother,
list. in-
ومن
وإذ
نوح
أخذنا
وإبراهيم وموسى وعيسى بن مريم.
وأخذنا
Isn't that
منهم
the 5?
ميثاقا غليظا. Yes, God is telling you specifically the
These are
people
the 5.
here. These are the 5 best ones.
Baba's disappointed.
Yeah, because brother, you're just the word over there clearly said khayru, right? The best,
No,
right?
no,
But
no.
here you took me to a
Very
verse. But 1 second, I want to show you something.
generation.
I want to show you something. Okay,
Mohammed,
Adam.
I want to get to the other ayah. That's the I just want to
Brother,
get to that one.
we'll get there. But I want to show you
Promise,
something. Okay,
Akhi.
so
Promise.
because of what you're saying,
I love it.
God says, indeed, God chose Adam, Noah, the family of Abraham, and then family of Abram over all people. That's it. Those are the top 4. Khalas.
You guys said the same thing. No, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
You see, he's
That's
trying
not
to
the same
defend.
thing.
That's
Literally
your
not the
argument.
same
Muhammad
thing.
is giving it back to you. That's your argument.
That one was a covenant, a heavy covenant. The covenant is the biggest thing. Ibrahim alayhi salam.
How does the covenant makes one the
Listen,
best?
What made Ibrahim one of the best is he took a covenant with Allah alayhi salam.
No, God said, "Inni ja'ilaka linnasi imama." God didn't say follow the millat Adam. He didn't say follow millat Nuh. He didn't say
He didn't say
millat.
Musa. He didn't say anyone. Musa.
He said
they went
Ibrahim.
No, but I mean, when they went to the mountain, he didn't tell Bani Israel
Ali.
to follow Musa. He didn't tell
Ali.
Bani Israel to follow
Ali,
Isa.
they were told to
Isa,
follow
Musa.
millat Ibrahim.
Okay, when they see who they saw, they had to the Sabbath. They had to follow because they saw Musa. Is that not it?
Habibi, calm down. 1 second. I'm
Muhammad.
trying to explain to you. The reason why we follow Millat Ibrahim because the Jews and the Christians were ordered to follow Millat Ibrahim in their book.
Okay. Did Ibrahim follow the Sabbath?
No, the Sabbath is ordained on those.
Were ordained on the
children of
Jews.
Israel.
It was ordained on the Jews.
Because
No,
of
children of Israel, not the Jews.
children of Israel.
Okay.
The
Bani
children of
Israel.
Israel because they differed in Abraham.
Yeah.
No. The Sabbath was given to them regardless of Abraham. Musa gave it to them.
It wasn't Musa, it's God who gave them. What do you mean?
But through Musa, right? The messenger that was given to was through Musa, right? That's
Okay,
the
no
law they were
problem.
given. Do you agree?
Okay, no-
Circumcision
yeah, no
was the law they were given.
No, that it
Through
doesn't say
Musa?
circumcision in the Quran, please.
No, but they were given that. Yes or no?
That nowhere does it say in the Quran they were given circumcision.
That's not what I said. I said, did Bani Israel, the laws they have was given to them through Musa? Yes or no?
God, yes, through Musa.
Right. Through Musa. Yeah. Were they told to follow Ibrahim, or were they told to follow Musa?
They were asked to follow the millah of Ibrahim.
So they were told to follow a man they've never seen in their life, but Musa standing in front of them, they were told not to follow him.
Because
Musa is following millah Ibrahim. What is wrong with your logic?
Back to my question. Did Ibrahim, did he have the Sabbath? Was he told to
Ibrahim
follow the Sabbath?
Throughout the Quran, it doesn't say Ibrahim has the Sabbath.
ثم أوحينا إليك listen brother ثم أوحينا إليك أن اتبع ملة إبراهيم حنيفا وما كان من المشركين إنما جعل السبت على الذين اختلفوا فيه وإن ربك ليحكم بينهم يوم القيامة فيما كانوا فيه يختلفون. So they used to say that Abraham was a Jew. They used to say Abraham was a Christian because they were told to follow Abraham. And then we're supposed to say, no, we follow Abraham, and Abraham was a submitter. Habibi, this is the whole story. It's very simple. You're complicating it.
No, Akhi, I agree with you. But what my argument is, our heart is supposed to be the same heart as Ibrahim's, and our actions are supposed to follow the roles we were told to follow by the prophet who was around when the Quran was revealed. Because the Quran wasn't revealed as one book. He had to build a community, and the community came with what's it called, understanding. He taught them, and after that, this is what the tradition that we inherited. And the tradition comes hand in hand with the Quran, because this is the tradition that's been passed down and saved and covered by people for 1,000 years. But anyway,
Ali, you just the difference between you and us is that you just love the Prophet as an idol. We only love him as an honorable man who has been sent by God. That's the difference.
Not like him as an honorable man. That is not true. That is not true.
Muhammad, do you see what is going on?
I know. But listen, hey, do you know this verse? فلا وربك لا يؤمنون حتى يحكموك فيما شجر بينهم ثم لا يجدوا في أنفسهم حرجا مما قضيت ويسلموا تسليما. Right?
Yes.
What does this mean? That the prophet is judging, right?
Yes.
And we have to submit to what the prophet judged, right?
What Allah judges, and he is our on earth. When the Prophet ﷺ was alive, you have to follow his judgments. Yes.
Okay, so why is God telling me here? No, aside from man lam yahkum bima anzal Allah, here God is saying, brother, do you know the verse of 85? Is it
544? وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ.
Not that one. أنزلنا إليك الكتاب لتحكموا بينهم فيما
what? Chapter 2, verse 213.
Not this one. There's one in chapter 4 right after this one.
But you ever watch
105? Chapter
105.
The Nigerian, there's one Nigerian guy who asks people Quran and they have to memorize it. He says an ayah that starts with what that, and then he's got like 6 people, and then whoever can't figure it out. It's a very good YouTube channel. You guys should check it out.
Okay, so we saw.
I still have that one ayah I wanted to ask you about.
We'll get there. Just this point. We said to the point that the prophet has to judge between the people what they differed in, right? And here God is saying, indeed, we revealed the book to you in truth so that you may judge between the people by what God has shown you. So if I'm going to use the book to judge, to follow my prophet, I have to use the book to judge. You made a lot of claims and there's differences between me and you. اختلاف.
What ayah is this?
4:105. إنا أنزلنا إليك الكتاب بالحق لتحكم بين الناس بما أراك الله ولا تكن للخائنين خصيما. So I have to use the book to judge between the differences. I don't have to use any other book. Now I'll take back to 33 and you can post your verse and then we can call it the night, inshallah.
Inshallah. 13. أحزاب 13 النبي اتقوا الله ولا تطع الكافرين والمنافقين إن الله كان عليكم حكيما.
Which verse are you talking about? Oh, you're reading the
I'm reading the one. I'm reading what you put out here, because this is يا أيها النبي اتقوا الله ولا تطع الكافرين والمنافقين إن الله كان عليكم حكيما واتبع ما يوحى إليكم من ربكم.
No. I went to 33 because you said you have a verse. I took you to 4:105.
Sorry, the Surah Ahzab. Yeah, 13. So I just want to understand how you guys understand, because the history of how like the seerah is very important. So I want to know how you guys understand it. وَإِذْ طَائِفَتَانِ مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ اقْتَتَلُوا وَإِنْ طَائِفَتَانِ مِنْهُمْ يَا أَهْلَ يَثْرِبَ لَا مُقَامَ لَكُمْ فَارْجِعُوا. How do you understand that ayah?
So does God
read the context.
وإذ قالت طائفة منهم يا أهل يثرب لا مقام لكم فارجعوا ويستأذن فريق منهم النبي يقولون إن بيوتنا عورة وما هي بعورة إن يريدون إلا فرارا.
So it talks about hypocrites. Read the context from above. It's
so my
clear
question,
and easy.
يا أهل يثرب. What is يا أهل يثرب? How do you understand that?
So يا أهل يثرب, يا أهل يثرب, here God is giving you the name of the Medina, because later God literally says Medina.
Yes, but where's Yathrib?
Okay. So Yathrib is obviously Medina because the war is still happening in Medina later on.
But how do you know this?
Are you going to also ask us Aina Makkah?
No, I didn't ask you about Mecca. I asked you about Medina. How do you
No,
know?
are you also going to do a similar type of question? Where is
Listen. Okay. Listen to me. The Quran is a book of guidance for me to get guided to God. If God talked to me about shajara, tree, does he now need to give me a picture of a tree and show me where the tree is in the world? No, this is general knowledge. So the concept of Yathrib, despite it being proved in the Quran that Yathrib is Medina, I now know where Mecca is and Medina is because of general knowledge. This is not how the Quran is not telling me where my razor is for me to shave my beard.
Where does it say Medina? It doesn't say Medina.
Oh, there's Medina in the Quran.
No, this one doesn't say Medina. There's no. My point is, without the history of Islam, you have no idea what Yathrib is.
Yes,
you have no idea what.
You think
لأن ينتهي المنافقون brother لأن لم ينتهي المنافقون والذين في قلوبهم مرض والمرجفون في المدينة.
The city. It's a city. It just means city. It doesn't mean the city of Medina.
Okay, that is but why now Arabs today call it Medina because it means city, the big city.
The 9 people from
that's Shuaib.
Yeah, 9 people in Medina, right? That's Medina too.
Yes. So how do you know that Medina is not the same? Because we know why it's called Medina, Medinat al-Nabi.
How do you know that?
Because it's very clear in the Quran. He's talking about a Medina, and there's a Medina in the world that is associated to said prophet.
Which one? You're talking about Medina al-Nabi.
Okay,
Medina al-Nabi.
But you don't know that's Yathrib though. You don't know that's
Ali,
what I'm
Ali,
trying
wait.
what I'm trying to explain to you is if you don't understand what was happening during that time, you have no idea what Yathrib is.
No. Are you aware he
lived the Battle of Hudayn is? You have no idea what the Battle of Badr is.
No, the Battle of Badr is described in the Quran. They're talking about the Battle of the trench here. Okay, so there's people holding in.
No trench in the Quran. It doesn't say anything.
Listen to me. Oh my God, brother.
Will not work on him. It's damaged.
He's going on and on and on. Brother, they're talking about the Ahzab that are coming to fight. Okay, so they're holding the line. They're getting sieged in. Okay, the word Yathrib was used here, and in a different context where God is using the word Medina is in the exact same location. So you can make the mental connection then and there. You need to explicitly tell you Yathrib is Medina. No, it's not how the Quran works. But does that mean now I have to go to your books and hadith books because of Kalmat Yathrib?
No, to know the history of how it happened, how everything happened.
Oh my God.
You are very disrespectful. Baba, if I say something, you don't have to go and cry. Relax for a second.
I have to cry. The hard disk is damaged.
Please, brother. Without the history of the traditions of Islam, you have no idea what the history was. You don't know what Medina. You don't know what the stories were. You don't know what the battles were.
What do I need that for? Tell me. How does that benefit me? Ali.
Ali. Have a wonderful night. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope you guys have a good night.
That.
Take care.
Salam.
Thank you.
Salam. Tell you
Salam. This hard disk. We have to get a new one for you, Ali.
All right. I think this is a good. Man, there's plenty in the back.
No. It's okay. Me, I have to go. If you want to take them, fine. I have to go because I have to take.
No, I understand, Baba. I think I'll take one more. But no, actually, you know what? I do have to stand the prayer. I said last time one time, and I got too close to the prayer. I have to pray, Brother Ali. I actually see your sincerity, so I understand. But I also see your zealousy for your idolatry. I'm sorry, I have to say it that way. Maybe try to understand what we're saying, that the guidance is enough. I don't mean to insult you. It's not an insult, but for us, we didn't need the other. I don't need to know the names of the Prophet. I don't need to know the whole concept of what you're thinking about Yathrib. I don't need to know Ali, Omar, Abu Bakr. To you, you might be saying, A'udhu Billah, But this is truly what the religion is.
By the way, he said the prophet is our father. And God says in Quran chapter 33, verse 40, thanks to, yes, Ma kana Muhammadun aba ahadin min rijalikum walakin Rasulullahi wa khataman nabiyyin. God is emphatically talking against these mushriks, and they are still going against God again. You understand? We gave him Millata Ibrahim. He hates it so much, he wants to put Millata Muhammad. Well, now we are telling him what God says. They just don't want to listen. Look at the last reasons he's given to go out. He's giving reasons based on how do you know Yathrib is Medina, Aina Makkah. This is the kind of argument they will always have. Where is the name of Aisha in the Quran? Where is the wives of the prophet's name? No, this is what they will do.
That's what they want. That's what yeah, and to them that means that the Quran is missing and you need something outside of the Quran.
Exactly.
The complete Quran cannot guide you.
Yeah, directly they will tell you, oh, mashallah, akhi, it's complete. Nothing is needed. Oh, really? Nothing is needed? As soon as you say, okay, Quran is enough, let me take it, mashallah, to guide me. You say, but akhi, you need the Sahih Hadith, at least the authentic ones. And the authentic ones, if you put it on the screen right now for them, he says, I've never seen this Hadith before. Now, I have to go and check. And even though they can see it on sunnah.com. But they will tell you, akhi, this one is like, let me go and check. Yes, thank you guys, everybody. I see Sister Heidi. Sister Heidi, thank you very much for your presence. I see Sister Shifa. I saw Sister Shifa. And somebody says, he says Maverick live right now, calling and send me soon. Don't worry, let him die in pain. He is grieving in pain. Let him be in pain.
Let him enjoy himself.
Yes, yes. Shurulini says it does not matter where you're three. Why do these people not understand? They will never understand. They need factory reset. Iyad Belal says factory reset. Yes, sometimes it doesn't work. The hard disk is damaged. You know, it's just damaged. So it's just quite unfortunate. I see JS. Yes, God bless you too. Sister Shifa, I see you.
You know what? I for some reason I think Ali can have a possibility of a factory reset as he grows up, because we might have said some things for him to maybe later realize that, you know what, maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on the blessed prophet. Maybe it's about God, not the blessed prophet, but God.
Yeah. I get your point. Yeah, because you can see in the line of discussion with him, he was respectful. He wasn't that kind of. So those kind of people, yes, they can reason. And in between, you can see how he's telling us he enjoyed the conversation. But the point is, what I was making. Yes, he's a young man. When I was making, he's intelligent, by the way. When I was making that expression, he saw me moving my head. So he was like, Baba, calm down. Like, people don't understand when I do that expression. That expression is to show you that it's not possible again to convince that kind of person. So I
in that moment,
yes, I give up. So that's when I do that expression. So the person himself can notice that. That's why they react to my reaction. So, but the point is, you see, there are people that we can have civilized discussions with rationality, and they will not bring the antagonist aspect of themselves out. Look at the brother, the atheist brother who came in. Everything was civil. Ali came. I think there was a brother who came earlier on also. Zain, exactly. It was civil. Now, these are people who are not extremists. Now, the extremists, when they come in here, the first word they say, they are kuffar. If you say salam, they say alaikum. You understand? So those ones, you know, they are totally kaput. It never works.
What's the guy that came in? The gaming guy. That's the guy who was like, Islah doesn't mean like payback.
Logic Yeet. That's Logic Yeet. So when
the logic has been yeeted.
Yes, it has been yeeted. So when we went now to the dictionary to show him that you can make corrections. And how do you make corrections? You have to go back and fix what you have done. So people don't understand how to use words. They just want to say no. So far as it doesn't go with their flow, so they reject it. Just like the mega mind guy, he will reject it because it doesn't fit in his, whatever he wants it to mean. So he said no, it doesn't mean. Tell that guy, that hypocrite, to stop saying "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim" if he wants to read the Quran, and he stop saying "Bismillahir Rahman." He's a hypocrite because he uses it frequently when he's going to read. He makes the ritual of reciting that "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim" before reading the Quran. Tell him not to use, because he says whoever claims there's rituals in the Quran is going to hell.
Right.
So Megamind is the first to lead us to
So
hell.
he shouldn't also say the name of God on the meat.
Yeah. When he's going to eat, tell him not to say Bismillah. That guy is a hypocrite. The biggest hypocrite ever. Chapter 6, verse 121 tells you to mention the name of God. And don't be surprised if I will not be surprised, Mohammed, to be honest. I'm not saying
If
this
he doesn't.
against. I'm not surprised. I will not be surprised if that guy become agnostic. I will not
Who?
be surprised.
Oh, he
Megamind.
already is. He already is.
Well, he is. Yeah. Telling people
You
not
could,
to
you could clearly
prayer.
see the doubt in his brain.
Yeah, he
You
does
could clearly
have that
see
doubts.
he's fighting his doubts.
Let me tell you, we have some Quranists who know ritual Quranists who are claiming Jesus as a father also. Right? They say he has a human father. Wallah, I'm not joking.
Brother,
They
I was
say he
about
has a
to.
human father.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And they don't believe the miracle with Moses actually happened.
Right.
So then no, they say no, it's not possible. And then
Yeah,
then I said, if it is not possible, then that means Adam actually has a father and my mother.
They'll say yes.
Maybe
They'll say yes.
They say yes. I've seen.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not joking.
They say
this
that the
how
birds
the brain
gone.
Yes, I think the factory research should be applied on them, not the mushriks.
Those people, from talking to them, it's extremely difficult to get the fact.
It is difficult. No, their disease is way more than the mushriks. I can tell you for a fact. That's why I consider some of them hypocrites.
But
not
I saw
all of them.
more so of the non-rituals saying that Jesus had a dad more than the ritual. There's the Mufti Abu Layth is the one who keeps propagating this idea, but he's supposed to be half Sunni. He follows the Maliki madhab, but he's also saying there's no miracles in the Quran. So Jesus has a dad. Abraham didn't cut the birds. Everything is spiritual.
The devil said remember Quran chapter 7 verse 16 to 18. The devil said he will sit on the straight path waiting for people, right, from the left, right, and then so the devil will use people like that to push people away from the Quran.
That's why we're here, Baba.
Yes. Do you remember the comments this mega mind wrote for somebody when they asked him which translation of the Quran should the person read?
I think I have it. That was
if you can put it. And he told the person that none of the translations, you should follow none. Then the guy asked him, how can I find the right meaning? He says, if you check the dictionary, the first 20 meanings, cast them out. And then you just have to decide which one is how this guy. I don't know.
It's like, here it is. Here it is. I have it. I actually have it. Let me stop screen, present, share screen. I want the window, and it's this thing, right? Is this it? Okay, I just got to be careful. I just got to save as. I don't want to open my whole thing here.
Okay.
So open. Now I can come here. It's this one. What's up? There it is. So do you guys see it?
You have to maximize it. Yeah.
He goes, which Quran translation do you suggest? Maybe it goes, peace. Honestly, none. Pay attention to the immediate content and wider context of any words that seem. There's at least 20 words that have been manipulated, so it's not that difficult. Thank you for your response. Thank you for your response. I've been comparing and rotating between 6 translations so far. I was hoping to find one that I can stick to and study. But thank you for your suggestion. Yeah, and 0 translation in the history of the world used the word rotten for khanzir. So for 1400 years, all Muslims, Westerns, and non-Muslims, nobody reached the same conclusion as this guy. He's that super unique.
You understand? Now, look, he's right. And don't take it off. He's telling the guy. He said that told the guy it's not that difficult. You see why I call him mega mind again? Like that guy thinks his mind is so big and greater than, how will I say, the whale, to the extent that he says things off the head and he thinks he's making sense. Look, he's telling the person asks you simple question. That's why I said the Quranists who claim no rituals, they don't have any Quran translation, by the way. I don't know which one they follow though. Because this same guy is bullshitting, is using this BS in this guy, Sam Gerans. I've seen him talking against that. He says, peace, honestly, none. Then he says, pay attention to the immediate context. Now, the person you are telling not to pay attention to any translation, right? How is he going to know the immediate context without understanding Arabic? If he's not supposed to read any translation. Listen carefully. You are telling the person which Quran, the person asked the question, which Quran translation do you suggest? Then he now answered by saying, honestly, none. So now, hypothetically, the guy is going to read Quran without translations, right? Okay. So now pay attention to the immediate context and the wider context of any word that seems out of place. That seems out of place. And then he says, there is at most 20 words that have been manipulated, so it is not that difficult. What? No, what? You understand? So it baffles me people take him seriously, to be honest, because now, correctional officer, I'm going to set this guy up as a scapegoat to show how a fool he is that people don't know of. Seriously, he's a total hypocrite.
Wallahi, as God is my witness, if the messenger was in front of him, telling him what the Quran is saying, he would sit and argue.
No, he would
argue.
That guy is argumentative. Look, nobody can tell you about mega mind more than Baba Shuaib. I've done a dialogue with him twice. I can tell you emphatically, I know that guy more than those who are listening to him. I know his line of argument. I know the way he's argumentative. And when we say ignorance to the highest level, he doesn't know anything. Let me give to your audience one video of him before we go. Let me play this video. This video, I don't know if it will play here, but if it doesn't, let me maximize it on the screen. I'll put it on my screen and they will see this video before we go. So I put here, Mega Mind, where you see. Yeah. So now, when I put this video, you let me know if people can see it. So I'm going to share my screen here.
It's not showing.
Wait, I'm going to share this one. Is it showing now?
Yes, it's loading. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So let me know if you can hear. Can you hear?
No, I can't hear. No, I can't hear it. You might need to share it with the audio again.
Okay, wait. Let me see.
So you have to stop the screen and share, and then you'll get a window.
No, wait a second. I know what to do. I just need to take the Bluetooth off. Yeah? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't
hear
you.
I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it now.
Than see the moon and the stars prostrating. And I said, he never said so. He asked you a question. Yeah, that's what brought us here.
Right. I cannot ask you, do you not see if you can't see it?
Several times in the Quran, do you not see? It's not, doesn't literally mean see with the eye. If a question comes, I can show you.
Give me an example.
Good. Open the Quran, chapter 2, verse 246.
Shuaib, I'm telling you, the term do you not see is not possible to be uttered unless it is something you actually see.
Yeah, open it, let's see.
All right, chapter 2. See, do you see to the chiefs of the children of Israel from after Moses?
Wait. Read it again. You didn't read it well.
Oh, sorry. Did you not see? Yeah, did you not see to the leaders of children of Israel from after Moses when they said to a prophet of theirs, appoint for us a king and we will fight in the cause of God? He said, would you all perhaps, if it was decreed upon you fighting, then not you fight, and what for us that not we fight in the cause of God, while already we were driven, evicted from our homes and our children, yet it was decreed upon them fighting, then they turned away except a few among them, and God is nowhere aware of the transgressors. Okay.
Did Muhammad see it?
No. Listen to this now.
Listen to this. I have something already to argue with.
Yes.
And
Now,
it's right here.
This is his
right
line of
here.
argument. Yeah.
It's right here. I remember our servants Abraham and Isaac, those of strength and what? Vision.
And
so when you
vision.
get the words, you see it.
Yeah.
And as God says here as well, right? So when God is taking the people out of their homes, the disbelievers, he goes, so consider all those of eyesight.
Yeah.
Ya ulil absar.
So I told him, look, because that's why I keep telling him we are not on the same level. He doesn't understand why I keep saying we are not on the same level, because the guy is ignorant in what the Quran says.
He doesn't have a basira.
No. What he literally does is he goes to different translations. Just ask him. I dare anybody watching, just ask Maverick. Maverick, what translation do you use?
None of them. They're not
None
good.
of them.
They're all garbage.
Yes.
There's 20 words, but it's not that difficult.
But when you go to his live stream, he's still using translations. How? Let it make sense to me. I don't get it. He's still using, sometimes Sahih International, he uses. Then he will start the cherry picking, guessing the meaning of the word.
Guys, I want to explain to you as a computer programmer how it feels to talk to this gentleman. There's a computer code in front of me, okay, that's written in C++, okay, C#. So there's a certain way for the code to be written for me to understand it, all right? So I'm looking at the code and I'm saying to the guy sitting next to me, hey, this is what the code does. And he goes, no, it doesn't. No. Like the logic of the code from the syntax and the words that they're placing, this is what the code does. He goes, no, it doesn't do that. So what does it do? And he says something completely different. I'm like, can you read C#? He goes, it doesn't matter. It's not about what you read and how you think. This is irrelevant. It's like C++, there's a certain way. No. I'll tell you what the code is saying. But then when you click compile and you run the code, it's doing exactly what you're saying. But this guy goes, no, this doesn't matter. These are not trusted. Like, he's so stupid.
Yeah.
Like,
you know the word he likes to use? He says mystical, magical, Arabic. Yeah, here we go with the mystical, magical. Arabic again.
Right.
How can you be speaking about a Quran which is written in Arabic language, and yet you are ignorant of the Arabic language, and you claim you need to be heard?
How are you going to know when you're right or wrong? So look, the word my favorite one is khanzir. There's a sarf. The sarf cannot be rotten even if you bend it 16 times. There's absolutely no way for that word to mean rotten at all. But he was like, there's no way in the context that you know if it's pig or... I'm like, you're the stupidest man talking. Just be quiet, because you're trying to start a war when you probably can't even explain what the word war means.
Yeah. Look, somebody went to his stream and asked him to explain chapter 5, verse 2. The question I asked him, he couldn't explain.
Of course, there's nothing to explain.
There's nothing to explain it. You know, and I don't know why people take him seriously. Look, after I did a dialogue with him, he was proposing we should do a third one. I asked my audience, should I do? They said, no, that guy is a waste of time. People who actually watch our dialogue were having headaches. You understand? He's argumentative. He doesn't argue with evidence, no facts, no proofs. He just off head. Then he will just tell you, yeah, Shuaib, you just need to falsify my argument. So literally, when this guy came and said, you can let a word mean whatever you want it to mean, I knew I'm not dealing with a sane person. So if this guy can go to the extent and use the word MF, you know, on a live stream and say he doesn't give a damn, and then
he's gangster.
You can see. I will not be surprised if somebody tells me this guy smokes. I will not be surprised. Hardcore smoking.
Okay, guys, there's a verse about people like him. This is why me and Baba Shuaib, we get like a little like, you know, like, oh man, just be quiet already. Because God displays these people right here in a very simple verse. Those who argue against the verses of God without authority coming to them, such is a major abhorrence to God and to those who believe. Thus does God seal the heart of all who are arrogant and tough. When you have knowledge in the Arabic language, this is a form of authority, because now you're bringing out your evidence and showing the proof from the construct of the language. But then this guy is arguing with like these weird things that have absolutely nothing to do with reality. And then like it's abhorrent to the believer. It's just a stupid argument. It upsets you.
Of course. His line of argument is not based on knowledge. What is based on opinions, assumption, and guessing. And he is rather calling you astray. He's saying you, the one arguing with proof, you are rather astray. The guy is only waging war against us because we believe there's rituals in the Quran. And yet this same bozo does the same rituals again. He goes out saying, A'udhu billahi minash shaitan rajim, before reading the Quran. He says Bismillah before the Quran. Before eating, he reads Bismillah before he eats. And all these rituals, we find it in the Quran. And this same guy says anybody who says the rituals are in the Quran is going to hell. So let's not even go to Salat about prayer, because that argument, he cannot even stand the test of time. It's a waste of time, I'm telling you. If you are here, you're taking that guy seriously, you need a medical checkup.
Guys, God said about this person, they will not get much in life. Like they will get mata'an qalilan. So it's just like that. وَلَا يُفْلَحُونَ. So they only get a little mata'an in life, and they will not succeed, and then they will go face their Lord, because he's saying so many lies.
Muhammad, do you know he actually depressed from making live videos? That's why he stopped making live video. He got
for
depressed.
3 years.
Yes, he got depressed because when he came back, he says, I don't know what we are not doing right. We are not getting the right attention.
Yeah,
we are not getting views.
God gives that attention, just so you know. God gives
he doesn't know the effort we have, the sleepless night we have to go. Look at right now. My kids are sleeping right now. And I have to literally get up after 4 hours to take them to school. Look at the sacrifice I have to put myself through to be here for promoting the truth. But then you have somebody, a mega mind type of head, thinking that we are just here to just come and call people to hell, when he is the one rather putting people to hell. He says Rashad Khalifa is bound to hell. He literally said it. I showed it on my live stream. Yes.
Yeah.
He says
the man got murdered.
Khalifa is bound to hell. How? Since when did you become a god? To actually decide who is going to hell and who is going to paradise. Yes, he's using his own inclinations as his god. Deciding who is going to hell. Wow.
Because there's no translation that's right. I decide the translation in my head. It's up to my whims.
Yeah, he even came to my platform. He says I cannot decide for him. I cannot dictate for him how the program has to be. So he decides for himself. The guy is typically arrogant in the head.
Right.
No wonder God made him a mega mind. Anyways, brother Mohammed, thank you for the platform. I think
God bless you anytime.
Yeah. I don't no need to waste my energy. You know, people say I don't look tired, but of course sometimes, because I'm used to staying up in the night. This is the time I do my things. Right. If I want to concentrate, when the kids are sleeping, I stay up and do my things. When they go to school, I get to rest.
I will tell you something. Today, I picked it specifically because he said he wants to open a platform. Then, okay, I wanted to open my platforms to see if he would join, because I'm not going to join his platform. I didn't think he was going to join because he's not a YouTuber that wants to open a YouTube page. So I'm done
he's
with
not
him.
a YouTuber. Yes, he's not a YouTuber. He's not a YouTuber.
He's not a YouTuber, but he wanted to try to play the YouTube game. I don't go fight. I'm not going to go start now to threaten Muhammad Hijab. Okay, I'm not a million subscribers, but I'm also not going to go to 100,000 subscriber, 200,000 subscriber and pick a fight with them if I wanted to have a dialogue, because I just don't have the resources to go against them. But this is to him in his brain, mega mind. He thinks he can conquer the whole world.
That's what he thinks, actually. He thinks like that. The way he speaks, you can hear. Look, when I put the reel, people were telling me, why did I take that part away from YouTube? Because I redraft it and bring it. If you want to watch that part, he came on my stream, go to Facebook. It's there on my Facebook page. But I'm going to redraft it so that, it cannot be censored on Facebook and YouTube. So I'm going to arrange it and then put it back. People will see when he came in. I literally asked him 4 times to explain chapter 5, verse 2. He couldn't explain till we ended. I'm serious. I even told him, let's have a dialogue the next day. He said, if I call his real name, he will not come to the dialogue. And he never showed up. He never even contacted me again.
Even though he was telling you, call me by Ahmed at the beginning.
Yeah, and again, he was telling me to call him by his real name. So that guy, I don't think he's okay in the head. To be honest, I'm not joking with you. I realized that after I had the 2 dialogues with him 3 years ago. That's when I knew, no, that guy is not sound. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the effort we have to bring in. And all of a sudden, somebody claiming to be part of us is waging war against us. So don't blame us. Don't say we are calling ourselves self-righteous. We never claim righteousness for ourselves. No. You understand?
Right.
If we were claiming that, none of you in the audience here will even be paying attention to us. Never. You understand? But then when you have these hypocrites among us trying to infiltrate groups, cause division, this is what it actually brings forth. And then we have no mercy for a hypocrite. And that's a fact. No mercy for a hypocrite. So if you side with the hypocrites, then you are a hypocrite as well. Yes. Especially even the stream. I didn't insult him. I never used any one word of insult. You understand? I was even stipulating the rules we are going to use in the dialogue the next day. And I tell him, hey, we are not going to call each other names so that we can have a respectful dialogue. Then he says, look at somebody who is calling, who's saying we shouldn't call each other names. But he forgot that he was the first to start calling us names. You understand? Before I retaliated. So he got offended from that retaliation.
No, Sunni, Mushrik is a label that, prove it.
Yeah, it's a label for your position, not for your.
Woodward's here. What's up, brother?
But Mohammed, was I the one who created the Mega Man cartoon? I wasn't. It was already in place.
Brother, there's a video of him with a few people and people commenting Black Megamind, Black Megamind. So it's not like we came up with the term. It just seemed like it was fitting because he thought he was an evil genius that's a hero.
No, seriously,
I don't know.
somebody should show me a video of me insulting his head and say he has a big head or he has a head. No, I only said Megamind because they look alike. That's it. If right now, if I look like Donald Trump, people will have been calling me Black Donald Trump for real. You know, so he's just somebody you look like. I never insulted him and I say he's ugly, but he said I look like his shoes.
His heels.
Yes, he says I look like his heels. He called me the MF word. He called me the BS word. He called me, you name it. He called me dumb. He called me stupid. Now, if a person is not frustrated, why will he call me all these names? You mention it, Mohammed. Look, ever since I started doing live streams, this is the first time I put a video on Facebook or YouTube and I got censored for this guy, Megamind. Yeah, even the shorts, the reel I put recently, it got censored by YouTube. They gave me a warning there. You understand? Because the people don't actually understand. How can somebody with a filthy mouth like this be telling you he's going to guide you to the Quran, giving you guidance from the Quran? And he'll go ahead. I was watching one of his videos. He sat down. He want to start reading the Quran. He says, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim." I held my head. I'm like, oh my God, this guy is screwed. He's doing a ritual, literally ritual from the Quran. And he says, there are no rituals in the Quran. Well, good luck taking him seriously. I'm serious. If you want to take him serious, that's up to you. But that guy cannot be taken seriously, to be honest. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this Baba Shuaib is 4 o'clock where I am. I only have 4 hours to rest. But till we meet, somebody says, they say you look like 50 Cent, Baba. Yes, the Mushriks also called me 50 Cent. They say, hey, Megamind called me 2 cent. Is it 2 cent or 20 cent? He called me 20 cent. Hungry looking BS.
20. Brother, if trust me, if we start talking about certain things, anyways, I'm not that kind of person. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Mohammed, by the way, before I go, one more thing. He said there's no ritual, but he says the prophet was doing morning and evening rituals. You know?
That's my favorite one. He literally in the video, he's saying it's the ritual just for the prophet. How did you know that from the Quran?
Yeah,
Is there a ritual in the Quran? No.
It's from the Quran. Oh, no, that guy needs to be assessed. You know, Megamind, it has to be mind something, mind mega, because no. Seriously. See, that guy was really hurt when I said he was not on my level. He was really, really hurt. I'm like, what did I say wrong? I never said, no, the only thing that they might think I said against him was using the word Megamind. Mohammed, just be honest in front of this audience. After the word Megamind, what did I say against him? I never insulted him. You know, but
look, I'll be just as God is the witness. Megamind was a stab back because he wants to call me a mushrik. He wants to call you a mushrik. So if he wants to say, he wants to wage a war. So like Megamind's not an insult. It's a nice jab because you want to take jabs. But we could have easily started with hypocrite, with kafir, with Quran rejector, which prophet hater. Right? You're saying the prophet did rituals, and then you're saying like there's no rituals in the Quran. Like,
and he says school sessions.
Well, mine thing. School session. While you're getting schooled. So yeah, you embody that persona of Megamind.
Hey, Mohammed, imagine chapter 4, verse 102. concerning when God says they should take their weapons. Imagine there's enemy coming and there's school session going on.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, tap, yeah. Man,
So he says
I
Salat
don't know.
means school session. This guy, oh my God. See, that somebody says Mega Mind is Mecca. Mega Mind. Look, the point is, people don't understand why we are dealing with this hypocrite. So far as we have, this guy has been classified as a hypocrite, there's no way we can consider him as one of us. If he's willing
Unless
to
you repent.
he wants to make peace and repent from attacking us, yes, we are good to go. But
Right.
if he has to stick with the foolishness of saying no rituals in the Quran, and whoever says rituals is in the Quran is going to hell, that's foolishness. If you don't know, he himself is doing rituals. Guys, tell him to stop saying "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim."
Remind him. It's a ritual for them.
Yeah,
Does he
actually,
do tasbih? Does he do tasbih or no? There's no exaltation. Does he sit there and exalt his Lord?
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
not
he
a
did
ritual.
tasbih. Maybe tasbih he might say, you know, the word sabaha sometimes can mean swimming, also swim.
So he
might
swims.
say, he swims. Maybe I don't think
He swims in the glory of his God.
Yeah, Mega Man, he can come up with such a word. You know, that's what you see how he was guessing the word Sibgatullah, and he's guessing. I think it's the color of God. Then he says code of God. Then other guy says I think it's the system. He said yeah.
But I'll show you how they study. Okay, so the word sujood, it can mean prostration.
Yeah, it cannot be.
Sujood is something so deep you can fly high on it.
It says
Sujood means system.
It can only mean submit in the Quran and nothing else. Really?
Right.
Wow.
The hood. You know.
Anyways, this guy said the right thing. Let me see. Attic missed. He says you guys spend so much time on this No, because we ended the program. We were just having a back and forth conversation only.
Right.
We have ended the program already. We didn't spend so much time. This conversation we are having about him didn't even last for 15 minutes. So by the way, even if it did, because he's a hypocrite, so a hypocrite needs to be washed out. You understand? So guys, if you are listening to him, pay attention. Tell him to stop saying "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim" whenever he reads the Quran, because that's a ritual. Tell him to stop. He's a hypocrite. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being present. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, brother.
You know,
I am going to take one more caller, just Mustafa.
Yeah, no problem. Me, I have to go.
Then, God bless
Peace,
you, Baba.
Peace to you all. Thank you. Peace.
Peace, General. Take care. Alhamdulillah. All right, guys, this was the one and only Baba Shuaib. He came and helped us with the stream today. There was a lot of strategy involved in why I did the stream, because we want to show you that sometimes you have to strive in the way of God, and in the striving of the way of God, you have to also not be a doormat. Sometimes you need to stand up and make a difference. Sometimes that difference is intellectual. Sometimes that difference is physical. God knows. So I want you guys to be very aware that it's not that personal attack. We're not going to try to personally attack him when he is being personally attacked, because he wanted to raise arms and come at us. Okay, what do you want me to do and say, oh, God wants us to have peace in this? He knows these verses. He's fully aware. He's a Quran believer. He says that he's a Quran believer, so he should know that you shouldn't attack people from the behind. You should, like, people are going to have different interpretation. Do not differ, but he wants to wage a war. I'm ready, boy. I'm ready. You have no idea who I am. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, this is the favor of my God. And he knows there's certain things I know about him that if he really wants to take it and prove to me on how much I'm a mushrik and how much of blasphemy I do, then it's my Lord and my interpretation of my Lord and what he interprets from my Lord. So we'll see. We'll let God decide between us.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. It's just maybe a
little loud, you said.
I turned it down. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I have a few questions. First one is, which dictionary do you tend to use?
There's a few of them. So I have a website. It's called I'll post it in the chat. So the website that I use here, I don't like, I'll stick to the Arabic dictionary more than the English dictionaries, right? So I will share the screen. I will post it in the link. It's right here. I put the link in the chat. This website is Ishtal, or whatever. You could put the okay, so I clicked search at the top right there. It has a pop-up. You can't see the pop-up. It's telling me to enter the root of the word. So I will put, for example, wa, ra, and da. Okay? And then it will search. So you see where it says warada here. And then here, these are like the English ones. So you can go through the word until you find warada, waraba. Warada, there it is. To arrive, to appear, to show up, to be found. This is Lane's lexicon, LL supplement. Now, it depends on the language that you want, but if you look at the menu, they have modern dictionaries, they have the default, they have Urdu, Quran, LL only, not sure what that is, Lane's lexicon. Arabic, right? English, French, Malay, Indonesian, and Egyptian.
Yeah, but there isn't my language, but okay, yeah. I
French.
tend to use English. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, so you have your English dictionary here, and this will give you more than enough ways to figure out what the word sees. So you have here the lanes, you have lanes supplicants, and then here's Stengas. Stengas, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Hava, there you go. It's right here. So you just have to look up the. Oh.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's what I do.
What was the site that you opened that had a definition of the word?
Earlier?
Maybe
That's an Arabic.
Yeah, earlier.
Yeah, so that one is called Al-Ma'ani. Okay, so I'll also post that. Al-Ma'ani. Stuff. So here we go. Share this tab. So this is, I'll post this here, and I'll put Arabic English. So for the people that, oh wait, this is in Arabic right now. Is there a way for me to go to English? There it is. So English, there it is. I'll put it here. And then you could also search the words here in Arabic. So let's put Sayyara.
Me.
Right. So there's a machine, carriage, planet. That's fun.
Yeah, car
So
and everything. Yeah.
Travelers. You have an Arabic keyboard here if you need. Okay, I don't think you guys can see it. So there's an Arabic keyboard. When I click the keyboard, I don't know if I can move it. I can't. So it's pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, nice.
This is
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. The reason I came, as I told you in a private chat here, I was talking with my friends about the Hajj. First of all, I was shocked when I found out there are months in a plural, not in singular. But and you told me after Ramadan. But where in Quran can we find the months of Hajj?
Ramadan and after. So Ramadan, which is 9, 10, 11, and 12. 12 being Dhul Hijjah. So Ramadan's clearly a holy month because that's the month the Quran came in, a guidance and a mercy for mankind. Within it was the night of decree. Within it was peace until the morning. So that month is clearly signified as a holy month because of the Quran being revealed in it. So that would be month 9. And then it said 4 months after that in chapter 9, 9, 10, 11, 12. There.
Yeah, okay.
So in those 4 months, you can perform your Hajj. God says
technically, if it isn't closed, we could have gone there and do everything we should do. Go to Arafat and
you can. So right now they have a thing called after Ramadan, which is Ramadan because it's fasting, it's a little difficult to do Hajj.
Yeah.
But the 2 months after, but before Dhul Qa'dah, you can go for so I'm gonna guess because of your accent, you might have the
European,
ability. Balkan. I don't know if Balkan they would allow it. So let me just show you a site that they have here. I'm sorry for this picture. This is the Welcome to Saudi e-visa portal. Okay.
Oh.
These are the eligible countries. So in North America, these are the countries that can get it. This is visa on arrival. They have Albania.
Yeah.
So they have some countries here. So if you find your country, you have 90 days to buy the visa in the airport, and you have 90 days to spend in Mecca, and you could perform the Hajj. No questions asked. Nobody would know.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. Yeah. Okay, that was my question, and I will just add maybe two things. If someone asks for Mecca pointed to Safa, Marwa, Arafat, the Baytullah, which are all mentioned, I cannot hear you. Still nothing. Is your mic unplugged or something? I don't know if you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. I'm just seeing your mouth opening and closing. Can anyone write in chat if they can hear Muhammad?
Mustafa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
You're the host. Did you entertain me?
No, I was just keeping everything to myself to don't make any problems.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
saw in chat
your
that I was
question.
a host. There are things on the question. I just wanted to add, if someone asks you about Mecca, point them to Safa, Marwa, Arafat, and the house of Baytullah, because they're all mentioned in Quran. So there's no reason to try to find a Mecca.
Yes,
I mean, we
exactly. So this
already
is what I keep
know,
telling people.
and Safa and Marwa and Arafat, they're all mentioned by name.
Right, and Ma'shar al-Haram, which is in Muzdalifah as well. So these are all mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. And the last thing from me, besides thank you, that the believers are only brothers. So reconcile between your brothers. Yeah, and for those who believe, do not let people ridicule any people. That's for the chat. So the people be careful what they type in chat and how do they react to other believers.
I know, but people, we can't control people. We control ourselves, and we give the kind reminder as you're giving a kind reminder.
Yeah, that's only work we can try to do.
Alhamdulillah.
And nothing more. Thank you very much for your answers.
God bless you,
and
Mustafa.
God bless you too and help you in your path.
Inshallah.
Hey. Salam
Thank you, man. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Okay, so you know what, guys? I'm going to risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. Last guy, just because I don't want to turn people away, even though I did turn somebody away, but I just don't want to sit here and experience certain things.
Peace.
Sorry, peace. But this man is one of my favorite men in the comments. See?
Oh yeah.
Peace, Huss. Yeah. Oh yeah. Theo, right?
How are you, mate?
Yeah, he's pretty good. He puts comments. I love his comments whenever Theo writes comments.
I just wanted to ask you real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So were you the virgin birth of Jesus? So is that something that you believe is in the Quran?
100%. He did not have a dad. He had a mother.
Right. Do you know the reference for that? What you're thinking of?
There's a few references where God says that he blew in the spirit in Mary. God talks about John the Baptist, where John the Baptist was like honorable to his mom and his parents in duality, but Jesus said that he was honoring only his mother. He didn't say anything about a father. So Jesus was always talked about Jesus and his mother. And the other thing is, in Arab culture, people always say Abu Muhammad, the father Muhammad, right? So Abu, it's always the name of the dad that gets the, like you get, your dad is given Abu, the father of, and then the name of your son. So here it's Ibn Maryam. It's not the opposite. Ibn Muhammad. So it's like the son of Muhammad. It's always going to the father. But God always, most of the time, not always, most of the time when Jesus' name is mentioned, he goes Ibn Maryam, the son of Mary. He never gave a name of a male.
And is that enough to be a proof?
Okay, so there's much proofs that God says that Adam was created from dirt, and God said be and he become, so it's not a natural birth. And then God says that there's a similar example, or it's the same example for Jesus. So he was born without natural birth, which is insemination. God says that Jesus's mother, she was pious, and she like held on to her chastity, and then God blew in a spirit. There was no sexual recourse there.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. Don't you find it curious that like there's no mention of a virgin birth? I get that there's all these other points that you could make for an argument. However,
what do you want it to say?
Oh, look, I was just, all I'm saying is, you brought up Mufti Abu Layth just 10 minutes ago. That's the reason I chimed in. I was just, his videos on the virgin birth is actually quite interesting.
Yeah, but it's a lot of mental gymnastics as he's trying to prove that there is no but he's twisting the verses so that he could give that narrative. But I could also use the exact same narrative, the exact same verses to give you the opposite narrative. This is why it's presented that way. So for people to either believe that God is capable of producing a baby without a father, or for you to sit in this confusion that you're going on through now and deny the fact that God can make a child without a baby. So God makes a bet, not for the Christians, by the way. This mubahala is not for the Christian. It's about the birth of Jesus. Okay? And God made it somewhat ambiguous in the Quran because he knew people would sit there and claim that Mary had sex, which would go against the whole nature of who Mary is. So regardless if she was married or not, if you're claiming that she was not married at that point, that's even worse. But if you're saying that she got married and then she had sex to produce Jesus, then why are you giving all the attribution to the mother when the father is supposed to be in charge of the child? So there's many things that are alluding that it does not match with the context of the Quran. But I want to show you something here. So this is the verse where I'm telling you, it's not about Christians here. This is not about Christians. This is about people who want to talk about the birth of Jesus. I'm not going to do it to you because I don't think it's fitting for us. I think you're still exploring. So God says this: indeed, the example of Jesus with God is like the example of Adam. He created him from dust and said to him, be, and he became. Right? The truth is from your Lord, so do not be among the doubters. Therefore, whoever argues concerning it after what came to you of the knowledge, then say, come, let us call our children and your children, our women and your women, ourselves and yourselves, and let us supplicate and place the curse of God upon the liars. This is clearly about the creation of Jesus. So whoever argues about me, with me, in regards to Jesus's creation, I have to invoke this verse where I'm saying he did not have a dad. Anyone who wants to say that he had a dad, the only way that we can settle this is may the curse of God be upon the liar. I'm not going to say yes or no to you now, but this is how we deal with this because of the gravity of the situation, the gravity of the claim of saying that Jesus had a father.
Okay, I mean, yeah, look, I just phoned up. I didn't obviously come with my evidences, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I mean, isn't that point, aren't we all made from dirt? Aren't we all, you know what I mean? So I don't know how.
I was made from a sperm cell.
Right.
I was made from a sperm cell and from an egg. Adam did not have a sperm cell and have not egg. So if I can, me as a computer programmer, I can make a virtual world, all the rules that cannot be broken, but I still have root access. So this is what means illa ma sha Allah, except what God has willed, or except what God has want, what He wills. So God has placed the rules, but He's not applying those rules to Himself because He's always the exception to anything that has been programmed. So God says that for every man, he needs to have a father and a mother, except what God has willed. God's word, it's in fact fulfilling God's promise of infinity. So Adam was created from the dirt, from the dust. God's in the world that we're in, He just made the mud come together and it became a human being, just as I can produce that on a computer screen in a simulation, for
Yeah,
example.
so you're
Say that my
referring to
God
that
cannot
one
produce
verse where is it when they're insane, and then you're referring to that verse about the dirty, murky thing? Is that right?
No, I'm saying that I was born from a sperm cell, but the human was created from sulsalatin min tin. So it's like it's mud. So God shaped him from mud and made him come life.
So do you agree that that verse, because if you pull up that verse about it says the insane, and then it goes on to say about the mud, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean.
So I haven't got it in front of me. Do you sort of roughly know what I'm talking about, or not really?
There's a few of them.
Yeah, there's one of them.
But you see, here's the thing. My brother Armor is saying to show you this verse, but you don't believe in miracles. You think everything has a natural explanation on why things occur. So for me to tell you this, the example of Adam, that he was created outside of the natural process of creation, and that's how Jesus was created, was outside of the natural way of this for you is not this is not evidence of a miracle or something that's outside of the natural course of what God has created. So these, to me, these verses to you are almost rendered useless.
Well, I mean, when I read it, I'm not imposing anything other than what's being said there. So I don't understand. You'd explain it with a lot of what ifs.
It's not what ifs. Here, God is clearly telling us that Jesus and Adam are unique in the way that they have been created. So God manifested them with his words. It's not what natural way. That's why they're put aside as an example. Because if they were born just like how we were born, if they were made how we were made, how are they an example?
I mean, you added a lot of like meanings to those words. It says, indeed, the example of Jesus with God is like the example of Adam. He created him from dust and said to him, be, and he became.
So this is manifestation.
Right, yeah.
Right. And now God is saying the word created. And God gave me the example of Adam, and he gave me the example of Jesus. And he said, be and became. So this is something that is unique. That's why it's in the Quran specifically by itself. If Adam, Jesus, and me, and Armor Wolf, we're all created the same way, why would this verse be presented this way? Why didn't he say Noah? Why didn't he say Abraham? Why these two specific people? Which people say a virgin birth and creation, no evolution. I mean, just for Adam. There is evolution, but not for Adam.
Yep. I hear. I mean, it could be. I mean, one possible explanation is that it's, building a bridge between the Christians and the Muslims. Sort of suggesting that Jesus had a miraculous birth, like a miraculous creation, like Adam.
What's the miracle if he was born? No, this is actually not building a bridge with the Christians, but rather this is defeating the people that are saying slanderous things about Mary.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. Well, okay.
So for me, this topic is very important because I'm not saying that you don't love Mary, but I love Mary a lot. And you see, this is where I know people are going to say, well, no, this is when God manifested a man in front of her and they had sex to produce Jesus. But then this is what the word says. I'm not a whore.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And he's a sign. So what's the sign? I know this argumentation because I've heard it plenty of times before, but it's just, it takes away from God's amazing ability to do what he wants. You're saying that God is locked to the creation because God's ways doesn't change. But God's way is I do what I want. and I created this except what I want. So we have to drink water as human beings except what God wills. So if God puts a miracle on me that I don't need to drink water for 60 days, right? This is outside of what the natural course is. But does that mean now I'm a magician, or does it mean a miracle from God? This is where me and Mufti he cannot solidify his position with me, because there's not only this, there's many verses which signifies how God is capable of going outside of what he manifested, because God put a rule upon himself. I do what I want.
Yeah, I guess the curious thing is that there is no mention of a virgin birth, like straight out. You know what I mean? It could have been so easy to phrase that term in a particular way, those verses,
For
where
me
there
and
is no
you to
ambiguity.
have this conversation.
Hey?
For me and you to have this conversation, to see who believes and who wants to sit there and doubt God's ability. Very simple.
I don't think no one's
you're not going to
doubting
affect
God's
Mary,
ability.
and you're not going to affect Jesus. This point right now is not affecting Mary or Jesus at all, because there are already people who passed and they have no idea that we're having this conversation. But what we're trying to prove is you're saying that God will not and has no ability to create man without a
I
father.
wouldn't say no ability. No, definitely. God, there is no limits or restrictions put on God. He's able to do whatever he wills.
This is what his thing is. He says God will not change what he said. So he's saying that God will not go against the natural world because he said it. This is the whole concept of Mufti Abu Layth's argument, is that God will not go against what he said. He will not break his word. So it's impossible for God to do things outside of what naturally occurs, which is false.
Well, I think that's a bit of a. I think you took his argument and that's a misrepresentation of what he says. I don't think he says God can't. Sorry?
Yeah, but he said God will not break his word. So
Correct.
it wouldn't be fitting of God to do so. It's not that he can or can't, but if he did so, he would have broke his words, and i.e. he's no longer God. It's not about can he or can he not. He said that Mufti Abu Layth says that God will not.
Right.
Right. So I did not misrepresent him. I took it to the summary. Right. It's because he will not. That means because if he will not, because it would break him as a God, astaghfirullah, that means he cannot. It's like saying, can God create a stone that's too big for him to carry? Of course not. That's a no question. So for Mufti Abu Layth, can God do something that's outside of the natural course of the way? No, that's a no question, because God is bound to what he said. But he's missing the fact that God said, I do what I want. So this is the creation, and this is how creation works, except what I will. As God, I mean.
Yes.
That's the part where he removed.
Yeah, look, I've heard his explanation, and I understand the points that you're referencing. It's just that I never understood it the way that you're understanding it. I feel like it's a bit of a gross misrepresentation is all. And obviously I can't speak for him on what he means by it.
Moses did not split the sea. Abraham did not kill birds that came back to life. The man that died for 100 years and came back did not die for 100 years and come back. Jesus did not have a father. Jesus had a father. Adam's example is not the same example as people are understanding it. So all of these are miracles that he denied.
I mean, he doesn't deny them, but he has alternative explanations for all of them.
No,
like
he denied them as
just
miracles, and he attached them to misrepresentations, and it had just a spiritual meaning.
It depends. So everything you mentioned, for example, splitting of the sea, Abraham cutting the birds, and those other ones, there are videos on that with explanations on what they possibly could be without it having to be. Yeah,
but I'm saying to you that it's him trying to give an apologetics because he's denying the physical. And it's very easy to give apologetics to any verse in the Quran based on any theory that you want to present where it sounds cohesive to you. but it does not mean that you're being as loyal as you can to the verses. So I could sit here and saying that he split the sea. That means he made a parting way between the old way, which was the Pharaoh, and the new way, which was what to come. And the new way had its challenges. So I'm not, this is mean. I'm not saying this is what he said. So the old way is one side of the sea, and then the other side of the sea is this whole event that's about to occur. And Moses and his people had to walk through these events while God has destroyed through natural events the pharaohs, and what was coming, that God is going to wash away their sins. And you could see these two mountains when they fell on Pharaoh, but Moses was saved. Okay, so this is all wishy-washy. But I can
bring it back a little bit. Bring it back a little bit, because
I will. Well, 1 second. So I
you're
gave you
saying.
a wishy-washy. I give you a very deep spiritual wishy-washy stuff that could apply to the verse in a very spiritual, metaphysical way, or I could say God physically split the sea and he physically drowned Pharaoh in it.
But okay, so people, for example, the splitting of the sea, people say it could, one possible explanation could have been a explanation of a tsunami. Okay, so when the sea, when a tsunami happens, the sea actually retreats. Then they could cross, and then the tsunami comes and takes out Pharaoh.
What's the staff?
Sorry, what's the staff?
Yeah, what's the staff got to do with it?
Well, it's an action taken by Moses,
Moses hit the sea.
Correct.
The sea made a tsunami.
No, I wouldn't say that. That would be their explanation.
Exactly what the verse says. The God says that we told Moses to hit his staff, and then when he hit his staff, the sea split.
So
Moses to hit the rock with his staff, the water came out. This is when people wanted to drink.
Yeah,
miracles are cause and then causation, but the causation is unexplained. That's why it's a miracle.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I guess from Moses could have been given the command to hit the sea, and then the water started retreating.
And then they walked into it.
Correct.
And
they crossed it. They crossed it, and then as they crossed it, Pharaoh's people were crossing, and then they got taken out.
But God says that there's two mountains. He's saying the water split like two mountains.
Yep.
This is in chapter 29.
Yeah, I mean, that is how a tsunami is described, as like a mountain of water coming in.
Two mountains.
Because if you remember, if you remember there's video footage of the Indonesian tsunami. It retreated out, and then it literally came in like a wall of water, like a
wall of water.
Yeah.
Right.
Again, I'm not here to. Yep.
Brother, because your argument, it's very spiritual in nature, and it's trying to focus on the internal of the person. And then you're trying to give natural explanations to a miracle, which is what everyone does when a miracle occurs. Oh, it wasn't a sign from God. It was the bird was already a bird, and he had a bird behind his back. He made a clay, and with a fate of hands, and a bird came. So it was a magic trick. Oh, okay, no, it wasn't an actually bird. It was the spirit of people, and he took someone from the dust, and Jesus made a bird. This is why can't it be literal?
I think his explanation of the bird and Abraham and cutting of the birds is a literal
Abraham.
reading.
No. He's saying that there's no cutting. He's saying there's no killing and then coming back to life. When Abraham said to God, show me how you revive the dead, right? His explanation is like, look, just put birds on the side of the mountains and they'll come to you running, just like how you're going to come running to me. But there was no proof of the bird coming back to life. So whatever Abraham asked, he didn't receive. He just got a metaphysical message, which Abraham already knew, but he wanted his heart to be solidified in the faith, certainty. So God told him, cut these 4 birds and spread them out and watch how they come back to you alive.
Yeah.
That's an amazing
Yeah.
miracle. And Abraham right then will be, man, I could never doubt that. I'm
Is
100%
that
certain.
word cutting? Because I know,
Yeah.
so you're very good with the word. Is the word cutting, like, is it clear cut?
Yes, bring them to
Clear
you.
cut cutting.
Bring them to you. And then he said, juz'un minhunna. Not each one of them, part of each one. So here, juz'un minhunna, right, is a part of each of the bird. It's not each bird. So the birds have been cut up into pieces and then distributed on the different mountaintops. But brother, like, for me, the issue here, not only this, like, you have Jesus's miracle of him making a clay bird and then it becomes to life. This to him can only be explained spiritually. There couldn't be a physical bird in this equation, because there's no way for nature to change something to dust to fly, unless if the dust flew away in his mind, like the dust was when Jesus, the dust flew away, but then there's nothing coming to life. So detached from the physical is you saying to God, like, I don't think you could. I don't think this is possible.
I don't think anyone says that God says it's not like they put limits on him. Okay, I think
if you're saying that God did not split the ocean, seas, that it has to be a natural disaster and it has to be.
But if it was natural, God would have done it, because that's our belief is that everything happens by God, with the wind, the sun, everything's by the will of God. If it did happen through a natural disaster, that it's still by God. So I don't understand. It seems a bit of a
miracle. So for me, my birth is by the will of God and is by the permission of God. But this is not outside the normal scope of what occurs. A tsunami would have occurred there if the weather pattern was present, with the conditions present for a tsunami to occur. So it's no longer a miracle. It's what is supposed to unravel. Okay? But the thing that makes it a miracle is there was no conditions for this to occur, and it occurred. And if you want to say tsunami, God clearly states that there was two, like the sea split and the water, the land became dry for them to walk. So there was two sides to it, and the land became yabisa, dry. So the fact that there was water on top of it and it dried out, this is not something that can naturally occur. And the fact that the sea split in two, not one. If it was one, sure. If it was pulled in and then pulled out, sure. But here, there's a split, and here, and there was a clear line. So this was the last ayah out of the 9 signs that they saw. And then what do you do about the snake, the staff? This is all metaphysical now.
Yeah. I agree. I hear what you're saying.
So, brother, I don't have. Like, I actually sent. I sent Mufti Abu Layth email. If you wanted to talk, I would have had a, like, I don't know how polite it would be. I just don't. I think he's very set in his way. But I wanted to talk to him into it. But he never replied to me. I just don't think. I just don't think it's going to be healthy on his end. But
if you're still up for that, that might be something. If you're still up for that conversation, that might be something I can set up, because I'm in contact with him.
Please, I would have absolutely no problem showing him how some of his interpretations on that, right? Just it can be applied in the physical, because God is capable. But if you want, I would love to talk to him, but I just don't know.
How would I contact you then?
I'll put you right here in the private chat. I'll give you my email.
Okay. Thank you.
If you don't mind, it's probably the easiest way. And this is the same thing. Muhammad from Gone. This is also, this is my Telegram, the other one that I posted. Right?
Okay, I'll see it. Yeah.
Right. So we do have a Telegram group for anyone who wants to join our Telegram. I'll put the link here. I would love to talk to him, because yes, there is some stuff that I do appreciate what he's saying, especially when it comes down to the Maliki fiqh, He's very aware of the material of the other stuff, but this concept right here, I think, is a fitna from him. So it would be nice to have a conversation with that man. I don't know if he's willing to have a conversation. I sent him 1 or 2 emails, so he just completely ignored it.
It could just get lost. I don't know, but yeah, for sure. Look, I'm in regular contact with him. I can ask him.
Awesome.
I'm sure.
But you,
I'm sure
I
we'll be
hope
able to
you
set
hear
something up.
that, like you saw that I was capable of defending the position with the verses quite easily, right?
Yeah, of course. Look, I believe he operates from like a superposition state, so every possibility is a possibility, If people want to take it literally, then that's fine. And if some people struggle with a literal interpretation, then there are other interpretations. Whether, yeah.
Right. But I think the thing that really destroys the position about Jesus is there has to be a curse when it comes down to those who want to argue about how he was created. So it's either I'm right or you're right. But God is clearly telling us that whoever comes and starts to debate about his creation, not if he's the son of God, not if he's all the other stuff. No, this is purely about his creation. This is why you don't do this with Christians. You do this with the people who want to talk about his creation.
Cool. Mohammed, just shifting gears right now. I was thinking, because I had a chat with you a couple of weeks ago, I was just thinking, sorry?
It was you.
It was me, my man. I was just thinking, okay, if I was to operate from a Quran-only mindset, okay, there's a lot of hadith, right? And it appears that they have become true, so I'm not sure, I'm sure you could just put on a YouTube video of Hamza Yusuf's end time or whatever, and there's a lot of work that people have done, showing hadith that, it says one thing and it looks like it's talking about modern technology or things like that. Or there are hadith, predicting certain political events or whatnot, and that they have come to pass. I mean, do you give any weight?
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
Yep.
One, the prophecies that they're talking about the future, there's many of them that could be foretold by someone who understood how the history was before, which Prophet Muhammad was very aware. Pharaoh built very tall buildings. Pharaoh wanted to build a very extremely tall building to see the Lord of Moses. He knew the Romans were building tall buildings as well. So this was something that clearly they witnessed when they went to Syria, they went to north, they saw what the Romans were building. Prophet Muhammad knew that his people, the Bedouins, are going to also become a great civilization because the Quran is warning them for the future. So he told them that you're going to build, assumably, that you're going to build tall buildings, because it would make sense for somebody who already seen the past to foretell about his own population on how they're going to, because the Quran is warning the Arabs. It's not warning the whole world. It's warning the Arabs, the people, especially in the Gulf. And look at them now. They're the ones who need the most warning from everyone in the world. So the Quran is primarily to those people, and the Prophet could foresee this. Now, the concept about Mecca turning green or the Saudi Arabia turning green, this has happened almost every year, every time the water came down. The water comes down, the dead earth comes to life, as God says, and then it dies again. And this is on repeat. This is for the last 15 years. Only Muslims will know this, and they show you Mecca green. And then I will go to the exact same location where they took the video, and I'll take another video, and it's dead again. Because that's how it works, right? So this is the second miracle. And okay, the lewdness of people, again, you could clearly see that people are pushing themselves into this prostitution, into this, they're talking about the downfall of civilization, which occurred every single time.
Yep.
There's nothing. He's prophesizing what happened. It's true.
There are more interesting ones, like people would talk to their hips, and
I've seen that one.
He was referring to mobile phones and.
Sure, but does that mean now I have to sit and watch, now take everything else that's being said? And how do I know that specific hadith was not fabricated recently?
No, look, all I'm saying is that's an interesting tidbit, don't you think? It's a little bit of an interesting factoid. And I think recently depends. I'm sure that there are older script, hadith books from that it is in there.
Sorry, I was just looking at the messages. I do have to go very soon. So I understand I understand that you're saying that you are seeing some stuff in the past life that are I mean in the future, which is now that they've been prophesized in the hadith. You want to take from them. Be my guest. You see that there's some wisdom in the hadith that you want to take that aligns with the Quran. Be my guest. I'm not saying that okay, if you want to explore it, that's fine. But here's my thing. This is what I tell everybody who comes with the same thing. Is it necessary for someone to be guided?
No.
That's
100% no.
Then you said the truth. That's you said. If you want to get closer and all this stuff, that's different.
I'm trying. What I want to do is pin you down on you. I want to get your opinion on it.
I don't need it.
I'm just. Hey, they're not needed.
No, God told me two things that I do. God, one, told me that the hour comes unexpectedly and to work like the hour is coming unexpectedly. So I don't need to look at prophecies. I need to work right now with the time that I've been given. One, and God says in chapter 50 to the prophet, Wasma, listen, يَوْمَ يُنَادِي الْمُنَادِ مِنْ مَكَانٍ قَرِيبٍ. The day that the person calling, right, is calling from a near place, which is the hour, the horn, right? So I can honestly, and I swear, I tell my friends, and you will see the awareness. Everyone right now, let's go quiet and just wait and anticipate the blowing of the horn. Listen for it. And you'll see how conscious you become. Just sitting in silence, waiting for the blast.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think there's even wisdom into that. Why is it a blowing of the horn? Like, because science is proving everything is vibration anyway.
Right.
Yeah, so it's interesting that it says the blowing of a horn, which is the vibration sound from the horn, would destroy the universe. I think,
believe that.
I just think it's amazing in the last 100 years, like how the Quran has evolved, and certain meanings which people have held for 1400 years, a scientific fact has come to show actually this verse could mean this. Yeah. Anyways, that's a bit of a side topic.
Sorry, brother. I'm trying to concentrate. It's been 7 hours and a half, so I'm getting. I have to send a prayer now.
Easy.
I apologize, but yes. So no, because it's my fault. I have to be more attentive. I'm sorry. Yes, there are so much interesting stuff that's occurring now. As you said, that in the last 100 years, we're understanding how vibrations and how the quantum's working and all of these scientific things that can show us what God is capable of. But God is even more knowledgeable of this. So this is where we have to keep ourselves connected as much as we can to the message and not to worry about things that we can or cannot prove. We should work with what is already been proven. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
We don't know. Like you could sit here and argue, me and you can argue to the teeth about Moses splitting the sea. What does that change right now? Nothing. Because it occurred and it's the truth. Whatever occurred was the truth.
Yep. And whatever occurred is the truth. That is correct. I think I'm just going to reiterate the point that these alternative explanations do help those believers, those Muslims that do struggle with some of the craziness that is in the Sunni sect. Right. So, some of the things that they so people, these alternative explanations, which from what I understand don't go against the Quran, it just helps them in their iman. Anyways, I don't want to. We can wrap it up.
I think we're gonna have more talks.
Yes.
God willing.
Yep. Like I said, I didn't come prepared. I was preparing something to come speak to you in a little while, but just because you brought up, I just wanted to hit on the Mufti Abu Layth while it was mentioned. That's all.
Right, Abbass. I'm sorry, brother. I have to I have somebody in the back end. Abbass, I have to stand the prayer. I can't. I'm done. That's 7 hours and a half. I've went above and beyond, and I usually try to finish everybody on stage. Abbass, I can't. We already talked. Huss, brother, thank you very much. I hope I answered at least some of your questions, and I'm sorry if I was a little distracted. It has been a little tolling today.
I appreciate it, my man. Another fantastic marathon you two have done.
That's right. And yeah, Baba Shuaib is definitely an amazing help.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful what you guys are doing. It's fantastic, I think, It's fantastic. All right, my bro. Peace.
All right, brother. Peace. Peace, peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is now the conclusion of this. This is the conclusion now of where we're going to say goodbye. I do implore you to remember your Lord often, because there is going to be a time when much of what we're discussing here is not going to be as relevant as compared to how much you showed your true proper expression to your Lord and how you conducted yourself. And if I stepped out of lines, may God forgive me. May God forgive me for my sins and for the sins of the believers that are alive. We have to remember that at the end of the day, even all the conversation, the 7 hours that I did, it's going to be maybe a 1 minute, 2 minute when we get to God. That it's such a short time. It's such a few seconds, this whole 7 hours. So these things that we might hold so dear to us that are not very dear to us on a day of judgment, we need to make sure that we're always remembering this and staying to the objective. Single community, peace, and joining in good, forbidding what's evil, doing your litanies and your prayers, and giving from what God has given you, and always, always, always remember the last day, and of course recite the Quran, but that's the prayer. We're here to serve God. We're not here to serve our egos. We're not here to serve YouTube and all this nonsense and everything else what people are chasing. I'm chasing for my hereafter. Baba Shuaib is chasing for his hereafter. We're trying to push you guys to chase for your hereafter. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you. I appreciate the moderators for all your hard work. I have something in works in regard to this. Thank you, Pray. I apologize you missed it. Thank you, JS, for being here. Thank you, Habib al-Qalb. I swear, man, I love you. You pop up everywhere, man. I don't know how you do it. All right, guys. Peace. I'm so happy to see you, bro. I was like, where is he? I was trying to wait for your message. Alhamdulillah. Happy. Peace. Alhamdulillah. I was always happy. Bye, JS. Peace.